Hi, welcome to the Marathon series of Marathon of the UDAAN series. Today we will dive into the medieval Indian history, a crucial yet often misunderstood segment of the UPSC syllabus. In this session, we will try to simplify concepts, connect themes, and prepare you with exam-oriented approach. But before moving ahead, can you please tell me my voice is clear to all of you? Audio, video, both are okay. If the things are okay, then we can proceed with the session. Very good morning, everyone. Very good morning. I'm good. Can you please confirm me my voice is clear to all of you? Everything is technically okay? All clear. All clear. That's good. So let me. Both are okay. Okay, that's great then. So let's start now. So just before moving ahead, so this is the UPSC Marathon UDAAN 2026 series in English, and these are the esteemed faculty that you can see here. All classes and notes will be available free of cost on the PW app. You can go and just to access the enroll now via link provided in the description of this video. These are this live marathon that is going on in the PW Only Eyes English YouTube channel. You can access your notes on this PW application, that is pw.live, and you should also appear in the test after completing this series on the app itself, so that you could better assess yourself where you stand in the crowd. Ebook you will also get that is also available on the PW application, that is pw.live. Now these are the esteemed faculties that you have seen here: Nikhil sir, Harpreet sir, Ritesh sir, Abhishek sir, Ranjan sir. This is me, Dimple ma'am, and the Manjeet sir. So moving ahead, so this is the Telegram group that you can also scan this Telegram group to get connected with me on this official Telegram group. So let's start. We are going to start today with the medieval history. Medieval history. Just please wait for a minute. तो स्टॉप करके कर लीजिए आप जरा. यहाँ पे टूल वाला जो ऑप्शन है ऊपर सब्जेक्ट का हाउस नीचे कस्टमाइज बस यहाँ आप सिलेक्ट कर लीजिए आपको जो चाहिए. ये इसके साथ कौन सा मैच कर रहा है? वो नहीं ये. हाँ ये लगा लो. ठीक है. सेलेक्ट साइड में कहीं भी टच कर लो. या ऐड कीजिए. ऐड कहाँ से करना है? वो प्लस कीजिए. ठीक है, थैंक यू. So today we are going to start with the medieval history, right? So we are into the discussion of the medieval Indian history. Medieval Indian history, right? Medieval history, medieval Indian history, of course. So medieval history, medieval history, medieval history. See, there are certain segments that I would like to tell you. So there are 4 segments, in fact. One is your Post-Gupta period that I will discuss. Post-Gupta period. Post-Gupta period, Post-Gupta period. Then we will talk about early medieval Indian history, early medieval Indian history, Indian history. Then we will talk about Delhi Sultanate, Delhi Sultanate. Delhi Sultanate. It will also include here Vijayanagar and Bahmani, Vijayanagar and Bahmani, Vijayanagar and Bahmani, Bahmani, and then we will talk about the Mughals. The Mughals. Finally, we will talk about the Mughals. So this is our plan to move on. So this is the time period roughly from, you can say, 600 to, if I go by the timelines, if I go by the timelines, so this period includes so see here. Roughly this is the time period of 600, not 650, 600 to 750. This is from 750 to 1206 AD, and this is your 1206 to 1526, and this is your 1526 to 1707. So this is the time period, this is the timeline that we are going to discuss today, right? So first we will make a cover, we will give a coverage to this part. Person ma'am, this is your post-Gupta period. Then we will talk about the early medieval India, right? Then we will talk about the Delhi Sultanate, and this is your Mughals, right? So these are the part that I'm going to cover in this session, right, so ma'am? So first of all, we will be covering your post-Gupta period. See, what is important here in this post-Gupta period, I would like to tell you. So this is again this is the post-Gupta period, 550 to 750, roughly you can say 500 or 600. Then 750 to 1206 early medieval period. Then your 1206 to 1526, that is Delhi Sultanate, and 1526 to 1707, that is your Mughals. So this is the time period, right? So ma'am, just let me tell you one thing. After the decline of the Guptas, there's certain smaller or petty states emerged in India. Now you can see here. So after the decline of the Guptas, when the Guptas declined, Gupta period belongs to your ancient India. So after the decline of the Guptas, certain petty states emerged in different parts of the India, especially in the North India, right? So these states were your Pushyabhuti dynasty. So these are the dynasties that you can see here. So this is your Pushyabhuti dynasty. This is your Maukharis dynasty. This is your late Gupta dynasty, late Guptas. This is your Gaudas in Bengal. This is your Maitrakas, and this is your Hunas, right? So these are the major dynasty that sprang up or that emerged in the different parts of the northern India after the decline or with the decline of the Guptas, right? Now what is important here, this particular section, that is your post-Gupta period and the early medieval India, that we can club it together also. In some of the books you will get it, the early part of the early medieval India. In some of the books you will get it as defined as your post-Gupta period, then your early medieval period. In fact, early medieval period starts from the 750 to 1206 AD itself. But in some of the new books, that is mentioned that the early medieval period can be back till from the 550 or to 600 AD to 1206. So this is a broad period. So we have to do nothing with this timeline here, just to make you understand that these are 4 different sections where we will focus our studies, right? So one is your post-Gupta period, where we will talk about these dynasties: Hunas, Maitrakas, Pushyabhuti, Maukharis, late Guptas, and the Gaudas. And then we will talk about the early medieval period, right? So madam, and these sections are very much important, because question, if you have analyzed the previous year's question paper, then you will find that from this area, and from the early medieval India, we will get questions like this: who had founded this particular dynasty? Okay, founded this particular dynasty. So no, इधर दे दो, इधर गरम है ना, टिश्यू right? Are you getting me? So you will get the founder of from a particular dynasty, or their capital, or there's some other cultural aspects also that can be. Okay, so ma'ams, so this is how the questions are being framed from this particular section: Pushyabhuti, Maukharis, late Guptas, Gaudas, Maitrakas, and the Hunas, right? So ma'ams, now, so let me take you through this. So this is your Hunas. Now on the map, again you can see here. So after the decline of the Guptas, this is the region of the Huna that we have seen also. This is the region of the Hunas, right? This is the region of the Pushyabhuti dynasty, that is also known as the Vardhan dynasty. Also known as Vardhan dynasty. Also known as Vardhan dynasty. Known as Vardhan dynasty. Vardhan dynasty. Vardhan dynasty. Dynasty, right? Then is your Maukhari. This is your Maukharis. This is the region of the late Guptas, and this is the region of the Gaudas. This is the Bengal. This Bengal is the region of Gaudas, right? Bengal. Then this is your Maitrakas. This is the Maitrak, right? So this is the condition of the northern India. In northern India, after the decline of the Guptas, Hunas, Pushyabhuti, Maukharis, late Guptas, Gaudas, and the Maitrakas. That's what I have made on this map also. So this is the region of the Hunas. This is the region of the Hunas. This is the region of the Hunas. Then this is the region of the Pushyabhuti. This is the Maukharis. This is the region of the late Guptas in Magadha and Bihar. In Bengal, this is the Gaudas. This is your Maitrakas, that is in the Gujarat. And in fact, there are certain other states also during this period you can find here, like in the Assam Wala region. This is called Assam. And here you can find Varman dynasty also. Varman dynasty as well. Varman dynasty as well. So these are petty states that you can see after the decline of the Guptas in the northern India. So here, what is the plan? How we will move into this particular part? These are very much important. This area is very much important, because you can expect a question from this area, be it your post-Gupta period or your early medieval India. You can expect a question, 1 or 2 questions. On an average, every year you can have a question from this area, right? There are very small states, petty states, right? So we have to arrange all these states in a chronological way, so that you could have a proper understanding. And what kind of the question is being asked, that I will also let you know. You have to focus only those areas only, right? So this is very confused, but I'm going to simplify this particular area for you, for your upcoming examination, right? So these are the Hunas, Maitrakas, Pushyabhuti, Maukharis, late Guptas, Gaudas, Varmans, and all after the decline of the Guptas in the northern India. So now, if we talk about the Hunas, right? Actually, Hunas are the tribal people, right? So the Hunas are tribes. Actually, they are tribes from the Central Asia. So this is the one important thing that you should take care of, that they are the Central Asian tribes, right? And they have made frequent invasions on the Guptas that weakened the Gupta, and finally Gupta Empire declined. Now that is not much important, right? In fact, during the time of the Ashkan Gupta, Hunas also attacked on India, or during the time of the Guptas. If we talk about the Guptas, so weakened the Guptas. During the time of Skand Gupta, during the time of Skand Gupta, during the time of Askand Gupta, Hunas attacked on India, right? Hunas attacked on India, right? So this is one fact that you must have studied in your ancient part, right? So now there are two important rulers from the Hunas. One is your Torman and other is Mihirkul. These are both the father and the sons. Torman is the father and Mihirkula is the son of Torman, right? So these are the two Tormans and this is your Mihirkula. What is important here? From where we can expect a question also, that Mihirkula was a Savite patron. He was a Savite patron. In fact, we found some of the coins in excavation that display the Nandi bull. Nandi bull, you know, it is the vehicle of Lord Shiva. That is a Nandi bulls on his coins, right? So that can directly be a question for you for your prelims, that who had issued the coins displaying the Nandi bulls from the Hunas. This is your Torman, this is your Mihirkula. This was the Mihirkula, right? So Mihirkula's coin bear Nandi bull, who is the vehicle of Lord Shiva. It is also said that Mihirkula was a devout Savite, right? And he was anti-Buddhist, right? Anti-Buddhist. So he had prosecuted the Buddhist monks. So that is an important aspect, right? Nothing more is important. Now you are aware about the Hunas, that what is the geographical location of these Hunas, that is in the northwestern part of India. That includes Kashmir, Punjab and the Western India. There are two important rulers of the Hunas. One is your Torban, other is Mihirkula. Mihirkula was a Savite patron, and his coins display or bear the image of Nandi bull. The Nandi bull is the vehicle of Lord Shiva. This is the one point that you should keep in your mind, right? That is very much important. In fact, once it was asked in some of the PCS and even in fact in some of the format of the UPSC as well. And then he was also the prosecutor of the Buddhist monks. So these are two important facts, right? So we are done with now the Hunas. Now coming to the other dynasty, that is called the Maukharis, right? Maukharis, right? So Maukharis are somewhere in the Uttar Pradesh, that is in the western Uttar Pradesh. Their capital was at Kannauj. The founder of this dynasty was Harivarman Maukhri. Harivarman Maukhri. That is an important thing, right? Harivarman Maukhri. Now the second thing is that the capital of this Maukhri was at Kannauj. Right? So Maukhri's founder was Harivarman Maukhri and the capital was at Kannauj, right? Kannauj. Now the reason that it was in the western UP, Uttar Pradesh, that was around the Kannauj and had conquered parts of the Magad itself. So Maukharis. Now what is important about the Maukharis? There is one important king from the Maukharis, that whose name was Grahavarman, or you can say the Grahavarma. So that is called Grahavarman, right? What is the importance of this Grahavarma? Let me tell you. See here. This is the location of the Maukharis, that is in the western UP, Maukharis, and this is the Pushyabhuti dynasty. When we will discuss about the Pushyabhuti dynasty, then there would be a king whose name was Prabhakarvardhan. Prabhakarvardhan had two sons and one daughter. The name of the daughter was Rajshri. So Maukhri king Grahavarma will marry to the daughter of Prabhakarvardhan from the Pushyabhuti dynasty, right? And it has some significance that I will discuss during the discussion of the Pushyabhuti dynasty, right? So Grahavarma is important from this perspective itself, right? So Grahavarma married to Rajshri, who was the daughter of the Prabhakarvardhan from the Pushyabhuti dynasty. Prabhakarvardhan was the fourth king of this dynasty, right? So madam, now the capital of the Maukhri was at the Kannauj. And in ancient times, Kannauj was known as Kanya Kubza, right? Is it okay? So what is important from the Maukharis? What is the location of the Maukharis? Who is the founder of the Maukharis? What is the capital of the Maukharis? And who is the famous king of this Maukhri dynasty? That is called your Grahavarma. And just because, why Grahavarma was important? Because he had married to the daughter of the Prabhakarvardhan from the Pushyabhuti dynasty, right? So we have to just focus ourselves, we have to align ourselves according to the demand of the prelims examination, right? So madam, so this much is sufficient for the Maukharis. Is it okay? So Maukhri is the capital of the Maukhri was at Kannauj. So Kannauj, Hunas and all. Now coming to the other part. Now coming to the Gujarat, Maitrakas. The founder of this Maitrak was Bhattarak, right? And he was the military commander. That's why he is also known as the Senapati, right? Sir, madam. So the founder of this dynasty was Bhattarak. The Maitrak, the founder of this dynasty was Bhattarak, and their capital was at Vallabhi. Vallabhi was very much important, because it was a seat of learning and culture, right? And it was also important because of trade and the commerce, because its location was on the western coast, right? So Vallabhi, which was the capital, Vallabhi, that is in the Gujarat, was the capital, right? So there are two important things. Maitrak, the founder of this dynasty, was Bhattarak. Their capital was at Vallabhi in the Gujarat, and Vallabhi was the seat of learning and culture, and also the center of trade and the commerce, just because of its location on the western coast. I'm going to show you again the location of the Maitraks on the map. So this is the location of the Maitrak. That you can see, the blue shaded region is the region of the Maukharis, that is in the Saurashtra region, right? So their location being just because of its location on the western coast, it was very much important from the trade and the commerce perspective as well. Trade and commerce perspective as well. So this is your Maitrak, right? Sirs and ma'ams. Now, so here I was. So this is your Maitrak with the capital at Vallabhi, right? And the Vallabhi was the center of learning, seat of learning and the culture, and also the center of trade and the commerce, just because of its location on the western coast. This is the one thing. Second important thing, this is an important king from this dynasty, and whose name was Dhrupsena II. What is important about the Dhrupsena II? That we know that there is two Jaina councils conducted, one during the time of the Chandragupta Maurya, and the second during the time of your Dhrupsena from the Maitrak dynasty. In 512, Second Jana Council was organized under the chairmanship of Devardi Chama Sramana. So it was organized under the patronage of Dhrupsena from the Maitrak dynasty. So Dhrupsena had organized. Dhrupsena II had organized Second Jana Council at Vallabhi in 512 AD. In or CE, you can say, right? So that's another important aspect from this Maitraks. Is it okay? Is it okay, sirs and ma'ams? So that is another important thing, right? Now, so this much is about your Maitraks. Now let me tell you also, Second Jana Council is also important. Why this is important, right? During the Second Jana Council, if we talk, during the Second Jana Council, right? The canons of the Swetambars, you must be aware that the Jana monks were divided into the two sects primarily. One was your Swetambars and other was your Digambars, right? So Swetambars, who used to wear the white Anastas clothes. So this Second Jana Council helped in preserving the Swetambar canons, that is called the Agams, in the written form. Canon means that is called the original teachings of the Jainism, right? So Swetambar's canon, that is called the Agams, written in written form. So what is the significance of the Second Jana Council? Second Jana Council was organized to compile the Swetambar canon, that is known as the Agams, in the written form. So that is important, sirs and madams. So these are the two important aspects. Dhrupsena II organized Second Jana Council at Vallabhi in 512 AD and helped in preserving the Swetambar's canon, that is called Agams, in written form. So this much is only needed for your Maitrak. Now coming to the other smaller dynasty, that is called the Gaudas, right, sirs and ma'ams? So Gaudas location is in the Bengal, that I have shown you on the map. Again, I'm going to show you. So this is the region of the Gaudas. So this is the region of the Gaudas, that is your Bengal, Gaudas, right, sirs and madam? So this is the region of the Gaudas in the Bengal. Is it okay? So this is the region of the Gaudas in Bengal, right? Now see here. So this is in the Bengal. So this is your Gaudas. So this is your Gaudas. This is your Maitraks, right, sirs and madams? Now see here. The most important king from this dynasty was your Shashanka. And Shashanka is known for what, sirs and madam? Just I am going to tell you about the Shashanka. This Shashanka is known for its anti-Buddhist approach. He was anti-Buddhist. Is it okay? He was anti-Buddhist, right? and just to so express his hatredness towards the Buddhism, he had cut the Bodhi tree, under which Buddha got enlightenment, and thrown it into the river Falgu, or it is also known as river Niranjana. Falgu or river Niranjana. The same name for the same river. Two different names for the same river, right? So this is what is important for the Gaudas. Gauda's location is in Bengal. The most important king was Shashanka, and Shashanka was anti-Buddhist. He was anti-Buddhist, and just to express his hatredness towards the Buddhism, he had cut the Bodhi tree and threw it in the Falgu river Falgu or river Niranjana. So this is about your Gaudas. I believe it would be okay. So these are the very petty states, right, sirs and madams? Now coming to the later Guptas, right? As the name suggests that they are the sequels of the great Gupta rulers. No, this is not. Actually, they were not the direct descendants of the Guptas. So they had nothing to do with their lineage with the Guptas. Rather, in fact, they were the feudatories of. This dynasty was established by Krishna Gupta. They have just taken the title of the Gupta, but they were not actually from the background, from the lineage of the Guptas, the great Guptas, who had ruled in India from somewhere around 300 AD to 550 AD, right? So the founder of this dynasty was Krishna Gupta, and their location was in Magad, that is in the Bihar, right? Not direct descendants of the Guptas. So that is the only thing that you should know about. Nothing, there is no such achievement that we should mention here that would be important for your examination. So these are the petty states after the decline of the Guptas in the northern India. So now you can understand the political condition of India after the decline of the Guptas, especially in the North India, right? So now once again you can look into the map so that you can memorize well. So this is the location. Northwestern part, this is the Hunas. In Gujarat, this is called Maitrakas. Pushyabhuti, that is in the region of the Haryana, and their capital was at Thaneshwar, that we will discuss in detail. Right now, this is left. Then the Maukharis, that is in the western UP. Late Gupta, that is in Magad, Bihar, and then is Gaura, that is in your Assam. In the Bengal, and Varman dynasty, that I will again discuss, that is in the Assam. Is it okay? Is it fine? Gaura's line, that was Savite. They were the Savites. Pallavi, they were the Savite. So Shanka was the Savite. He was a staunch follower of the Saivism. Now, coming to the Pushyabhuti dynasty, right? So, madams, so see, this dynasty was established by Narvardhan. This dynasty was established by Narvardhan. And their capital was at Thaneshwar. Established by Narvardhan, right? And their capital was at Thaneshwar. Later shifted to Kannauj. By Harshavardhan. Later shifted to Kannauj, right? So their capital was at Thaneshwar, right? And later shifted to Kannauj, right? So, madam, the major dynasty that ruled at the Thaneshwar in Haryana and extended its authority all over the other feudatories were Pushyabhuti, right? So, madams. So in this dynasty, the fourth king was Prabhakarvardhan, what I was talking about, right? The story about the Prabhakarvardhan is very much important, and that can make a question for your prelims also. Prabhakarvardhan had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son was Rajyavardhan. This is the name of Rajyavardhan. He was the eldest son, right? Then he had also a daughter whose name was Rajyasri or Rajyasri, right? Rajyasri. And he had the youngest son whose name was Harshavardhana, right? Now, as I told you, this Rajyasree, when she was at the age of the marriage, when she was in the marriageable age, she was married to the Maukhari king Grah Varma. Maukhari king Grah Varma. Are you getting me? So she was married to the Maukhari king Grah Varma. He was a Maukhari king. Maukhari king, Maukhari king, Maukhari king, Maukhari king, King Grah Varma, right? Maukhari king Grah Varma. And their capital was at Kannauj. That is fine, sirs and madams. Now, just below the Maukharis, there was a small state of the Malwa, right? Are you getting me? So see here, I can show you. So this is your Malwa. On the map, you can see here. This is your Malwa. This is your Malwa, right? Malwa. This is your Gaura. This is your Maukharis, right? Maukhari. Now, Maukhari and the Malwa had border disputes, right? And they had the political ambitions to annex each other, right? So both of them were looking at each other with antagonism, right? So they were the foes. So Maukhari was always threatened by the Malwas and Malwas was always threatened by the Maukharis, right? Now what will happen when Maukhari king Grah Varma was married to the Rajyasree, Malwa king Devagupta attacked on Maukharis, attacked on the Maukhari, that is called on the Grah Varma, right? So it attacked on Maukharis, right? With the active support of the Gauras, with the active support of the Gaura king Shashanka, right? So at this time, the king of the Gaura was Shashanka. So with the support of the Gaura king Shashanka, Malwa king Devgupta attacked on the Maukhari king Grah Varma. Is it fine? Is it okay? Now, in this battle, what will happen? The Maukhari king Grah Varma was killed. Now, take the revenge of the murder of the Maukhari king Grah Varma, his brother-in-law. It means that the brother of Rajyasree, whose name is Rajyavardhan, he will come forward, right? So now he will take the revenge of the murder of his brother-in-law Grah Varma, right? He had killed the Devagupta, but what will happen? The Gaura king Shashanka will kill whom? That is called your Rajyavardhan. That is the king. That is the king of your of Pushyabhuti dynasty, right? So it is the case, right? So now Malwa king Devagupta killed Maukhari king Grah Varma with the help of the Gaura. Then Pushyabhuti dynasty, from the Pushyabhuti dynasty, Rajyavardhan will come to take the revenge of the murder of his brother-in-law, and he will kill Devagupta of Malwa, okay, Malwa. But unfortunately, Shashanka will now kill the Rajyavardhan also. Are you getting my points? So it will be killed by the Rajyavardhan. It is a story. So right, are you getting me? So this is your Rajyavardhan here, from Rajyavardhan from Pushyabhuti dynasty, Rajyavardhan from Pushyabhuti dynasty, Rajyavardhan from Pushyabhuti dynasty. Then Grah Varman from Maukharis, and Devagupta from Malwa king, Shashank from Gaura, right? And from Varman dynasty, there is a one name that is called Bhaskar Varman. The king of Varman dynasty at this time was Bhaskar Varman. Are you getting my points, right? So got the story. So Maukhari king was killed by Malwa king Devagupta with the help of Gaura king Shashanka. Then Rajyavardhan from the Pushyabhuti dynasty will come to defeat and kill the Malwa king Devagupta. But later on, Rajyavardhan was killed by Gaura king Shashanka, right? Now what will happen? His youngest brother, Harshavardhan, will come to take the revenge of the murder of his brother, right? So now Harshavardhan will come to the scene. Harshavardhan will come to the scene. Now what will happen? Harsha had good relations. Now Harsha, that is called Harshavardhan, had good relation with the Varman king Bhaskar Varman. So with the help of Bhaskar Varman, he will kill the Gaura king Shashanka. So this is the story. So now you can see these are the very petty states, and they were continuously fighting among themselves, right? So it was a very chaotic condition. So throughout the the post-Gupta period, you can see, even in the early medieval India, you will see the fightings. So these were the warmongering in fact, the dynasties. Now they were the petty states, and they were constantly fighting with each other. So this is a story that you could understand. Now, what will happen? Harshavardhan will come to take the revenge of the murder of his brother. Now, the other story was that actually his sister Rajshri was also now imprisoned by the Gauda king Shashanka. So he will rescue the life of his sister Rajshri as well, right? So these are two stories here. Harshavardhana will take the revenge of the murder of his brother Rajavardhana from the Gauda king Shashanka with the help of the Varman king Bhaskar Varman, right? And he had saved the life of his sister Rajashri. So this is the political achievement of the Harshavardhana. Are you getting me? Now, one more thing that I will discuss about the Harshavardhana. So here is the story, right? So, sir, madam, so you got the story here. Rajshri, Grahavarma, ruler of Kannauj, murdered by Devagupta, ruler of the Malwa, and Shashanka, ruler of the Gauda, that is called your Bengal. 9. Rajyavardhan defeated the Malwa army and killed Devagupta, but was killed by Shashanka. So that is also written over here, right? Harshavardhana drove away Shashanka from the Kannauj because Shashanka had captured Rajshri and established his control over the Kannauj. Is it okay? टेम्परेचर इस तरह थोड़ा सा रेज कर दीजिए. So this is a story that you could understand now. Now moving ahead. Now, so there is some other story as well. So taking you again on the map. Now see. So this was the condition of the North India, right? So when there was the Pushyabhuti dynasty, and when after the murder of or after the killing of the Grahavarma, now the Pushyabhuti dynasty had established its control over the entire Kannauj, that is the Maukharis region, right? And now they will also extend their empire till the Bengal after killing or defeating the Shashanka. So now the Pushyabhuti dynasty was extended. Sirs and madams, and this extension was from here till here. So this was the extent of the Pushyabhuti dynasty or the Vardhan dynasty. So it was a huge empire because the capital of the Pushyabhuti was Thaneshwar, but after the murder of the Grahavarma, now the Maukhari was annexed with the Pushyabhuti dynasty. And when Pushyabhuti king Harshavardhana had defeated the Gauda king Shashanka, they have extended their empire till the West Bengal, till the Bengal, not West Bengal, till the Bengal, right? So this was the extension of the Harshavardhana. It was the extension of the Vardhan dynasty under the Harshavardhana. Is it okay? Now, coming to the southern India or the Dakkanwala part, right? So when there was a rule of the Pushyabhuti dynasty in the northern India as a formidable power, at the same time, there were the Chalukyas of the Badami in the Deccan region, that is in the western part of the Maharashtra. So this is a location of here Chalukyas of Badami. We will talk about the Chalukyas in detail. There are 3 different phases or 3 different dynasties of the Chalukyas, right? So one of the dynasties, early dynasty, is your Chalukyas of Western Chalukyas or Chalukyas of the Badami, right? So here this dynasty was established by Pulkesin first. But when Harshavardhana was there, the contemporary king was Pulkesin second, right, sir, madam? So Pulkesin second was the ruler of Chalukyas, right? Is that okay? So he was the ruler of the Chalukyas. Is that fine? So he was the contemporary of Harshavardhana. So either way, the question may come in your examination. Who was the contemporary of the Harshavardhana from the Chalukya dynasty? This was the Pulkesin second, right? So, madams. So now what will happen here? I would like to tell you. Now you can imagine the situation here. So Harshavardhana had extended its empire from Thaneshwar to UP, that is your Kannauj, to Magad, to Bengal. So this was the extent of the Harshavardhana. Is that okay? So northern India was now under the control of the Harshavardhana. So Harsha, it was Harshavardhana. So Harshavardhana had established its control on the northern India, right? So now you have understood how he had establish its control over the northern India, right? Now, at the same time, there was in the southern India, there was in the Deccan region, not in southern India, this was your Chalukyas of Badami, right? So this was the Chalukyas of Badami. And at this time, Chalukyas, from this Chalukyas, there was Pulkesin second. Pulkesin second was the ruler from the Chalukyas, right? Is it okay? Now, what will happen? With the expansion of the Harshavardhana's empire in the northern India, right? Now, he will also try to expand his territory in the southern India, right? So, with his territorial ambitions, he will fight with the Chalukyan king, Pulkesin II. And this battle will take place on the bank of river Narmada. This is your river Narmada. It is draining into the Arabian Sea. This is your river Narmada. So, right, sir, madam. So, what will happen in the process of his territorial expansion? Harshavardhana will fight a battle with the Pulkesin, that is the Chalukyan king Pulkesin II, on the bank of river Narmada. In this battle, Harshavardhana was defeated by the Pulkesin II, right? That may make a question that who had defeated Harshavardhana? Harshavardhana was defeated by no, Harsha was not killed, right? So Pulkesin II had defeated Harshavardhana. So you got this story, right, sir, madam? So this is how the Pulkesin has defeated Harshavardhana on the bank of river Narmada. So this is the story over here, right? अरे वो एसी बहुत ठंडा कर देगा लोग, इससे दिक्कत हो जाएगी। अभी मैंने उनको कम कहा है करने के लिए, टेम्परेचर थोड़ा रेज करने का। हाँ, अभी किया है उन्होंने पसंद, ठीक है ना? ये तो गलत जॉब करता है, अभी ठीक चल रहा है, ठीक है ना? अभी चल रहा है, जैसे कुछ होगा नहीं बताता हूँ। Right, sirs and madams? So now this is the story over here. Now see, but after defeating Harshavardhana, Pulkesin II had given the title of Sakal Uttarapatnath to Harshavardhana, because they have made alliances. Right? So when Harsha was defeated in the hands of the Pulkesin, the Chalukyan king Pulkesin II, now they developed an alliance. They become friends, right? So now what will happen? So Pulkesin II had given the title of Sakal Uttarapatnath, which means Lord of the entire north, upon the Harshavardhana. Now this is very much important. It's very much important who had given the title of Sakal Uttarapatnath to Harshavardhana. It was by Pulkesin II itself. In some of the Gupta kind of the books, it is written that this title is taken by Pulkesin II. This is not factually correct. This is not correct. In fact, this title was given by Pulkesin II to the Harshavardhana. So Sakal Uttarapatnath is a very important title. Even the titles are also coming in your examination. You must have seen in the previous year's question. In fact, last year itself, it said in the prelims question there was a question on the titles, right? So Sakal Uttarapatnath, which means the Lord of the entire north, was given to the Harshavardhana by Pulkesin II, right? And after that, Pulkesin had taken the title of Dakshina Pateshwar, meaning the Lord of the Deccan, Lord of the South. So this was a kind of arrangement, it was a kind of understanding between the Chalukyan king Pulkesin II and the Vardhan king Harshavardhana, right? So he had taken the title of Dakshinapat Pateshwar, right? Pulkesin II himself had taken the title of Dakshinapat Pateshwar. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay. Now, so this was the political development during the time of the Harshavardhana. Now there is some cultural aspect that is also important during the time of your Harsha. So let me tell you about that also. So see here. See, Harsha is known for Harsha. During the time of the Harshavardhana, second Chinese traveler came to India. The first Chinese traveler was Fahian, right? Fahian, who came to India during the time of Chandragupta II, that is Chandragupta Vikramaditya. The second Chinese traveler was your Huan Chang, who came to India. This Huan Chang is also known as the Prince of Travelers, also known as the Prince of Travelers, right? And he had authored a book that is called C.U.K. Visited India during this time period when he came to India, 1629 to 1644. He earned Harsha's friendship and left a vivid account of the beauty, grandeur, and prosperity of the Kannauj, right? Of the Kannauj. That is important, right? And he gives a detailed account of the Grand Assembly held at Kannauj, right? So these are the things, so madams. So Huan Chang, he was the second Chinese traveler, came to India. He is known as the Prince of the Travelers. He had a very good relationship. That is not Go Koki, that was a Fokoki by Fahian. Right? So Siyuki was a book that was written by the Huan Chang. Actually, it's a kind of the travelogue. In his account, he had given a vivid description of the capital of the Harshavardhana, that is called the Kannauj. So he gave a detailed account of the Kannauj, right? He also used to celebrate a solemn festival at Prayag, that is called Allahabad, also Prayag, at the end of every 5 years. So a quinquennial religious assembly was organized by Harshavardhana at the Prayagraj every 5th year. That is again important. Sirs and madams, right? So every 5th year, he used to organize a quinquennial religious assembly at Prayagraj, and also held Mahamoksha Parishad at Allahabad to donate gifts to the poor and the needy people. The sixth such assembly was attended by Huan Chang in 643 AD at Prayag, right? Assembly at Prayag. So that is an important thing. So this is what he had mentioned about the Prayag, and then Kannauj. Every year he used to give lavish donations at Kannauj also. That is also assembly. Now coming to the other aspects, right? Harsha. Harsha himself was an accomplished author as well. He was not only known for his political achievements, but he was also a very cultured person, and he had authored certain books, right? In fact, dramas. So he had written 3 books. One is your Priyadarshika, other one is your Ratnavali, and the third one is your Nagananda. Out of these three, Priyadarshika and Ratnavali, both are romantic comedies. They are the romantic comedies, right? Romantic comedies. So that he had written 3 books, Priyadarshika, Ratnavali, and Nagananda, right? Priyadarshika and Ratnavali are the romantic comedies, right? Again, he had a courtier whose name is Banbhatta, right? Banbhatta was his courtier. Banbhat was his courtier, right, sirs and madams? Banbhat was his courtier. ठीक है, Banbhatta was his courtier of Harsha and Harsha, right? Authored or written the biography of Harsha under the title of Harshacharit. Harshacharit. Is it okay? Harshacharit. It is also important, right? Wrote Harshacharit. That is called the biography of Harshavardhana. He was the court poet of Harshavardhana, Banbhatta, and he also mentions in his biography, in the biography of Harshavardhana, that's called Harsharita, that Harshavardhana was a accomplished flute player. वो बांसुरी बजाने में भी काफी तेज था, right? So he was an accomplished flute player, right? So this is the thing, Susamam, about the Harsha. Now, if we talk about the army of the Harshavardhana, His ordinary soldiers were known as the Chart and Bhats. That directly can make a question, who were the Charts and Bhats? So Chart and the Bhats were the ordinary soldiers during the time of the Harshavardhana or during the time of early medieval India, you can say. Either way, the question may come. So Charts and Bhats were actually the ordinary soldiers, or you can say the police. So either way, the question may come. Ordinary soldiers or police. Right, Sir Samam? So Charts and the Bhats. Now coming to the other aspect, Sir Samam. Now, if we talk about the law and order, that can directly make a question for your exam also. If you talk about the law and order during the time of Harshavardhana, it is said that the laws of the land were severe. It was severe, and generally robbery was considered second only to the treason. So robbery was considered the second the crime only after the treason. That could they throw. Now, if you talk about the Wayne Chang, according to Wayne Chang, punishment for the crime was harsh. During that time, punishment was harsh. Then orders was given by fire, water, and poison. If you will sustain after taking poison and water and the fire, it means that you are what? You are guilt free. You are not the accused. If you are the accused, then you are free, right? So you were tested by fire, water, and the poison used to determine the innocence or guilt of a person. But later it appears under the influence of Buddhism. Harsha, you know that later on became what I say the Buddhist, right? And he had also organized, he had also given patronage to the Wayne Chang, who was into the Buddhist faith. So later, under the influence of Buddhism, the severity of the punishment was mitigated and criminals were punished for the life. No death sentence was given. It was a later development, but initially the laws were very much severe. Generally, robbery was also treated next only to the treason, right? And punishment was harsh. That is the information given by Wayne Chang. Now coming to the empire. If we talk about the empire of the Harsha, empire was divided into the Bhuktis. Bhukti was into the Vishyas. Vishyas was further divided into the Pathaks, and Pathaks were divided into villages. So Samrajya was divided into the Bhuktis, Vishay, Pathaks, and the village. So this was the arrangement, madams, right? Now, coming to the other aspects. Now, contemporary the Guptas, right? So later Guptas, in fact, this was the one called the Vakatakas. So just let me tell you who was the Vakatakas. The founder of this dynasty was Vindhya Sakti. Vindhya Sakti was the founder of the Vakatakas, right? And their capital was Purik. That is the modern day Paunar, located in the Wardha district of Maharashtra. That's it. Nothing more than this, right? And they were the contemporary of the Guptas. Contemporary of Guptas. Okay. Now, done. Now coming to the other aspects, so madams, right? Is it okay? Now see, again, let me tell you one more thing. Now see here. We have seen the condition of the North India, right? Harsha was there, and Harsha had established an empire from in the entire region, that is from Haryana to Bengal. So this was the extent, right? But after the decline of the Harshavardhana, three important powers emerged in three different geographical locations. Here, and here, right? Is it okay? So after, with the decline of the Harshavardhana, three important powers emerged in three different locations. In Bengal, this was the Pallas. This is called the Pallas. In Bengal, that was in Bengal, right? In Deccan, there was Rashtrakutas in Deccan. Kutas in Deccan. In Deccan. This was the Rashtrakutas in Deccan. Is it okay? In Deccan. And in Gujarat and Rajasthan, there was a one dynasty that is called Pratiharas. Pratiharas. And they were in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Gujarat plus Rajasthan. Right? So with the decline of the Harshavardhana, the three important dynasties emerged in the three different geographical locations. That is your Pala in Bengal, Rashtrakutas in Deccan, and then Pratiharas in Gujarat and the Rajasthan wala region, right? Now see. So now what will happen, so madams? There is one more thing that I need to discuss here. So we need to talk about the Palas, Rashtrakutas and the Pratiharas. Now when they were the important powers, there was an important battle that was fought for the sake of a heart, and the heart was nothing more than a territorial ambition of the three powers, right? So this heart was your Kannauj. Kannauj, right? This was your Kannauj. Right? This heart was your Kannauj. For the sake of Kannauj means that all the three powers after the decline of the Harshavardhana, Pala, Pratihara and the Rashtrakutas were now fighting among themselves to establish their control on the Kannauj, right? Which used to be the imperial seat. Is it okay? So now they will fight among themselves. For the sake of this Kannauj, Pala, Pratihara and Rashtrakutas, will be engaged into a struggle that is known as tripartite struggle. Tripartite struggle that continued for 200 years. Continued for 200 years. Tripartite struggle, that continued for 200 years. Is it okay? That continued for 200 years. Is it fine? Tripartite struggle that continued for 200 years. Is it okay? All good? Are you getting me? So now this tripartite struggle was between the Palas, this is your Pratiharas, and this is your Rashtrakutas as well. Right. So all the three powers will be engaged into this tripartite struggle. So now we need to talk about the Palas, Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. Is it okay? Pala, Pratihara and the Rashtrakutas, right? And about this tripartite struggle as well. Now, coming here. So now you can see here. So now early medieval India, we are getting into this. Now see. So this is the this is the one that's called tripartite struggle. Now second important thing, sirs and madams, one more thing here is important for us to understand. When Harshavardhana was there, Harsha was there. Harshavardhana. Then Chalukyas were here. Chalukya. And the Chalukyan king was Pulkesin II. Pulkesin II. And there was, on the eastern coast, there was a dynasty that is called Pallavas. Pallava, right? Pallava. So now we have seen the territorial conflict between Harsha and the Chalukya. There was a conflict that was fought on the bank of river Narmada. So there's a conflict between the north and the Deccan, right? And again there was a conflict between Chalukya and the Pallavas, right? So now we have seen the development of the political condition of the North India, political condition of the North India, right? With the Harshavardhana. Now if we come to the south, the southern part, then there will be a territorial conflict between the Chalukyas and the Pallavas also. So now what we need to do, there are the two different aspects that we need to understand here. From the South India, we need to understand the relationship between the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. That is one important aspect. And the Chalukyas and the Harshavardhana or Harsha, that is the second important aspect. Is it okay? So that is the second important aspect. So it is already done. This is done now. Now we need to discuss about this, the relationship between the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay? Now, so coming to the now other development. Now see, so after Harshavardhana, now we will move how? First, now we will go in the zigzag way. Now after concluding the Harshavardhana, we will come to the South India, right? To understand the Chalukya and the Pallavas relationship. So this is the one thing that we are going to cover here. Chalukya and the Pallavas, Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Then we will go to the North India again after the Harshavardhana, that is called the tripartite struggle. So the tripartite struggle, so after concluding this tripartite struggle and talking about the Pallas, Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas, again we will come down to the South India to discuss about the imperial Cholas. And after discussing about the imperial Cholas, again we will go to the north to talk about your Rajputs, right? It was a time when the Islam was also making inroad into India. So we will talk about the conflict between the Rajputs and the Islamic invaders, and that will lead to what that is called the age of the conflict. In the age of the conflict, we will again see again, after this age of the conflict, finally, the Turks will establish Delhi Sultanate in India, right? So now this age of the conflict would lead what? Conflict between the Turks and the Rajput states, and finally in this conflict, Turks would be successful to create their empire that is known as the Delhi Sultanate. So this is how we are going now, moving forward after the Harshavardhana. Now first we will talk about the Chalukya and the Pallava relationship. Then we will talk about the tripartite struggle, including in detail the Pallavas, Pratiharas and Rashtrakutas. Then we will come to discuss about the Cholas, and then we will move to the Rajputs to talk about the age of the conflicts, and then the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay, sir, ma'am? Till here things are okay? Okay. So now let me discuss about the Chalukya and the Pallavas. So here is the Chalukyas. So listen me carefully. This is a very important area, sir, ma'am. So if we talk about the Chalukya dynasty, there are the three different phases, or you can see the three different dynasties of the Chalukyas. The three phases are, the first phase is what is, sir, ma'ams? This is your early Western Chalukyas. And they are known as Chalukyas of Badami. Right? That is in the Karnataka. This Badami is in, that is also known as Vatapi. And that is in Karnataka. And Telangana also. Okay, Karnataka and Telangana. The second one is Eastern Chalukyas. Eastern Chalukyas. Eastern Chalukyas. Or it is known as the Chalukyas of Vengi. Chalukyas of the Vengi. Right? Actually, this dynasty was established by the brother of Pulkesin II, who had defeated Harshavardhana. And the name of his brother was Vishnuvardhana. I will talk about, when we will talk about the Chalukyas and Pallavas conflict, then I will let you know who had established the dynasty of the Vengi. That is called Vishnuvardhana, who was the brother of the Chalukyan king Pulkesin II. The third dynasty is your later Western Chalukyas of Kalyani, that is again from the Karnataka. So these are three dynasties, sirs and madam, or three different phases of the development of the Chalukyas. Is it okay? This is one aspect. Now it is also said that these Chalukyas were the feudatories of a small state of Kadambas. And the Kadambas' capital was at Banbasi, that is in the Karnataka itself, right? So they were the feudatories of Kadambas, and they were also the Kadambas, and their capital was at Banbasi, and that is in Karnataka, sir, madam. That is in the Karnataka. Is it okay? That is in Karnataka. It's okay? Done? Karnataka. Now, if we talk about the founder of this dynasty, early Western Chalukyas, or the Chalukyas of Badami, founder was Pulkesin first. Eastern Chalukya was established by Vishnuvardhana, who was the brother of Pulkesin II. And then later Western Chalukyas, the Chalukyas of Kalyani, was established by Talab, right? On the timeline, you can see the development of early Western Chalukyas of Badami, then Chalukyas of Vengi, and then Chalukyas of Kalyani. So this is the sequence, right, Sister Man? So that will directly come in your exam also, right? So this is the sequence also. Chalukyas of Badami, Chalukyas of Vengi, and Chalukyas of Kalyani. That is B, V, and your K, VVK, Badami, Vengi, and then your Kalyani. Pulkesin. Now, so this is the geographical location. This is the location of the early Western Chalukyas, and this is the Eastern Chalukyas, right? But the location of this Western Chalukya is not correct. Here. Right? So this is not correct. They are also in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Telangana. So their location is here only. This is the reason they're here only. I'm sorry. So this is also in this region itself, right? In the region itself. That is not correct. This is the Narmada river. So this is a reference that is given here. Narmada is right over here. This is your Narmada river, right? This is your Narmada river. So this is south of the Narmada river. This is the later Western Chalukyas. But the location is not here, not correct here. That is in the Karnataka and Telangana region itself. Okay? Telangana, Maharashtra, and Karnataka itself. Is it okay? Are you getting me? Now, so coming to the early medieval here, the Chalukyas of the Badami. So let me talk about this Chalukyas of the Badami, right? So Chalukyas of the Badami. So as I told you, the founder of this dynasty was Pulkesin first, right? The most famous, and their capital was at Badami, that is called Vatapi, and Badami, and then Badami to your, that's Patatkal. That it was shifted to Patatkal. Initially it was Ehol to Badami, Badami to Patatkal. So there were three capitals in the different types of the Chalukyas, but the most popular one was your Badami, that is called Vatapi. Initially it was Ehol, then to Badami, and then to Patatkal. The most famous king of this dynasty was your Pulkesin II, right? Right, sirs and madams? So now let me tell you one thing, sir and ma'am here. See here. Right? See. So there was always a conflict between the Chalukyas and Pallavas. There's always a conflict, right? Always a conflict. And the conflict was just because of the two reasons. So, madam, this is called the Doab reason. Doab reason. This is called your Doab reason. Doab reason, right? Write your Doab reason. They were continuously fighting among themselves, right? When there was a king, the king of this Chalukya was Pulkesin II. Pulkesin II. There was a king whose name was Mahendravarman. Or Mahendravarman. Varman. Right? Mahendravarman. So now what will happen? This Pulkesin II will fight a battle with Pulkesin, this Mahendravarman, and defeated him. Right? So Pulkesin fought a battle with the Mahendravarman, Pallava king Mahendravarman, and Mahendravarman was defeated. In this battle, Mahendravarman was defeated, right? And then the eastern, your northeastern part, you can say the part of the Pallavas. This region was of the Pallavas. This region was of the Pallavas, right? So now this region, the northern part, northeastern part of the Pallavas, that is known as the Vengi, was taken by Vengi. So this was the Vengi. It was taken by the Pulkesin II, right? And this Vengi was given to Pulkesin's brother Vishnuvardhan. Vishnuvarman, right, sirs and madams? So this is the story. Vishnuvarman. Vishnuvardhana, sorry. Vishnuvardhana. Is that okay? Vishnuvardhana. It's done. It's okay. And this is how the Chalukyas of the Vengi was established. After Mahendravarman, Narsivarman became the king, and he had defeated Pulkesin II. Pulkesin was defeated, and after defeating Pulkesin II, Narsivarman has taken the title of Vatapi Konda. After defeating Pulkesin II, he has taken the title of Vatapi Konda, right? Vatapi Konda. Konda means that is called the conqueror, and Vatapi was the capital of the Chalukyas. That's why he had taken the title of Vatapi Konda. Is it okay? Now, there is certain title that is taken by Mahendravarman. Mahendravarman was a very cultured person as well. He was a great warrior also. It is another matter that he was defeated. He sustained a defeat in the hands of Chalukyan king Pulkesin II. But he was a great he was not only he was a great warrior, he was a great the ruler, and he was also a very cultured man, right? And his veracity of his talent could be understood by his different titles. So let me discuss about the different titles taken by the Mahendravarmana and the Narsivarmana as well, right? So let me talk about the Mahendravarman now through your PPT, itself, right, sister madam? So we have seen here, these are things, Vishnuvardhana and all, established the eastern branch of the Chalukyas, that is called Vengi. Now coming to the other discussions, sister madam, this is your Kadambas, their capital was Banbasi, and Chalukyas were the feudatories of these Banbasis, right, sirs and madams? So this is your Chalukyas and Kadambas, their capital was Banabasi, right? This is your Pallavas and the northeastern part of the Vengi, which was taken by the Chalukyan king Pulkesin II, right? Pulkesin II. So this is the map of this. Now here. So see the Pallavas, about the Pallavas. So see the Pallavas. If I talk about the Pallavas, this dynasty was established by by Singh Vishnu. And their territory was lying between the two rivers, Krishna and the Kaveri. Sri Vishnu was the worshipper of Vishnu. He was the worshipper of Vishnu and had taken the title of Avni Simha, that is the lion of the earth, Avni Simha. And their capital was at Kanchi. So these are the very basic information that is equally important for your exam. Right? Is that okay? So Avni Simha, lion of the earth, capital was at Kanchi. Now coming to the Mahendravarman, the beginning of the Chalukyas and Pallavas conflict. Is it okay? Now coming to he was defeated by Pulkesin II at a place called Pullalur near Kanchi. This is called the Battle of Pullalur. So that's led to what? Battle of Pullalur. Battle of Pullalur, right? Near Kanchi. He purchased peace by ceding their northern province to the Pulkesin II, second, and this was your Vengi. Right? So Vengi was given to the Chalukyan king Pulkesin II by Mahendravarmana. Now coming back to the Mahendravarmana was a expert Veena player like Samudra Gupta. He had authored Sanskrit work like Mat Vilas Prahashan. That is a very important book for your exam. Mat Vilas Prahashanam. He was a follower of Jainism but converted to Saivism under the influence of Tirunvaka or Appar, right? Follower of the Jainism but under the influence of, converted to Saivism under the influence of an NR sent Tirunavaka or Appar. So these are the important informations. So these are very much important informations because we can expect the questions from here, sirs and madams, right? So author, he authored the book that is called Mat Vilas Prahashanam, right? So we are talking about Mahendravarman, right? Mahendravarman. Now coming to the other aspect. If we talk about Mahendravarman, we are talking about the Mahendravarman itself. Mahendravarman. He had a remarkable passion for grand and creative titles. He had a passion for grand and creative titles, reflecting his personality, talents, and royal achievements. Like the titles were, he had taken Chethatkari, which means temple builder. He had taken the Chitrakara Puli, which means tiger among the painters. So he was a builder. He was a painter, right? Matvilas, one who is addicted to enjoyment. Also the title of famous play Matvilas Prahashan, right? So he was very much a merry-making person. He was believing in the merry-makings. Then Vichitra Chitra, man of the diverse creative genus. Okay? Creative genus. So these are the titles he had taken. Vichitra Chitra. Then is Litkankura, which means charming and noble offspring. He was also known as Gunbhadra, virtuous and meritorious. So these are the titles he had taken. He has taken. The title says his personality. It's indicative of his personality, his creative personality, right? So these are the titles he had taken. Now coming to Narasimhavarman, right? Narasimhavarman. He was the greatest of all the Chalukyan Pallavas king, greatest of the Pallavas, and he had taken the title of Mahamalla or Mamla, which means that is called great wrestler. So that is again very much important. Is it okay? So he took the title of Mahamal or the Mamalla, which means great wrestler. He had defeated Pulkesin II and lost his life, and hence Narasimhavarmana assumed the title of Vatapi Konda, that is called the conqueror of Vatapi, as I told you. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, coming to the Aparajit Varman. This Aparajit Varmana was the last king, the last Pallava king, and he was defeated by Chola king Aditya. Chola king Aditya had defeaed Aparajit Varman and seized the Kanchi region. So this is how the Pallavas came to his end. So this was what we talk about the Chalukyas and the Pallavas, and the architectural styles or architectural achievement that we have already discussed in the art and culture part. It's okay? Is that okay? Right, Sister Ma'am? Aparajit Varman. Now see, after now, as I told you, we'll come to South India, then we will go back to the North India, right? So now, after Harshavardhana, we come to say South India to discuss the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Now we will move to the North India to discuss about Pallavas, Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. And this is for the sake of the Kannavas. They were into the tripartite struggle. So this is what is the indication of this map, right? So after the death of the Harshavardhana, three major powers emerged in North India. That is in your Pratiharas, that is your Pallavas, and this is your Rashtrakutas. Rashtrakutas are in Deccan region, in fact. This is not the south, and this is your Deccan. In fact, this is your Deccan. Right? Is it okay? Now. Now, let me talk about the Pallavas first. Right? So see, the Palla dynasty was established by Gopal. He was the founder, right? He was the founder of Palla dynasty. Founder of the Palla dynasty, right? So it is said that Khalimpur copper plate inscription of Dharmapala talk about the Gopala. How? It is said that he was the elected king. What is the meaning of this elected king? How he was elected? Let me tell you. See, actually, I'm sorry, a little bit I'm in the cuff. So now this is a Gopala. Just try and understand. So Samams. You know that Harsha had established his territory till Bengal, right? After defeating, so Harsha, after defeating Shashanka of Gauda. So he was eliminated, right? And established his control in Bengal. Right? So Bengal. Now it was the part of the Harshavardhana, but he was unable to ensure an effective government or effective administration in Bengal. He was unable to maintain an effective government in Bengal just because of the long distance communication gap was there. Is it okay? So there was the communication gap. It's okay, sir and madam. So Bengal was here, sir, madam. So Bengal was there. So now Bengal was a part of the Harshavardhana dynasty, but there was lacking. It was lacking efficient administration. Failed to ensure. Failed to ensure an effective government. Effective government because of the distance. After the death of Harsha, there was lawlessness. Lawlessness, or you can say anarchy or chaos in Bengal, leading to Matsya Nyaya, to the condition of Matsya Nyaya, right? Is it okay? So you got the meaning of Matsya Nyaya, sirs and madams. So here I was talking about the Matsya Nyaya. So see, sirs and madams. So this is a condition of the Bengal, Matsya Nyaya, that is the law of the fish. Okay, that is called the law of the fish. Law of the fish means that big fish eats the small fish. This is the literal meaning of the Matsya Nyaya, which means that it is a condition that refers to a condition of anarchy where the strong prey upon the weak, right? So now there's always a demand of a sovereign state. That is a ancient political understanding, right? If there is a condition of the Matsya Nyaya, then we need to have some kind of the sovereign state to protect the interest of the weaker people, right? So this is what is called the Matsya Nyaya. So Matsya Nyaya is a concept that is related to the ancient political system. Is it okay? Right? So this is an ancient political system actually. This Matsya Nyaya is a condition that indicates the ancient political system to ensure what I say, that is called the efficient administration to protect the interests of the weaker section by a sovereign state, right? So that demands, if there is a Matsya Nyaya, that demands for a sovereign state. Is it okay? Are you getting me? So now after the death of the Harshavardhana, Bengal was under the Matsya Nyaya, condition of the Matsya Nyaya, that is called the lawlessness, where the rule of or the law of the fish was prevailing. That is, a big fish eats the small fish. That refers a condition of anarchy where the strong prey upon the weak. So this is the condition, right? Now, so if we talk about this, so the people of the Bengal was now very desperate to have a kind of political structure that could work for them, right? So therefore, in this situation, the people have taken the initiative to establish, to install a king by themselves, and that's why Gopala was an elected king by the people itself, right? And this information is given by Kalimfur copper plate inscription of the Dharmpala, right? Now, so this is the one important aspect, sir, madam. So this is the condition of Matsya Nyaya. Matsya Nyaya condition say, so he was an elected king, right? Now, Gopala had established a monastery in Bihar that is called Odantapuri Monastery. Now coming to the next king, whose name is your Dharmpala. He had established another monastery that is called Vikramshila in Bhagalpur, Bihar itself. And he had also donated 200 villages to Nalanda University, which was established by Kumaragupta. That you know about it, right? Is it okay? Now, this was not a kind of Bidhan Bagdi, that was not a kind of the political system, so madam. There was a kind of the voting pattern and all. They have decided that he should be our king. He should be our king right now. So he was installed to the throne by the people. Is it okay? Now, coming to the other aspects. Now, so Devapala, coming to the Devapala. If we talk about the Devapala, that is the next king, right? It is said that there are the two inscriptions of the Palas. One is your Badal inscription, Badal pillar inscription. Other is Nalanda pillar inscription, right? So this Badal pillar inscription highlights the military achievements of Devapala. And there is a other important inscription that is called Nalanda copper plate inscription. Nalanda copper plate inscription that highlights his role in promoting Buddhism and fostering international ties, especially with the Southeast Asia, with the Suvarnabhumi. So now these two are important inscriptions. Badal inscription, that is also in Bihar. Nalanda is also in Bihar. So these are the two inscriptions, right? These inscriptions belongs to the Devapala that provides a detailed account of his achievements. The Badal inscription highlights his military achievements, whereas the Nalanda inscription highlights his interest in the Buddhism, what he had done in the promotion and propagation of the Buddhism, and fostering international ties with the Suvarnadweep or Suvarnabhumi that is known as Southeast Asia. Is it okay? So now this was your Devapala, right? So on the request of the Sailendra dynasty king, Baldevaputra, he had granted 5 villages to the monastery at the Nalanda, right? Now, so this is the one thing. Sailendra means, that is called Sailendra dynasty is from your Indonesia. That is in Indonesia. That is Indonesia, Sumatra, you can say. So on the request of Baldevaputra, he had granted 5 villages to Nalanda University, right? Now, the Pala Empire was called Ruhmi or Roma Dharma, and Devapala is also known as Roma or Rumi Dharma by the Arab merchant Suleiman, who had visited India in the middle of the 9th century. Okay? In fact, it is a honorific title given to the Palas that denotes the golden glory and the imperial prestige of the Palas, right? Imperial prestige of the Palas. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the one thing. Pala Empire was called Rumi or Ruma Dharma by Arab merchant Suleiman, who came to India in the middle of the 9th century, right? Now coming to the next Pala king, Mahipala. In the late 10th century, he was there, and he was defeated by a Chola king whose name was Rajendra Chola. We will discuss about this Rajendra Chola and the Mahipala, right? So now see here, Sir Madam, I'm going to make it clear. So see, when there was the time of the this was the Chola Empire. In Chola Empire, there was the Palas, right? So in the South India, if we talk here, that is called the Cholas, and here was your Palas. So there was an imperial ruler whose name was Rajendra Chola. And there was a ruler from the Palas that is called Mahipala, right? He led an expedition to the Palas, right? To the Palas, and defeated Mahipala and Palas, and he was the victor, right? And after defeating Mahipala, he had brought Ganga water and established a new town in the found memory of his victory in the north, that is called Gangai Konda Cholapuram. And he had also taken the title of Gangai Konda, Rajendra Chola. That we will discuss in the Chola itself. But I'm just going to tell you the story behind it, right? So Chola had extended his empire till the Mahipala, and he had also developed the Bay of Bengal as a Chola lake. He had also developed the Bay of Bengal as the Chola lake. Is it okay? Chola lake. So he had developed Bay of Bengal as the Chola lake. Bay of Bengal. Is it okay? No. Now, so some arms. Now, again, coming back here. Is that okay? So this was our discussion, right, sister madam? Now coming to the other aspects. Now Pratiharas, right? Pratiharas. So see, Pratiharas, the literal meaning of Pratihara means doorkeeper. Pratiharas, the literal meaning of Pratihara is doorkeeper. Literal meaning is of the Pratihara is literal meaning. Literal meaning is of Pratihara is doorkeeper. 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 Is it okay? Doorkeeper. It's okay. So this is your doorkeeper, right? Literal meaning is doorkeeper. And the Pratiharas claimed themselves, claimed themselves that they are the descendants of Lord Lakshmana, brother of Lord Rama. Lord Rama. Right? Is it okay? Why? What is the meaning of this? Pratihara means doorkeeper, and claim that they are the descendants of the Lord Lakshmana, brother of Lord Rama. So let me take you on the map. So see, sirs and madams here. As you know that the location of the Gurjar Pratihara was Rajasthan and the Gujarat. So this is the location of the Pratiharas. Gurjar Pratiharas or the Pratiharas, both are the same. Okay, na? The same name, there are two different names for the same dynasty, Gurjar Pratihara or the Pratiharas. So this was the location of the Pratiharas, right? So this was the location of the Pratiharas, right? Pratiharas. When there was the Pratiharas, there was the Arabs who were very much active in the northwest of India. So there was the Arabs. There was Arabs trying to get inside the mainland India. But Arabs were successfully retaliated by the Pratiharas, right? Successfully retaliated by the Pratiharas. Is that okay? Successfully retaliated by the Pratiharas. Pratiharas successfully retaliated, contained or restricted. Pratiharas restricted Arabs. And just because of the presence of the Pratiharas, Arabs could not make a road into the mainland India. Is that okay? India. So the Arabs could not enter into the mainland India just because of the Pratiharas. Till the Pratiharas were strongly available in the northern India, Arabs could not, or Islam could not enter into India. So successfully restricted by or contained by the Pratiharas. Successfully contained by this one, right? So now in this sense, we can understand that they have somehow the doorkeepers. They were the doorkeepers. Now you can understand that Pratiharas were the doorkeepers. Now you can understand why they have called themselves as the Pratiharas, because they had successfully protected India from the Arab invasions, right? So that's why they are called the doorkeepers. And now they have established their lineage with the Lord Lakshmana. Why? In Ramayana, from Ramayana, you can get a story. Ramayana. When Lord Rama and Mother Sita with brother Lakshmana were into the jungle, then there was a episode of marriage, and this was orchestrated by Ravana, just to kidnap Sita Mata, right? You know that. So when they were into the jungle, there was a golden deer that passed through the hut of, or the kutia of the Ram, Lakshman and the Sita. Mata Sita had a look on that golden deer, and she was tempted to get that golden deer, and she requested Lord Rama to get that golden deer for her, right? Initially, Lord Rama had denied not to go after such kind of the golden deer because it's a jungle and there can be different kinds of the demons and all. So you should not desire for that. But Mata Sita, what I say that is, she insisted a lot to the Lord Rama. Then Lord Rama went behind that golden deer, and who was in disguise a demon, Marich, right? Who was sent by Lord Rama, Ravana, who was sent by Ravana, right? Is that okay? So now Lord Rama had given an order to Lakshman not to keep Mata Sita unprotected and be there as a doorkeeper to protect the Sita, right? Sita Mata. Is it okay? Now, what will happen when Lord Rama went inside the jungle, right? And Lakshman was there as a doorkeeper before the Sita. All of a sudden, there was a voice of a human being who was in the Kash. Mata Sita got a confusion that it may be Lord Rama who went behind the golden deer. हो सकता है कि there is a possibility that Lord Rama got some problem, maybe in some kind of problem. So now she insisted Lord Lakshman to go after the Lord Rama. So just taking the permission of the Sita Mata, he went after the Lord Rama to look what happened to Lord Rama. But before that, he had drawn a Lakshman Rekha, ठीक है ना, just to protect Sita Mata, right? Lakshman Rekha, and instructed Mata not to cross that Lakshman Rekha until both of them are coming. Is it okay? Both of them are coming. Is it okay? Now, so this was his story. Is it okay? Then Ravana came in a disguise of a sadhu for some kind of the alms and insisted Sita to come out of that Lakshman Rekha. So this is why Gurjar Pratiharas had claimed that they are the descendants of what? That is your of the Lord Lakshmana. So this is the story behind it. Is it okay? Now, so Pratiharas. So here, what I was talking about. So he checked the invasion of the Arabs. Now see here, sirs and madams, this was established by Pratihara was established by Nagbhat first itself. Nagbhat first, and their capital was Kannauj. Their prime capital was at Kannauj. Kannauj was their capital. Kannauj was their capital. The prime capital was their Kannauj. Is it okay? Now coming to the other aspects, sirs and madam. So one important king was, sirs and madam, that is that who belongs to the Pratihara, was Bhoj or Mihir Bhoj, most important king. So he had his capital at Kannauj, which was also called Mahodaya. So the ancient name of the Kannauj is called Mahodaya. He was called King Bora by Arab traveler Al-Masudi. King Bora. Bora means that mad or passionate for war. According to Arab travelers, the Pratihara rulers had the best cavalry. Is it okay? Had the best cavalry in India. He was a devotee of Lord Vishnu and adopted the title of Adi Vara. That is called Adi, means that is called primitive. So he was the primordial boer to protect so that he could give a sense that I'm the protector king, like the Lord Vishnu. You must have heard about the boar incarnation of the Lord Vishnu when the earth was taken by a demon in the ocean. Mahendrapala, that was the another important king under Bhoja, and his successor Mahendrapala. The Pratihara Empire it speaks of prosperity and the power. And during the time of this Mahendrapala, his court was adorned by a scholar whose name was Rajsekhar. He was eminent Sanskrit poet, and he was in the court of Mahendrapala, right? In the court of Mahendrapala. He was dramatist, and he was critic also. And he had written certain books like your Karpura Manjari, Kavya Mimansha, Bitsal Bhanjika, and Bal Ramayana. These are the books that is authored by Rajsekhar, and Rajsekhar was in the court of Mahendrapala, in the Mahendrapala. Is it okay? Mahendrapala. It's that. Now, coming to Rajyapala. So Rajapal was the next important king, but he was a weak or timid king. When Mahmud Ghaznavi led an attack on India or on the Kannauj, Mahmud Ghaznavi attacked on Kannauj, Rajapal fled from the battlefield. Fled from the battlefield. That's okay. So Rajapala is this, because of this event, he was recalled. Yashpala, he was the last ruler of this dynasty. By 1090 AD, the Garhwal conquered the Kannauj. That is another dynasty of the Garhwals that conquered the Kannauj. Right? Kannauj. So Yashpal was the last ruler of this dynasty. Is it okay? So, madam. So this is your Pratiharas, right? Now, coming to the Rashtrakutas. So if we talk about the Rashtrakutas, they were the feudatories of the Chalukyas. Their capital was at Manekhed or the Malkhed. The founder of this dynasty was Danti Durga. That is an important thing. That in fact it was asked also. Right? Now, if we talk about the next king, Krishna first, he gave the final blow to the Pallavas, right? Krishna first had constructed Kailashnath temple at Ellora near Aurangabad, that is in Maharashtra, and it is dedicated to Lord Shiva and is a monolithic temple. It's okay. Now, Govind III. If we talk about the Govind III is mentioned in Sanjana inscription of his reign. In the Sanjana inscription, it is mentioned that the horses of Govind III drank from the icy waters of the Himalayan streams, and his war elephants tasted the sacred water of the river Ganges. Right now, you can understand. It is not about the king Govind III. It's about the horses and elephants. The horses were so well taken care of that they were not compromising anything less than the icy waters of the Himalaya, the mineral water from the Himalaya itself, that is chilled water, right? And elephants had also tasted the sacred waters of the river Ganges. It simply explains the territorial extension of the Govind III from the Sanjan inscription. It's okay. He also claims that the Cholas, the Pandyas and the Cheras all used to pay him the tribute. So he was a very mighty king, right? So Govind III, he also claims that Cholas, Pandyas and the Cheras all paid him the tribute, right? Now, if we come to the next king from this dynasty, that is called Amoghvarsha first. He was a scholar king. And he had written a book that is called Kaviraj Marg. This is the earliest Kannada work on the poetics. And just because of his policies, he is known as peaceful policies, known as the Ashoka of the South. And he had this Amoghvarsha had committed this Amoghvarsha had committed some lekhna like some lekhna or santhara, jana finance, santhara like Chandragupta Maurya. Amoghvarsha had also practiced this, right? Is that okay? Now, coming to the next one, that is your Krishna III. He was the last great ruler of the Rashtrakuta dynasty. After his death, all his opponents united against his successors, and in 972, Rashtrakuta's capital Malkhed was sacked and burned into the ashes. This marks the end of the Rashtrakutas. Right? This is a small information. Palas, Pratiharas and Rashtrakutas were engaged into the tripartite struggle. It is said that the Palas had the largest number of the war elephants. Pratiharas had the finest cavalry, and Rashtrakutas had a large number of forts. The Palas and Rashtrakutas had their own navies, not the Pratiharas. Okay, because Palas and the Rashtrakutas were on the coast, that's why they have a strong navy, but their own navies, but not the Pratiharas because it was landlocked. Is it okay? Now, done now. So now we are coming to the tripartite struggle, a very brief discussion. The tripartite struggle was for the sake of the Kannauj. It was between Palas, Pratiharas and the Rashtrakutas. The tripartite struggle ultimately ended in the favor of the Nagvat II, the Gurjar Pratihara ruler, and it was fought for the 200 years. So this is how we can end the tripartite struggle as well. Now it's the time to discuss about the Cholas. So we need to talk about the Cholas, and then we will talk about the Rajputs, rise of Islam, and then we'll move to the Delhi Sultanate. Right, sirs and madams? So I think we should take a break. We should take a break of 10 to 15 minutes. 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes. So now we will assemble back by, it's your 10:51. So 11:10 is a fine. Okay. So we are coming back at 11:10. Is it okay? It's okay. So coming at 11:10. At 11:10. 11:10. We'll come back at 11:10. Is that okay? It's fine. Can we take a small break? So some of you must have your breakfast. Radhe Radhe, Ayan Singh ji. Right? So we are meeting now at 11:10. It's okay? It's fine? So can we take a break now? Okay. Chal. So catch you soon. So welcome back. So let's start now. So now we need to talk about the Guptas, Cholas. So let me talk about the Chola Empire. See, uh, Chola Empire. So see here, sirs and madams, Chola Empire, right? Chola Empire. If we talk about the Chola Empire, right? Chola Empire. So we need to talk about now the Chola Empire. Chola Empire. Chola Empire, right? So see here. So see here. So see, right, sirs and madams. So they, you must have encountered the two Cholas. When the Chola was from the Sangam age Chola, Sangam age Cholas, Sangam age Chola, Sangam age Chola, Sangam age Cholas, and then is your Imperial Cholas, Imperial Cholas, Imperial Cholas, aged Imperial Cholas, Cholas. So one is aged Cholas, Cholas, and this is your Imperial Cholas, right? So when we talk about the Sangam age Cholas and the Imperial Cholas, there is a there's a difference of opinion in regard to the Cholas of Sangam age Chola and the Imperial Cholas, right? So Sangam age Chola, that there are certain historians who believe that Sangam age Chola and the Imperial Cholas has no connection. But there are certain scholars who believe that, especially from the South India, they believe that the Sangam age Chola are the Cholas that re-emerged during in the medieval Cholas or the Imperial Cholas as well, right? Even in the Tamil Nadu book, it is written that the Sangam age Cholas were the predecessor of the Imperial age Cholas, but we cannot confirm it right now because Tamil Nadu board is a state board, right? Tamil Nadu board is a state board, but NCRT board, NCRT that is written by the Government of India's agency, as a Government of India agency. So whenever there will be a kind of any kind of dispute in regard to this debate, whether they have the lineage from the Sangam Chola or not, obviously NCRT would be followed because NCRT, Tamil Nadu is not an NCRT. That is called State Council Education Research जो team है, that is called the State Board's book, right? NCRT is an all India level, on all India level. So whenever there will be difference, that would be considered by the answer would be taken by, validated by the NCRT itself, right? So in NCRT books, it is not confirmed yet that the Sangam age Cholas and the Imperial age Chola had any connection or not, right? But in some of the books, that is in Tamil Nadu board, it is written, and in some scholars from, especially from the South India, they believe that the Imperial Cholas are descendants of the Sangam age Chola, right? Sangam age Chola. But we cannot say it with conformity, right? Because in NCRT, this is not mentioned. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now, so this is the thing, so madam. Now coming to these Cholas, If I talk about these Cholas, right, the Imperial Chola that emerged in the early medieval period, this Chola was, dynasty was established by Vijayanagar, right? This is established by the Vijayanagar. Is it okay? Vijayanagar. The founder of this Chola dynasty was Vijayanagar, right, sirs and madams? And these Cholas were the feudatories of the Pallavas. They were the feudatories of the Pallavas. Initially, they were the feudatories of the Pallavas. Feudatories of the Pallavas. Pallavas, right? The Pallavas. Finally, they have overthrown the Pallavas and established their empire, right? Now, let me talk about the different Chola kings, If we talk about the Aditya first, he had defeated the Pallava king Aparajit, that we have already discussed about it. So, madam. So now see, the successor of Vijayalaya was the Aditya first, right? And there are certain important things that happened during the time of the Aditya first. There are certain battles. These battles are very much important. One is your Sri Puram Biyam, then is the Battle of Vellore, and then is Battle of Takkolam. There are three important battles that we need to discuss here, and they are very much important for your prelims, right? Very much important. So one thing about the Aditya first is he was the successor of the Vijayanagar, and he fought a battle that is called Battle of Sri Puram Biyam in alliance with the Pallavas, and defeated the Pandyas and defeated the Pallavas, right? The Pandyas, right? So in this battle, Cholas and the Pandyas and Pallavas, I'm sorry, Pallavas make an alliance. Pallavas made an alliance and defeated Pandyas. Is it okay? So Battle of Srimpuram Biyam, that is important, in which Cholas had developed an alliance with the Pallavas against the Pandyas and defeated the Pandyas. So this is the one important battle that you should take care of. So this is an important one, Sripuram Biyam. Now coming to the next battle, important thing that is called Parantak first, right? In the Battle of the Vellore, he had defeated the combined army of the Pandyas and the king of the Sri Lanka. Actually, one of the kings of the Pandyas had taken shelter in the Sri Lanka, right? And since Cholas had a very strong navy and they wanted to extend their empire not only in the mainland India but beyond the mainland India also, that is in the oceans, right? So Chola was also looking towards the Sri Lanka, but the right time was given by when the Pandya king had taken refuge in the Sri Lanka, So he had also defeated the Sri Lanka. So at the famous Battle of Vellore, he had defeated the combined armies of the Pandyas and the Sri Lanka, and Pandya territories became a part of the Chola Empire, right? The Chola Empire. This is the one thing, sir, madam, right? So this is, so this is the Battle of Vellore. In this battle, this battle was against the Pandyas, and in this battle, Pandyas had taken the support of the Sri Lanka had taken the support of the Sri Lanka and then fought against the Cholas. But in this battle, again, Cholas has defeated the Pandyas and the Sri Lanka, right? Whatever the story I have told you, that is in regard to the Raja first. That is not in regard to the Parantak first. Is it okay? Is it fine, sirs and madams? So it was in regard to the Raja first, right? So Battle of Vellore, he defeated the combined armies of the Pandyas of the Sri Lanka, and the Pandya territory became the part of the Chola Empire, right? After defeating the Madurai, that is the capital of the Pandyas, he had taken the title of Madurantaka and Madurai Konda. The meaning are the same. Madurai Konda means the capturer of the Madurai, and the Madurai Kanta means, Atanka means the destroyer of the Madurai, and Madurai was the capital of the Pandyas. Right? So these are important things. This may come in your examination, who are taking the title of Madura Antaka or Madurai Konda. The famous Battle of Vellore was fought between Sri Lanka Pandya versus the Cholas, right? However, in 949, he was defeated by the Rashtrakutas in the Battle of Takkolam, when the ruler of the Rashtrakuta was the Krishna III. That is the important one, and this question was asked in your prelims, that in the Battle of Takkolam was fought between whom? So this Battle of Takkolam was fought between the Krishna III and the Parantak first of the Cholas. In this battle, Cholas were defeated, right? So he was defeated by the Rashtrakuta king. Third Battle of Takkolam. So there are three important battles that you know today: Sripuram Biyam, Battle of Puram Biyam, then is Battle of Vellore, and then is Battle of Takkolam. That was between the Cholas, Pandyas, Rashtrakutas, and the Rashtrakutas. Is it okay? So Battle of Takkolam, Krishna III assumed the title of conqueror of Kanchi and Tanjai, and Rashtrakuta army overran the Tondai Mandalam. So these are important battles. Please, right? So these are very much important battles that you should take care of, right? Is it okay? So Battle of Vellore, Sripuram Biyam, and then is Battle of Takkolam. Is it okay? So sequence is Sripuram Biyam, then Vellore, and then is your Takkolam. Now coming to the other important ruler, that is called Parantak II. Parantak II, he is also known as Sundar Chola. After some times, he had recovered some of the territories which was lost to the Rashtrakutas, right? So he recovered some of the territories from the Rashtrakutas. That's it, nothing more much important. Now coming to the important king, that is called your Raja first. See, again the issues are the same. Again, issues are the same means what? So if you will look at the Cholas, this is the location of the Cholas. This was the location of the Pandyas. This was the location of the Pandyas, and this was the location of the Cheras. The Cheras. This was the location of the Cheras, right? So if we talk about this region, this is called Cholas. Cholas. This is called Pandyas, and this was called the Cheras, right? So again, when the Chola was rising, Pandya and Chera were creating problem for the Cholas, right? So greatest Chola ruler who helped raise the Chola Empire to become the largest dominion in the South India in the 13th century. He led many military campaigns. Raja destroyed the Chera Navy at Thiruvananthapuram and attacked Quinlan. He then conquered the Madurai, that is called the Pandyas, and captured the Pandya king. He also invaded Sri Lanka and annexed the northern part of his empire when the Pandya king had taken refuge or shelter in the Sri Lanka, right? So he had also defeated Sri Lanka and annexed half of the Sri Lanka, that is in northern Sri Lanka, right? So after defeating Cheras, he had established his control in the Cheras. So he had taken the crown of the Cheras. After defeating Pandyas, that is the Madurai, he had taken the crown of the Madurai, and the Raja first, who he himself was the crown king of, or the crown of the Cholas. So after taking the three crowns, he had taken the title of that is called Mumadi Chola. Mumadi means that is called the Lord of the Three Crowns. The Chola who wore the three crowns, Chola, Chera and the Pandya. So that may come in your examination, who had taken the title of Mumadi Chola. So he had taken the title of the Mumadi Chola, right? Is it okay? Is it fine, sister madam? So he had defeated Cheras, he had defeated Pandyas, he had defeated the Sri Lanka and annexed half of the Sri Lanka, that is from the northern Sri Lanka, into the Chola Empire, right? He had also annexed the Maldives Islands, Maldives. He also conquered the Maldives. So it was in his imperialist policies, right? He had constructed a temple that is called Rajeshwar temple, and also known as the Brideshwara temple, dedicated to Lord Shiva, and it is considered as the climax of the Dravidian architecture. It means that it is the best specimen of the temples constructed under the Dravida architecture, right? So he had constructed Rajeshwar temple. This temple is also known as Brideshwara temple, and this is dedicated to Lord Shiva and located at Tanjavur, or that is called Tanjore. The temple is called Raja temple as the Cholas were in the habit of installing the images of kings and queens in the temple in addition to the deity. So along with the deity that is called the king, god and goddesses, the kings and the queens were also placed after their death in the temples for the worship. That's why Brideshwara temple is also known as Rajeshwar temple, after the name of the Raja first. Is it okay? Now, coming to the other important things as a Rajendra Chola or Rajendra first. He had taken forward the work of his father Raja first, right? He was also expansionist, believing in the expansionist policy, and continued the Cholas' territorial expansion. His military campaigns. He had in fact completed the tasks that is uncompleted, that was kept incomplete by his father, right? So in another way, he had advanced the imperialist policy of his father, and he completed the victory of Ceylon. So he had completely conquered the Sri Lanka, Raja first had annexed the northern Sri Lanka, but the complete Sri Lanka was the part of the Chola Empire during the time of the Rajendra first, defeating Sri Lanka king Mahinda V. The royal ensign of the king and the queen of Sri Lanka were captured, and Sri Lanka was not able to free herself from the Chola control for another 50 years, right? For 50 years. He completely overran the Pandyas and the Cheras, including them in his empire. And in 1022, he led the expedition to north, crossed the Ganga, following the same route by which the conqueror Samudragupta came to south and defeated the Pala ruler Mahipal, that we have already discussed, and taken the title and the Western Chalukyas also. So he had also defeated Chalukyas, he had defeated Palas, he had defeated Sri Lanka king Mahinda. he had completely overran the Pandyas and the Cheras. So this is how he had completed the work of his father and expanded his empire not only in the mainland India, not only in the South India, but also in the North India and also beyond the India. That is, he established his control in the Sri Lanka and all, right? To commemorate this occasion, he had assumed the title of Gangai Konda Chola. Gangai Konda Chola. That means meaning the Chola conqueror of the Ganga, and established a new capital that is called Gangai Konda Cholapuram, that we have already discussed, meaning the city of the Cholas, conqueror of the Ganga, near the mouth of the river, near the mouth of river Kaveri. In 1025, he has a successful navy expedition was dispatched against the revived Sri Vijaya Empire that was in the Indonesia archipelago, Indonesia and Sumatra, which extended over the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Java, and the neighboring islands, and control overseas trade routes to the China. So now, are you getting my point? So he was not only interested in the political expansion, rather he was also believing in establishing his hegemony or the control over the trade routes as well, right? Be it your land route or be it your sea route. That's why he had established his control over the and the Sri Vijaya Empire, established the control in the Sri Vijaya Empire, which was located on the Indonesia or Indonesia archipelago. It's okay. Done. Now, it is noteworthy to add that Chola navy was strongest in the area for some time, and Bay of Bengal was converted into the Chola Lake by the Rajendra Chola. That is already discussed. He was a great patron of learning and was known as Pandit Chola. So there are two questions: who was the Sundar Chola and who was known as the Pandit Chola? The Pandit Chola was another name for the Rajendra Chola, right? He had also sent a number of embassies to China. These were partly diplomatic and partly commercial. Chola's embassy reached China in 1016 and 1033. So twice he had sent embassy or diplomat to the China for commercial as well as for diplomatic purposes. Is it okay? So that is an important. So these are very important informations. Now coming to Kulatunga first. There's two Kulatunga first and Kulatunga second. Both of them are important for us for the examination. He is the last important Chola ruler who had adopted the title of Sungam Tavitra Virta. It means that he had abolished all the toll taxes and taken the title of Sungam Tavirta. That means abolisher of the tolls or the toll taxes, right? In his court, there was a scholar person who was his court poet, whose name was Jem Kondar. And Jem Kondar, and who had written a book that is called, Jem Kondar had written a book that is called Kalinga Tu Parni. Okay? Basically, this is not a book, that is a Tamil war poem. This is a war poem, actually. This is a war poem, right? Poem. Chola General, it is written by Kaling Tu Parni. So it is written by Jem Kondara. So when it was written, when the Chola military commander, whose name was Karuna Tondaiman, who had led a successful campaign against the Kalinga, right? So this is the information that is given in this poem, which is written by Jem Kondar, right? The classical writer Kamban had written the Tamil Ramayana was also in his court. There are two important personalities in the court of the Kulatunga first. One is Jem Kondar, who had written a book that is called Kalinga Tu Parni, and then Kamban, who had written Tamil Ramayana was in the court of the Kulatunga first. Now coming to the Kulatunga second. Okay. So see, what is the story of this Kulatunga second? He was a Saivite. He was a staunch Saivite. He was a devout Saivite. He was believing in the Saivism, right? And during his time, there was a Vaisnavite saint whose name was Ramanujacharya. Vaisnavacharya. He was the proponent of the Visishtadvait philosophy, and he believed in Vaisnavism, right? So it is a kind of what I say that is called the clash between the Saivism and the Vaisnavism. Just because of this, Ramanuja had to leave temporarily the Chola territory just because of Kulatunga's second's interest in the Saivism, right? So Saivism. So Bhakti sent Ramanuja Vaisnavite sect had to leave Chola territory temporarily and taken refuge to the Hoysala just because of a clash between the Saivism versus the and the Saivism, right? You know that you must be aware of about the what I say, that is your that is called your Nanar and Alvar saints, right? Nanar or Alvar saints were very much active in the South India since the time of the Pallavas, right? So this was the kind of the conflict that had taken place, and the last ruler of the Cholas was the Rajendra III. He was the last Chola ruler. So these are the informations. These are information about the Cholas kings. Now see, if we talk about the politico-administrative structure of the Cholas, let me talk about the entire empire was divided into the Mandalam, and Mandalam is known as the provinces, right? Then Mandalam was divided into Mandalam. Then Mandalam was divided into the Kottam, or it is also known as the Valanadu. And this Valnadu was divided into the Nadus, and Nadus were into the Nattar, and Nattar was divided into the Nagaram or Nagaratar. So this is the division of the Chola Empire, right? Empire into the Mandalam, then Kottam or a Valnadu, then into Nadu, then Nattar, and then is a Nagaram or Nagaratar, right? Nagaratar. So this was the division of the Chola Empire. It's okay. Now, coming to the political structure. If we talk about the political structure of the Cholas, right? The Chola Empire had a hereditary monarchy with the king as a supreme authority. Hereditary monarchy was there with the king with all the supreme power in his hand. Okay? And kings were generally regarded as the divine, and had taken the title of Deva after their name, okay, after their coronations, right? After their coronations. So they were regarded as the divine and adopted the suffix like called Deva, right? After coronation. There used to be a council of ministers assisted the king, right? Now, if we look into the Chola Empire, there are two kinds of the official you can see in the Chola Empire. These officials were known as the Perundanam and Sirindanam. Perundanam used to be the higher officials and Sirindanam used to be the lower officials, right? So the two types of the officials were there. One is your Perundanam, that is called the higher officials, and then is Sirindanam, that is called the lower officials. These terms that may directly come in your examination, Perundanam and Sirindanam, right? There is also references of women bodyguards of the Chola king. That is also important. Even during the time of the Vijayanagar Empire, there are the references of women bodyguards. So if we can say that this is a common feature of ancient India and the medieval India, right? During the time of the Mauryans also, we have the references of the women bodyguards to the king, Vish Kanyas. You must have heard about the Vish Kanyas. So these Vish Kanyas were the women bodyguards of the Mauryan kings as well. Mauryan kings also had the women bodyguards. Then the Chola kings also had their women bodyguards, and in the Vijayanagar Empire also we have the references of the women bodyguards, right? So we have these women bodyguards during the time of the Mauryas also. Then we have during the time of the Cholas also, and then we have also during the time of the Vijayanagar Empire, Vijayanagar. So we have the references of women bodyguards from all the three dynasties, be it your the Mauryas, or it is your Cholas, or it is your Vijayanagar Empire. Is it okay? It's okay, sirs and madams. So these are important things, sirs and madams. So women bodyguards are also important. If we talk about the art and culture, there was a metal sculpture of a dancing figure of Shiva called the Natraj. In art and cultures class, I have already discussed about this Natraj sculpture in detail. So no need to reiterate it here. It was a bronze masterpiece. It was constructed in the bronze, and then we have talked about all its attributes in the art and culture. So you can, if you have not watched that session, then you can go and watch this session in this marathon series of UDAAN itself. You can watch it. You can also watch it, right? It's okay. So literature, there is a famous trinity whose name is Pampon Rana. There are three trinity, the most prized jewels of the Kannada poetry. Pampon Rana. Just see a naam yaad rakho. Just these are the important names, right? Now coming to the village administration. See, the Cholas are known for their village administration or a strong navy and a strong navy. There are two important things. Cholas are known for their village administration also. Village administration that was very well developed. Right? It's okay. So if we talk about the village administration of the Cholas, right, sirs and madams? Village administration of the Cholas. So there is a inscription of the Parantak first. Parantak is the Chola king, and he had an inscription that is called Uttara Meru inscription. Yeah, Uttara Meru inscription. That is very much important inscription. That inscription provides a detailed account of the local government of the Cholas. So that is the important one. So village administration or local government is given by or given in a detailed way in the Uttara Meru inscription of the Parantak first, right? In here it is said that these local governments or the village administration were enjoying considerable autonomy. They have sufficient autonomy, sirs and madams. They enjoyed what I say, considerable autonomy, right? Now, if we talk about the members elected in this, the village assemblies, there was a process, and this process was through a lottery system. Okay, that was through Kuda Volai. Kuda used to be an earthen pot, right? And Volai was the lottery system. It usually happened like this. This was used to be an earthen pot, and there was some name tickets inside. Then a child was called to pick a chit from this, and this is how a member of the village assembly of the Cholas were elected. That is through the Kuda Volai. So this was basically a lottery system. Kuda Volai. Members were elected or selected through the Kuda Volai. That is a kind of the lottery system. Is it okay? Now, if the membership for the village assembly was governed by different criteria, such as if you have to be elected for the village assembly of the Cholas, then there was a property criteria. You must have at least 1.5 acres of the land. 1.5 acres of the land. You must have your own property. That is 1.5 acres of the land. Then you have your own house. You must have your own house. कम से कम एक घर आपके पास होना चाहिए. You must have your own house. Then you also belong to a noble family. That's the family antecedents, right? Learning antecedent. Then you have at least the knowledge of one Vedas, and then you must have of good conduct. So these are the certain criterias on which our members were becoming eligible to qualify for the member of the village assembly of the Cholas. And these members had to retire every 3 years, right? And there was no provision of the consecutive appointment of these retired members. If you have to re-elect for the village assembly, then you will be not the very subsequent year, but after 1 year. That is called alternatively. You can be a member of the village assembly, right? If you have elected for 2026 to 29, then you will have to wait for 2029 to 2032. Only you can be re-elected in 2032 for the 2035. Is it okay? So that is called alternative arrangement was there, right? Alternative, not successively. So the members had to retire every 3 years, and there was a provision of re-election, but alternatively. Is it okay? There was the re-elected can also be re-elected, but alternatively, not subsequently, right? Alternatively. The affairs of the village members were managed by executive committees. Is it okay? It's got me? So these are the things, so some items. Is it okay? So this is called Kuda and this is called Volai. Kuda Volai. Get to write. This is called Kuda and then this is called Volai. That is called lottery system. Kuda Volai. Right? Kuda Volai. It's okay. Now, coming to the Sabha or the Mahasabha, right? Sabha or the Mahasabha, right, so some madams? Sabha. Sabha is known as the Ur or the Mahasabha. There are different committees which look after the different activities like law and order, justice, tank, committee known as Ira Varye. So there are the different committees to perform the different activities of the village administration, right? The Mahasabha possesses the proprietary right over the communal lands and control the private land within its jurisdiction. It could also raise loans. So village committee had the right to raise loans on the community land for the village and levy taxes, and the right to realize the revenue in cases of default by selling the lands in question by public auction also. So they have also the right to sell the land, mortgage the land, raise the loans and levy the taxes. So these were the rights given to the Sabha, that is the village assembly, sirs and ma'ams. Now, the Chola village assembly was the absolute proprietor of the village land. Village assembly was the absolute proprietor of the village lands and also of the newly acquired lands. The main source of the Cholas empire was the land revenue, which was normally 1/6 of the produce. 1/6 of the produce. The main source of income of the Chola was land revenue, which was 1/6 of the revenue. Royal dues were collected by the village assemblies and were paid either in cash or the kind. Chola government carried out land surveys, which were generally very accurate and periodically, and record of holdings was maintained, right? Paid either in the cash or in the kind or in both. Is it okay, sirs and ma'ams? Now, coming to the other aspects. Now, society and economy. The society was divided along the caste lines. There was the status of the pariahs who were the untouchable. So untouchable was also practiced and their condition was very pathetic like the North India in the South India as well. Then there was the Vellals. They are called the farming groups. Vellals were actually the rich farmers. They were the rich farmers. Were identified with the Shudra Varna, but since they were landholders and were an economically powerful group, they did not suffer from much discrimination or lower social status. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this was the society and the economy, right, sirs and madams? So we have done this, sir and ma'am, right? Chalo, there is I believe this is a little bit thoda sa, the space is misplaced, but anyways, there is one important information that may be reshuffled here. Agrahatta, that is the Persian wheel used during the medieval times. Agrahatta, that is called the Persian wheel for irrigation. So that is called Agrahatta. Agrahatta, that is called the Persian wheel, also facilitated the already they established smooth irrigation networks of tanks and canals, wells and the sloughs, etc. So that is the thing, sirs and madam. So it is done now. Okay, now again, now coming back to the North India to discuss about the Rajputs, right? Rajputs, right, sirs and madams? So now we need to talk about the Rajputs, right? See, here something, sirs and madams. If we talk about the Rajputs, there are the different Rajputs, right? There are different theories given by the historians, not by me, to explain the origin of the Rajputs, right? Some of the scholars believe that it was the Kshatriyas who later became the Rajputs, right? There are certain other scholars who believe that Rajputs were the descendants of the foreigners, like the Hunas and the Scythians, that is called Shakas, Pallavas, that is called the Parthians, who came to India. And were ruling in India. So now they're the Rajaputra, that means the son of the king. So if they were the son of the king, it means that it will not necessarily be the son of Indian kings only, because the foreign dynasties were also assimilated in Indian society. So this is the term that is called the Rajputra, that was popularized during the time of the 6th century. That came into existence in the 6th century, right? Now there are certain various theories. We should not go into that theories in regard to the origin of the Rajputs, right? So some of them, there are some scholars who believe that it was the Kshatriyas who became the Rajputs later on. There is another group of the historians who believe that no, it was not only the Kshatriyas but also the foreign dynasties who were also assimilated in the fold of the Rajputs, right? And there is a third theory also that is driven by the socio-economic factor, just because of the Samantavadi tendency, that is called the feudalism. Because under the feudalism, the land was granted to the officials, and these officials one day became the Rajas, the kings, right? When these officials became the king, now they have to be in some kind of the caste category, and they were called the Rajputras, that is called the son of the kings, and they were known as the Rajputs. So these are different theories. We should not go into that. We should not indulge into that. But there is a one theory that is called Agnikund theory that explains the origin of the Rajputs, right? Agnikund theory. When on the Mount Abu, there was a saga whose name was Vasistha, was performing a yajna, that is called the yagya, that is called the sacrifice, but it was completed just because of the activities of the demons. They were throwing the pieces of the bones and the fleshes to disrupt his performance, So just to protect his yajna and just to carry away his yajna with all the peace and the bliss, he had given an ahuti offering in the yajna to out of that the 4 Rajput clans emerged to protect his yajna. Are you getting me? So this is called the Agnikunda theory. So we need to talk about only the Agnikunda theory, right? This is the one theory that I am going to explain. There are the 4 Rajput clans who emerged from the Agnikunda theory, right? Performed by the saga Vasistha. This is the one thing. There is another group of the historians who believe that it was the Pratiharas who break down into the different Rajput clans, right? So different clans of the Rajputs emerged after the decline of the Pratiharas. Are you getting me? So Rajput, if I talk about the Rajput, there are 2 things that we need to know here. It was the Pratiharas. With the decline of the Pratiharas, Rajput clans emerged. So this is the one theory. Clans emerged. And there's another thing that is called Agnikund theory. That we need to talk about. Agnikund theory. And this theory is also known as fire altar theory. So we need to talk about these 2 theories one day, right, sirs and madams? Right? So here is the theory. So now, origin, if we talk about the Agnikunda theory. So if we talk about the Agnikunda theory, right? So this theory comes from Chandrabardai's Prithviraj Raso. According to this theory, Rajputs were result of a yajna performed by saga Vasistha at Guru Shikhar at Mount Abu. And the 4 Rajput that emerged from this Agnikund are Chauhans, Chalukyas, Parmars, and then is Pratiharas. Is it okay? Pratihara. So these 4 Rajput clans are important. Who are the Rajput clans? That emerged from the Agnikunda or the fire altar? This is called Chauhan, Chalukyas, Parmars, and the Pratihara. So that is the important one that you should take care of. So that is the very much important, right, sirs and madams? This is the one theory. So that is not important for us. These 2 are not important for us for our players. So when we are going to discuss about the mains, then we can discuss about these things, sirs and madam. Right? Now we need to talk about the different Rajput states, right? So see, Rajput's social organization is a social organization and has advantages as well as disadvantages. Sense of brotherhood and egalitarianism was there, right? That's okay. Now, so we need to talk about the different Rajput clans now. Different Rajput clans, right? So you got these 2 theories, right? In regard to the origin of the Rajputs, one is your Agnikunda theory, right? Now, coming to the other aspects, sirs and madams. So see, Chahmans or Chauhans, they are the feudatories of the Pratiharas, right? And they got their independence during the reign of King Simha Raja. right? Their original capital had their capital at Sakambari, that is near to the Jaipur, identical to modern Sambar near Jaipur, in the Sapal Daksha country, part of the present day of Rajasthan. How the later rulers moved their capital to Ajmer, capital to Ajmer. So their capital for a longer period of time was Ajmer. Okay? So they are also known as the Chauhans of the Ajmer. Now there are important kings. Ajayraz II is the important king of this dynasty, Chauhans. He had established a new town that is called Ajay Meru and popularly known as Ajmer city today. Ajmer, right? Is it okay? Then another king is your Vigraraz IV. He is also known as Vishal Deva, right? Who captured Delhi from the Tomars in Tomars. And this Vishal Deva was an educated person. He was not educated, rather he was very cultured person. He was enlightened personality, and he had patronized literature and authored a book, famous play that is called Harikeli Natak. Harikeli Natak. Okay, Harikeli Natak. This Natak is also inscribed on the walls of Adhai Din Ka Jhopda in Ajmer. Adhai Din Ka Jhopda in Ajmer. Harikeli Natak is also inscribed on the walls of a mosque, Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, constructed by Kutubuddin Aibak, Jhopra, Ajmer, in Ajmer, right? Adhai Din Ka Jhopda in Ajmer. It's okay. It's fine, sirs and madams. So Adhai Din Ka Jhopda at Ajmer is okay. Now, he had transferred his capital from Sakambari to Ajmer also. Sambar to Ajmer, right? Now coming to Prithviraj III, he is popularly known as Prithviraj Chauhan, the most famous of all Chauhans, right? Also known as Prithviraj Chauhan and Rai Pithora in the folklores, Rai Pithora, right? This is Prithviraj III or Prithviraj Chauhan, okay? Now it is known that he scored victories over all his neighbors, including the Chandela king Parmardi Deva, Chalukya Bhima II and Garhwal Jaichand. So in fact the Rajputs, when we were in the Rajput age, we were conflicting with each other. For us, war was like a game, right? So like a game. So he had not a good relation with the Chandelas, and his contemporary was Parmardi Deva. That may come in examination. Who was the contemporary king? Who were the contemporary kings of the Prithviraj Chauhan? The Chandela king was Parmardi Deva. Chalukyan king was Bhima II, and the Garhwal king was Jaichanda. So that may make a question for your prelims. Who were the contemporaries of the Prithviraj Chauhan? So that may make a question, right, sirs and ma'ams? Now, he was now when Prithviraj Chauhan was ruling at this time, the Turks were making inroad into India, right? So Muhammad Ghori came to India in 1191 and fought a battle. Muhammad Ghori had fought a battle with the Prithviraj Chauhan in the first battle of the Tarain. In this battle, Prithviraj Chauhan had successfully defeated Muhammad Ghori. And you know that after making a little victory, we are always cherishing it by organizing party and the functions and all, right? Parties and all. So like today also happens when we clear our prelims examination, we feel that now we become an IAS, right? And we are more into the celebrations rather than to give our focus or intensity over the mains examination preparation. So we are more into the celebrations, Is it okay? Into the celebrations. So Prithviraj Chauhan had defeated Muhammad Ghori in the first battle of the Tarain in 1191. But after this battle, Muhammad Ghori went back and reassessed his failures, and accordingly he made a plan for another attack on the Prithviraj Chauhan. On the other hand, Prithviraj Chauhan was busy in his celebrations. So second time when Muhammad Ghori came to India, and Muhammad Ghori attacked Prithviraj Chauhan. Since we were not united, we could not produce the joint front, and our morale was very much high कि अभी पीटा है and again we will beat you, ठीक है, ऐसी वाली tendency थी. But this time Muhammad Ghori came with the more cautious plannings and strategies, and that's why in the second battle of the Tarain, Prithviraj Chauhan was defeated in 1192 in the hands of Muhammad Ghori, right? So the two battles was fought. The first battle of Tarain in 1191, and then Muhammad Ghori defeated Prithviraj Chauhan in the second battle of the Tarain in 1192. In the first battle, Muhammad Ghori was defeated. Okay, that is the story, sirs and madam. So first battle was 1191, first battle of Tarain, and 1192, the second battle of the Tarain was fought. Now coming to the other aspect, Tarain is seen as a landmark event in the Islamic conquest of India and has been described in several semi-legendary accounts, most notably the Prithviraj Raso. Two great poems, Prithviraj Raso and Prithviraj Vijay, were written by his court poets Chandra Vardai. So Chandra Vardai had written Prithviraj Raso, and Jayanak has written Prithviraj Vijay. So these are the two important poems are composed during this time. One is your Prithviraj Raso and other one is your Prithviraj Vijay. Prithviraj Vijay was composed by Jayanak, whereas Prithviraj Raso was composed by Chandra Vardai. Is it okay? Now, so coming to the other aspects, sirs and madams, the Chandelas. Chandelas were into the Bundelkhand region. Chandelas of the Bundelkhand, right? The dynasty was founded by initial person whose name was Nanuk. Chandelas initially ruled as the feudatories of Gurjar Pratiharas of Kannauj. So now you can easily understand the majority of the Rajputs were the feudatories of the Chalukyas. It's okay. It's okay. Now, Chandelas were well known for their art and architecture, most notably for the fully developed Nagara style temples at their original capital of Khajuraho. That is called Khajuraho School or Chandela School of the Temple Architecture, right? Was developed by that. We have already made a detailed discussion in art and culture over the Khajuraho temples, right? Lakshman Temple, Vishwanath Temple, Kandariya Mahadev Temple, they all were constructed during the reign of Yashodhavarman, Dhang and Vidyadhar respectively. Ye yaad rakhna. So Lakshman Temple was constructed by Yashovarman. Dhang had constructed Vishwanath Temple and Vidyadhar had constructed the Kandariya Mahadev Temple. Vidyadhar had constructed Kandariya Mahadev Temple. So that is also important. Who had constructed Lakshman Temple, who had constructed Vishwanath Temple, and who had constructed Kandariya Mahadev Temple, right? So these are the temples, right, sirs and madams? Now coming to the Parmars of the Malwa. Parmars of the Malwa, right? Parmars of the Malwa were originally based in the Mount Abu region of the Rajasthan. And according to the tradition, the Vishwamitra stolen Vasishta's Kamadhenu. In order to retrieve his cow, Vasishtha performed a sacrifice on Mount Abu, and out of the sacrifice, fire emerged a hero who seized his cow and was known Parmars, slayer of the enemies, which means that slayer of the enemies. And he was thereafter crowned the king. The earliest known Parmar king was Upendra. So Upendra was the founder of the Parmar dynasty. He was the founder. Upendra Deva was the founder of the Parmars of Malwa, right? Upendra is considered to be the founder of the Malwa Parmars dynasty. Is that okay? It's fine. Now, so this is the one thing. So Samar. Now there is again a Bhoja that is different from Mihir Bhoja of Pratiharas. Bhoja is the most celebrated ruler of the Parmar dynasty. He is considered as a righteous scholar king who himself was a polymath. And he had written a book on grammar, poetry, architecture, yoga, and of course on chemistry. He patronized the arts, literature, and the sciences also. So he was a very accomplished personality. He had established a Bhojsala, that was a center of for the studies, and a temple of Saraswati in present day Dhar, MP. He is said to have founded the city of Bhojpur in Madhya Pradesh, not in Bihar. Founded the city of Bhojpur in MP, in Madhya Pradesh, not in Bihar. Credited with building of not only Bhojeshwar temple but also 3 dams. Also consider 3 dams. So these are the very petty information, and these are very, very vital for your examination. Very vital. So that may directly give you a tagline. He had also constructed 3 dams. Simple. So please hear that now. These are very much important facts, and these are very, very important. So Bhojeshwar temple, but also 3 dams in that area. Is it okay? Now, coming to the Chalukyas of the Gujarat. They are also known as the Solankis Rajputs. Chalukyas of Gujarat. Is it okay? Chalukya family of Gujarat, which was different from the earlier Chalukya dynasty of the Badami. Mulraj was the founder of this dynasty. In fact, Mulraj was founder of this dynasty. During the reign of the Muhammad Ghaznavi, Gujarat was plundered. Ghazni had overrun the Gujarat and plundered Somnath temple in Somnath in 1025. 1025, right? So Mulraj, Muhammad Ghaznavi overran Gujarat and plundered Somnath temple in 1025 when Bhima was the king. Bhima first was the king during the time of the Bhima first. Okay. He had also constructed a sun temple of Modhera. Built the sun temple of Modhera. His wife Udaymati built the Ranika Vav, Queen's Stepwell, in his memory, which is on the list of UNESCO's World Heritage Site. And also on the currency note of rupees 100. Ranika Vav is also printed on the 100 currency notes of, that is the purple color, you must have seen. Ranika Vav is on that. That is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is constructed by the Udaymati, who was the wife of Bhima first, right? Raniki Vav. Now coming to the other, this is called Ranika Vav. This is called your Ranika Vav. That's the step well. Now coming to Bhima second. He had successfully repelled the incursions of Muhammad Ghori at the Battle of Kaidara. Muhammad Ghazni also made an attack. Muhammad Ghori in fact also made an attack during the reign of the Bhima II on the Somnath. But this time the Bhima II had retaliated the Muhammad Ghori. Again, one of his military commander, whose name was Qutubuddin Aibak, led an army on half of the Muhammad Ghori, invaded again, but Bhima II defeated Aibak again and adorned himself as Abhinav Siddharaj. So Abhinav Siddharaj was the title of the Bhima II, right? We are talking here about the Bhima first. He was the Bhima first. Now this is a Bhima first. Now here's the Bhima second, right? So Abhinav Siddharaja is the title of Bhima second. It's okay. Now coming to the Tomars. This dynasty was Tomars ruled from Haryana and with the capital at Dhelika. Dhelika is known as today as Delhi. And this was established by Anangpal Tomar. Anangpal Tomar established Delhi. This is also known as Dhelika, right? This is also known as Dhelika, right? So Tomars were ruling from Haryana. A famous king is Anangpal Tomar, who had established the city of Delhi, also known as Dhelika. And they were also the feudatories of the Pratiharas, right? So Tomars done. Tomar's done. Now coming to Gaharwals. That is again important after the Chauhans. Gaharwals or Garhwals, they claim that they are the Suryavansis. Their kingdom was at Kannauj. Chandradeva is the founded the Gaharwal dynasty. Chandradeva. So that is important here. Chandradeva was the founder. Capital was at Kannauj. The most famous king of this dynasty was Jayachand. Jayachand, son of Vijayachandra. He was the last great king of the Gaharwal dynasty. Jayachand. His power and extensive jurisdiction was noticed even Muslim historians. During his reign, Chauhan from Ajmer under Prithviraj Chauhan annexed Delhi. According to some legends, Prithviraj loved Sanyukta, daughter of Jayachand. After opposition from her father, Prithviraj was hired to the rival Chauhan Rajput kingdom to the west. Sanyukta eloped with the Prithviraj Chauhan. So it is said that Prithviraj Chauhan had a liking for Sanyukta, the daughter of the Jayachand, and finally Sanyukta eloped with with the Prithviraj Chauhan. That again further bettered their relationship, the relationship between the Chauhans and the Gaharwals, right? That bettered their relationships, further bettered their relationship. Suffered a defeat at the hands of the king Lakshmana of the Bengal, Lakshman Sena. So Jayachand was defeated. Jayachand suffered a defeat in the hands of the Lakshman Sena of the Bengal. After the fall of Delhi around 1194, in the city of Kannauj was attacked by Mahmud Ghori. It is believed that Jayachand was defeated in the Battle of Chandavar, and subsequently drowned in the Gangas. So Battle of Chandavar, right? It's okay. His kingdom was conquered and was sacked by Ghori's army. So this is the story of the Jayachand. It's okay. Sir and madam. So these are the facts. That is an important one. So now, here what I was telling, this is your Jayachand. This was Jayachand Kannauj, and he went towards the Bengal. In Bengal at this time, the ruler was Lakshman Sena, and the dynasty was Sena dynasty was ruling, and the ruler was Lakshman Sena. Lakshman Sena was the ruler. So in this battle, Lakshman Sena had defeated Jayachand, that is called Kannauj, right? So this is the one story. Then he was defeated in the hands of Muhammad Ghori, right, sirs and madams? So this is the story. Now let me talk about, this was all about your Rajput states. So let me talk about now the Islam, rise of Islam. Then we will move to the Delhi Sultanate. Right, sirs and madams? So if I talk about the Islam, sirs and madams, Islam. So let me talk about the Islam. See, Prophet Muhammad got the revelation, and he had established a new religion in Arabian Peninsula, right? But after his death in 1632, the responsibility of Islam, after the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 1632, the task of providing religious and political leadership to the Islam passed into the hands of the Caliph. And these Caliphs were actually the deputies of the Prophet. These were the deputies of the Prophet. Deputies of the Prophet. Is that okay? Prophet Muhammad. So after his death, the four caliphate houses came one after the another. First one was the Rasuddins, then was Umayyad, then was Abbasid, and then was the Ottomans, right? So these are the caliphates. The responsibility of Islam was on the caliphates. Rasidun, then the Umayyads, then the Abbasids, then the Ottomans, right? Now, so these are the sequence that you should take care of, right? Now, this is the Umayyad Caliphates. Umayyad Caliphates. During the time of the Umayyad Caliphates, Arabs attacked on Arabs attacked on Sindh. So this is the one important factor. Are you getting my points? Right? Now, another important thing that you should take care of here, from the Rashidun Caliphate, there were the four caliphs, and they were all the close companions of the Prophet, and they were Abu Bakr. So after Prophet Muhammad, the first caliph was Abu Bakr. Then was Umar, then was Uthman, and finally this was Ali. They all belong to the Rashidun Caliph. So that may make a question that after the Prophet Muhammad, who was the first caliph, this was Abu Bakr, who belongs to the Rashidun Caliphate. Either way, the question comes that who was the first caliphate, what was the first caliphate houses, and you may get all the four names: Rashiduns, Umayyads, Abbasids, and Ottomans. So this is how another question can be framed. So ye yaad rakhne ka, that is important for you to memorize these caliphate houses: Rashiduns, Umayyads, Abbasids, and the Ottomans. And then the first caliph from the Rashiduns was your Abu Bakr, followed by Umar, then Uthman, and then by your Ali. Is it okay? It's fine. Now, so this was another story. So Arab invasion that we talked about. Arab invasion in 8th century. Arab invasion that was on the Sindh in 712, and the Muhammad bin Qasim, who was a general of the Umayyads, military commander of the Umayyads, attacked on Sindh. Now, why Muhammad bin Qasim had attacked on the Sindh? Why he had attacked on the Sindh? Let me talk about it. So what was the causes? Number one, causes of the Arab conquest. Number one, sirs and madams, the wealth of India was always an attraction. Wealth of India. Then there was a religious zeal also, desire for territorial expansion also, right? This is one thing. Then the immediate factor was the pirate raid on the Arab ships. And Debel, Sindh coast, right? Arab pirate raid on Arab ships from the Debel, and Debel was a port town on the Sindh that belongs to Dahir. Dahir was the king of the Sindh at this time. Dahir was the king of the Sindh. Dahir was the king of Sindh. At this time, he was the king of Sindh. Right? And Debel was a port. It was a port where pirates had made raids on the Arabian ships, right? Now, it was requested by the Arabs, to the Dahir, to punish these sea pirates, but it was refused. That became the immediate cause of the Arabs' invasion of India. However, this campaign produced no last-longing impact, and their power soon diminished, that is weakened, and within the 2 years. So when the Arabs attacked on the Sindh, Arabs could maintain their regime or maintain their regency just only for the 2 years in the Sindh. They could not move inside the mainland of India just because of the strong presence of the Pratiharas. That is important one. So Arabs then could not penetrate deeper into the mainland of India just because of the presence of the Pratiharas. This is the one thing. So their rule was very much short in the Sindh. And now what will happen? After some times, the Arabs would be replaced by Turks in Islam, right? So responsibility of the Islam and the Islamic expansion would be in the hands of the Turkish. So there is the two developments, right? Arabians were contained or restricted by the strong presence of the Pratiharas from India. Till the Pratiharas were strong enough, they had not allowed the Arabians to come inside India. So Islam could not propagate it into India just because of the strong presence of the Pratiharas, right? On the other hand, the Arabians could not stay in the northwestern part of the India for a longer period of the time. They remained here just only for the 2 years. The second development that had taken place, the Arabs were replaced by the Turks in the West Asia. Now the responsibility of Islam passed into the hands of the Turks. On the other hand, and the Turks were the strong warriors, they were the ferocious warriors. On the other hand, the Pratiharas also declined, right? So let me draw for you something. See here, sir, madam. just a yaad rakhna hai, that is also important, right? So you know that there was a strong wall was created by the Pratiharas. Here was the Pratiharas, right? And here was the Arabs in Sindh, right? And this was Pratihara stopped the Arabs in India, right? Now what will happen? There are two developments that will happen simultaneously. Arabs would be now replaced by the Turks. They were very ferocious warriors, they were the warriors. And then the Pratiharas also declined, and with the decline of the Pratiharas, Rajput clans emerged. And Rajputs were fighting among themselves. Right? And they could not produce a joint front in Northwest India against the Turks. Right? Are you getting me? Against the Turks. So now what will happen? Turks were more powerful. Now they just, because of this condition, the border, the northwestern frontier became porous. Now it will provide opportunity for the Turks to come inside India. Right? Is it okay? Till the Pratiharas were strongly available in the northwest India, they successfully retaliated the Arabs. They would not allow the Arabs to penetrate deeper into India. But with the decline of the Pratiharas disintegrated into different Rajput clans who were fighting among themselves and could not produce a joint front against the Turkish invasions. On the other hand, Arabs were replaced by the ferocious, the Turks. So this was the opportunity for the Islamic invaders to come into India and invade the India. Is it okay? So this was the conditions. Is it fine? It's okay? Got me? So is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the story over here. So now this is the story here. So here is your Turks. Turks will come to India, right? So this is about the Turks. Now if we talk about the Turks, right? So let me tell you a little story here. Turks. There was Subuktigin, the first Turkish invader who entered India from the ruling family of Ghazni in 962. There was a Turk whose name was Alauddin, who had established an independent Turkish state in Ghazni in Afghanistan. That is called the Ghaznavid Empire. So Ghaznavid Empire was established by Alauddin in Afghanistan. Is that okay? In Afghanistan, Ghaznavid Empire. After Alauddin, his son-in-law Subuktigin came to the throne in 977. Subuktigin was a powerful ruler who invaded India against Anandpal and Jaipal, the Hindu Shahi ruler of the Punjab. Is it okay? So this is your Hindu Shahi, this is your Ghaznavid Empire here, and this was the Hindu Shahi dynasty, right? So initially they were conflicting with the Hindu Shahi dynasties. Is it okay? Hindu Shahi dynasties. It's done, sirs and madams. Now, after Subuktigin, his son Mahmud Ghazni ascended the throne. Present day South Kabul. He was the first ruler to get the title of the Sultan, right? He has taken the title of the Sultan, and he attacked India 17 times. Between 1000 to 1027. And he plundered and destroyed Indian territory. Now again, there are two important things, sirs and madams. Let me tell you here. If we talk about the Turks, Turks, one was your Muhammad Ghazni, Ghazni, and Muhammad Ghori. Another was your Muhammad Ghori, right? Muhammad Ghori. It's okay. Mahmud Ghazni had intention. Objective was very much clear. To plunder India. And not to establish an empire in India. An empire in India. An empire in India. It's okay. On the other hand, Muhammad Ghori's objective was to create empire in India. Right? So there are two basic things, right? Muhammad Ghaznavi was a plunderer and butt-shiken, that is called idol breaker. Butt-shiken, that means idol breaker for India. Idol means that is the breaker of the deities, idol breaker in India. On the other hand, he was a Renaissance man. That is your Persian Renaissance man in Ghazni. It's okay. In Ghazni. And he had developed and led the developmental works in Ghazni. It's okay. Developmental works in Ghazni. Also patronized scholars in his court. Is it okay? So this is the two face of Muhammad Ghaznavi. For India, he was just a plunderer. He was a lutera. He was a butt-shiken. That is called the idol breaker. But for Ghazni, he was a Renaissance man. He was a Persian Renaissance man who led the developmental works in Ghazni and also patronized the scholars in his court, right? Is it okay? So let me tell you the scholars in his court, right? In his court. So Muhammad Ghazni patronized three important people. One is your Al-Biruni, the author of Kitabul Hind. He came to India along with Muhammad Ghaznavi also. Muhammad Ghori. Al-Biruni came to India. Along with Muhammad Ghazni during his invasions, right? Another important personality in his court was Firdausi, who had written Shahnama. And then is your Utbi, the writer of Kitabul Yamini. Is it okay? Kitabul Yamini. Is that fine? So Al-Biruni, the author of the Kitabul Hind, Firdausi, the writer of the Shahnama, Utbi, the writer of the Kitabul Yamini. So these are the persons who were in his court, right? Now, let me talk about his important invasions in India, right? So if we talk about the important invasions of Muhammad Ghazni in India, 1010 1001, the first invasion of Ghazni against the Jaipal of Hindu Shahi dynasty. That was in the Battle of Vahend. Then 1014 against the Thaneswar. Then 1018 against the Mathura. 1025 invaded Somnath temple in Gujarat. And his last invasion was against the Jat of the Sindh in India. And in 1030, he died. He died. Is that okay? He had died. So this was the story of Muhammad Ghazni. Now let me talk about the Muhammad Ghori. Muhammad Ghori, we know Muhammad Ghori. After Muhammad Ghaznavi, after almost about more than 100 years, that is near to 150 years, Muhammad Ghori came to the power, right? So in fact, what is the story? So Samam here, here, here. In Afghanistan, this is the region that is called Ghazni. Ghazni. After the death of the Ghazni, after the death of the Ghazni, 1030, the Ghazni Empire was divided into different principalities, different pockets. And one of the pockets was of Ghor. That is called Ghor. Is that okay? In this Ghor, Muhammad Ghori emerged. Muhammad Ghori emerged. Muhammad Ghori emerged. Muhammad Ghori emerged. Right? Muhammad Ghori emerged. And now the intention is very much clear. The Ghori's intention was to create empire in India, to create an empire in India. That's why whenever he came to India for plunder or making inroads, he had left his military commanders like Kubacha, Yaldaws, Kutubuddin Aibak in India to maintain his empire. So whenever he would be back here for the next invasions, they would be supporting him in India to make his empire. Is it okay? Is it fine? So Muhammad Ghori was there. So are you getting me? This is the story behind here to Muhammad Ghori. So he had left his this one. So after Muhammad of Ghaznavi, another important Turkish invader was Muhammad Ghori. Ghor, a small state under the Mahmud, but during his reign, his weak successor, its local chiefs began to expand their power. Shahabani dynasty of the Ghor eventually captured Ghazni and even destroyed the city. 1173, Shihabuddin Muhammad Ghori, called the Muzibuddin Muhammad bin Sam, ascended the throne. In 1175 to 1205, Muhammad Ghori launched several campaigns into India, and his first attack was on Multan and the Sindh. Is it okay? On the Multan and the Sindh. It's fine. On the Multan and the Sindh. It's okay. Now, coming to after Muhammad Ghori's return to Ghazni, 1195-96, his trusted lieutenant, Kutubuddin Aibak, and another like Kabacha and Yaldaws, Bhaktiar Khilji, carried forward the Turkish expansion in India. Bhaktiar Khilji destroyed the grand Buddhist universities of Odantapuri, Vikramshila, and Nalanda. Right? Muhammad Ghori's last invasion on India took place in 1205 against the Khokhars. Khokhars was a freebooter community. Right, sirs and madams? Khokhar was a freebooter community. Right? So this is a thing, sirs and madams. In 1206 AD, while returning from India to Ghor, Muhammad Ghori was killed on the bank of Indus by Khokhars, who was a fierce warrior tribe. Then after the reign of the India passed on to the Aibak, who led the foundation of the slave dynasty under the Delhi Sultanate. Right? Is that okay? Is it fine? So this is how we have completed the arrival of the Muslims into India. Now we need to talk about the Delhi Sultanate, and then after Vijayanagar Empire, Bahmani Empire, and then the Mughals, right? So we are taking just a 5 minutes of bio breaks, 5 minutes of the bio breaks, right? So Samams, 5 minutes of the bio break. Can we take the 5 minutes bio break? Even I'm now less of my water. There's no water in my bottle. So let me refill it also, right? So can we take 5 minutes break? Just 5 minutes break, right? Just 5 minutes. So 12:41, we are assembling here. 12:41. 6 minutes bar break. 6 minutes. 5 minutes, 6 bar break. 5 minutes. Right? Just wait for 5 minutes. Okay, start correct. Hi everyone, welcome back. So let me talk about the Delhi Sultanate now. So Delhi Sultanate, is that okay? Delhi Sultanate. So see here. If we talk about the Delhi Sultanate, it had the 5 dynasties. And collectively these dynasties make the Delhi Sultanate. The first dynasty is your slave dynasty, followed by the Khilji dynasty, then by the Tughlaq, then by the Sayyids, and then by the Lodhis, right? So if we look into this table here, these are the different dynasties of the Delhi Sultanate. This is the number 1, slave dynasty, number 2, Khilji dynasty, number 3, Tughlaq dynasty, number 4, Sayyid dynasty, and then is 5th is your Lodhi dynasty, right? Now, let me talk about the Khilji dynasty first here. Khilji dynasty. If you look here the time, no need to memorize the time. I'm completely against it, right? So no need to memorize the thing. It is for the reference sake. It only make your understanding easier, right? But this is not the solution for your problem, right? So what is important here? If we talk about the Khilji dynasty, it ruled from 1290 to 1320. That survived only for 30 years. 30 years, right? Only for 30 years. 30 years. If we look in the Tughlaq dynasty, so that was ruling from 1320 to 1414. So that was for 94 years. 94 years. So they survived for 94 years. So if we talk about the Khilji dynasty, it is the shortest lived dynasty of the Delhi Sultanate. Shortest lived dynasty of Delhi Sultanate, that survived only for 30 years. It was the longest lived dynasty of Delhi Sultanate. Is it okay? Delhi Sultanate, longest lived dynasty of Delhi Sultanate, that survived for 94 years. Then if we talk about the Lodhis, this is the first Afghan dynasty to rule on Delhi. First Afghan dynasty to rule on Delhi, right? On Delhi. And this was the last dynasty. Is that okay? So now you need to memorize the sequence. Slave dynasty was followed by Khilji. Khilji was Tughlaq. Tughlaq was followed by Sayyid, and Sayyid by the Lodhis. And these are three important information. Shortest lived, survived only for the 30 years. Longest lived, survived for 94 years. And this was the first Afghan dynasty to rule on Delhi. And all these dynasties make the Delhi Sultanate. Is it okay? So this is what is your Delhi Sultanate. Sultanate, right? This is your Delhi Sultanate. It's fine. So all together. Now, so let me talk about the very first dynasty of the Delhi Sultanate. That is your slave dynasty. That is called your slave dynasty. Is it okay? So let me talk about this slave dynasty. This dynasty is also known as the Mamluk dynasty. It's also known as the Ilbari dynasty, or it is also known as the early Turk dynasty. That is the different interpretation of the different historians. So we should not get indulged into that right here, because that is more prone to your optional for your mains, right? So why it is called the early Turk dynasty, why it is Ilbari dynasty, why it is called the Mamluk dynasty, why it is called the slave dynasty, etc. But my concern is just to make you understand the very first dynasty of this Delhi Sultanate is your slave dynasty, and it is also known by the different names, that is called Mamluk dynasty and the Ilbari dynasty. That's it, and nothing more than that, right? Mamluk, and this is also called the Ilbari dynasty. Ilbari dynasty. That is called slave dynasty. The different names suggested by the scholars of this dynasty are Mamluks, and then is your Ilbari. It's done. It's okay, sirs and ma'ams? Now, so taking you to the other aspects. So let me talk about these are the sultans of the Delhi Sultanate. No need to memorize all these names by this. Just for your sake, okay, these are the different sultans of the Delhi Sultanate, right from the Qutbuddin Aibak to Kamurs is the first Sultan of Delhi Sultanate, and is the last Sultan of slave dynasty, that is called the Kamurs. But what is important here, the importance are the only Aibak, then the Iltutmish, then is your Razia Sultan, then is Bahram Shah a little bit, Mahmud Shah, Nasruddin Mahmud, and Balban are the only important ones. So we need to talk about these rulers only. These rulers only. Is it okay? Is it fine, Sir Samam? So let me talk about the Qutbuddin Aibak first. He was the founder of this Delhi Sultanate. Is it okay? So let me talk about the Delhi Sultanate. See, he was the founder of the Delhi Sultanate and his capital was in Lahore. Lahore, right? Lahore, right. Is that okay? His capital was not in Delhi. Why his capital was not in Delhi? Actually, you know that when Muhammad Ghori used to come in India, for the invasions, he had started appointing his lieutenants. So one of his lieutenants in Delhi and Lahore, it was under the control of Aibak. It was Aibak, right? Similarly, he had other also like Yalduz, Kabacha in Multan. Kabacha, that is, he was in Multan. He was in Ghazni. There was Ghazni, the other lieutenants of the Muhammad Ghori. So when Qutbuddin Aibak had established his independent empire under the title of the Delhi Sultanate or the slave dynasty, the other lieutenants also became ambitious and started challenging the authority of the Qutbuddin Aibak. And that's why, to counter these challenges, he had to keep his capital in Lahore to counter with the Multan ruler Kabacha and the ruler of Ghazni, that is called the Yalduz. So he had kept his capital in Lahore itself, not in Delhi. Is it okay? So this is the one thing, Sir and Madam. That's okay. Then second important thing, he had not issued any coins, and just because of giving generous donations, he is known as Lakh Baksh. It is said that he used to give good lavish donations or liberal donations, right? He had also developed some authority in Quran, you know the Quran, the sacred text of Islam, Quran, right? So that's why he became Quran Khawa. He became what? Quran Khawa. Initially, he had built first mosque in India. It is said, not to memorize this. He had constructed the mosque of Quwwat al-Islam Mosque in Delhi, and Adhai Din Ka Jhopda in Ajmer. In the walls of this Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, there is the references of the drama of Harikeli Natak is inscribed on the walls of the Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, Harikeli Natak, right? Adhai Din Ka Jhopda that we have discussed. And Harikeli Natak was authored by Vishaldev or Vigrah Raj of Chauhan dynasty. So Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, so that we have already discussed, right? So now founder of the slave dynasty and these other things. He had also led the foundation of the Qutub Minar. He led the foundation of what? That is called Qutub Minar. Right, sirs and madams? So we have talked about a lot about this Qutub Minar during the art and culture. So no need to discuss all the things. He died while playing Chaugan. Chaugan used to be the medieval polo. And his tomb is in Lahore. So that much is important for Qutbuddin Aibak, right? For the revision sakes. That's okay. So Qutbuddin Aibak. Now coming to the next Sultan, that is your Aram Shah. Generally, we know that Qutbuddin Aibak was followed by or succeeded by Iltutmish. But for a short period of time, his son Aram Shah also came to the throne for the 8 months. For 8 months only. Actually, what was the case? There is a two nobility that was operating in Delhi Sultanate. One was in Lahore and other was from Delhi. So the nobility of the Lahore had supported Aram Shah, the son of Qutbuddin Aibak, to become the next Sultan. And that's why Aram Shah became the Sultan for the 8 months. But he was opposed by the nobility of the Delhi, because the nobles of Delhi was supporting Iltutmish. So after 8 months, Aram Shah was deposed by Iltutmish. Is it okay? Here just for 8 months, deposed. Iltutmish opposed Aram Shah and became the Sultan, opposed by the rulers of Amirs of Delhi. Is it okay? Now, coming to Iltutmish, right? It is said that Iltutmish, if I talk about the Iltutmish, so before becoming the Sultan of Delhi Sultanate, he was the governor at Badayu, governor of Badayu, right? Badayu. Now, when he came to the throne, he had various challenges. What kind of the challenges he had? One of the challenges was the rising power of इधर दे दो was the rising power of the Mongols under Genghis Khan, who had threatened from the northwest India, right? In fact, this Genghis Khan had destroyed Khwarezmi Empire, what was one of the biggest empire, and he was chasing the prince of Khwarezmi, that is called Alauddin Khilji, who was the son of Shah Khwarezmi. While escaping from the Mongols, he sought shelter from the Iltutmish at court, but Iltutmish had refused to provide him asylum, just refused to provide him asylum, right? And it was a diplomatic move, successful diplomatic move of the Iltutmish to protect his nascent or the newly born empire of Delhi Sultanate, right? So Iltutmish refused to grant asylum to him against the Genghis Khan. So this was one of the challenges. Then Iltutmish had also started a system that is called Iqtidari system. Iqta was the assignment of the land. It was assignment of the land in lieu of the salary, right? Iqtidars, what was the responsibility of these Iqtidars? Had to maintain law and order. This was the one thing, sirs and madams. So this was one of the responsibility with the Iqtidars or the Iqta holders in their Iqta. Iqta was a land base in lieu of salary. And the second important thing, sirs and madam, they had to collect revenue. So after deducting own salary and expenses, they had to send this surplus to the central government. Surplus to the central government. As a matter of the fact, Iqtidars were also transferable. This is also important. Iqtidars were also transferable. So it means that it was not hereditary. So he had introduced what? Iqta system. Okay? Iqta system. So Iqtidari system was started by Iltutmish in Delhi Sultanate. The responsibility of this Iqtidars were maintaining law and order, collecting revenue, right? Sending surplus to the central government, and these were also the transferables. They were also transferable, right? And the holder of the Iqtas were known as by different names like Mukti, Wali, or Iqtidar. So there are the different names for the holder of the Iqtas, right? Now coming to Turki Chehalgani. He ruled with the aid of the Turki Chehalgani. Actually, it was a group of 40 noble elites, and they were Turkish amirs who advised and helped the Sultan in administrating the Sultan. After the death of Iltutmish, this group assumed greater power in their hands, right? For a few years, they decided on the selection of the sultans one after the other. The group was finally eliminated by the Balban. So see, actually what is the case, sir, madam? Iltutmish had organized a group of the confidants that is called the Turki Chehalgani or Turki Chalisa based on Turkish nobility, superiority of the Turkish nobles, right? So during the time of Iltutmish, this Turki Chehalgani worked well. There is no doubt at all, and they was efficiently providing or giving advices to the Iltutmish, right? That's the one thing. Second, important. But after the death of Iltutmish, these Turki Chehalgani became uncontrolled, and they started influencing the politics of the Delhi Sultanate. Right? So this was another story, right? So it was posing the challenges. To the sultans of the Delhi Sultanate, and this Turki Chehalgani was a big threat for the sultans to come or to be succeeded succeeded after the Iltutmish, right? Finally, this group was eliminated or disbanded by ruler of a Sultan of Delhi Sultanate or slave dynasty. Name was Balban. Once a question was asked in your exam also, who had disbanded the Turke Chihilgani? This was Balban. Balban has eliminated this Turke Chihilgani. So that is again important. That is very much important, right? So it was disbanded by Balban. It's okay. Is it fine? Now, coming to the coinage of the currency. Coinage and the currency. He has issued purely Arabic coins. Silver, tanka, and then this is not grains, it is written grains. It was grains, right? On the basis of modern rupee and the copper jital. Copper jital. It's okay. Copper jital. It's okay. It's fine. Now he had transferred the capital from Lahore to Delhi. From Lahore to Delhi. It's okay. He had completed the construction of Qutub Minar, which had been started by Qutbuddin Aibar. In 1236, he died just because of his illness and was buried in the Qutub complex in Mehrauli, in Delhi, Mehrauli in Delhi, right? And it is said that he had appointed Razia Sultan as his successor because he had no competent sons to succeed him, right? So this is also mentioned in some of the references. Although this is a debatable issue, this is a debatable historical fact, right? Is it okay? Now, so Razia Sultan, right? Now, what will happen, Sister Madam? But here's one of his son, Ruknuddin Firoz, with the support of the nobility of Delhi and Shah Turkan, who was originally Turkish made, became the Sultan. When the governor of Multan revolted, Ruknuddin marched to suppress the revolt, and using the opportunity, Razia, with the support of Amirs of Delhi, seized the throne of Delhi Sultanate, right? Is it okay? So there was a tragedy for the Ruknuddin Firoz. It's okay? Now, Razia Sultan, what is important here? Nothing much. She was the first and the only female Muslim ruler of India, right? He discarded the female apparel and parda. She held the court with her face unveiled. So now what will happen? Why I have written this is important to understand. It was a medieval society. It was a male chauvinist society. Male chauvinist. It was a medieval society. It was a male chauvinist society where women were not allowed to keep themselves unveiled, right? And the male were also not liking the regency of a female, right? So what will happen? In the male chauvinist society, the male nobles would be against the Razia. Again, Razia was a very capable administrator. So whenever she was trying to control the ambitions of these nobility, this nobility went against the Razia and they started hatching conspiracy against the Razia Sultan. And the too many stories were woven against the Razia Sultan. One such a story is in regard to the Razia Sultan and Malik Yaqut, who was an Abyssinian. Actually, Malik Yaqut was the head of the stable, that is called Amir A Akhol, royal stable, right? वो घोड़ों को देखने का था, officials था, right? So since Razia Sultan was the ruler and she was to be expert in the cavalry, so the Amir Akhur, who was the superintendent of the cavalry, was developing her skill in the cavalry. So he was giving his hand to the Razia Sultan to ride over the horse and to get down from the horse. So obviously people started making these stories between the Razia Sultan and this Malik Yakut, right? There is something illicit is going on. Some khichdi is cooking. Some khichdi is cooking in between the Razia Sultan and the Malik Yakut, right? So this kind of the story was woven just to defame the Razia Sultan and to instigate conspiracy against the Razia Sultan, right? Are you getting me? Finally, she was trapped into a conspiracy and she had to sacrifice his life when she was returning from Bhatinda. So here is some story, and nothing much more than that. So now her attempt to create a counter nobility of the non-Turkish invited the wrath of the Turkish amirs. They were particularly incensed over the decision of appointment of an Abyssinian slave, Malik Yakut, to an important office that is called Amir-e Yakut, that is called Superintendent of the Royal Horses or a Stable. Turkish nobles are angered by her independent policies and favoritism towards Yakut, rebelled. In 1420, the Razia was deposed and later killed near Kathal in Haryana. Razia was killed and near Haryana, attempting to regain her throne, returning from Bhatinda with Altunia. So this is the story. That's it. Nothing more than this. It's all about your prelims. So don't think much about it, right? So I'm not going to tell a story. What is the love story going on? How she married to Altunia? Why she married to Altunia? What was the ambition of the Altunia? So that is altogether different aspect. We need not to discuss about it. So we have to be very professional, just keeping in view your prelims, upcoming prelims, right? Now coming to the Bahram Shah. There is only one thing important about the Bahram Shah. Bahram Shah, right? Before this, I would like to tell you something. In many of the books and many of the educators and the mentors say that the first invasion of the Mongols took place during the time of Iltutmish, but it is not correct. It is not correct. If you go by the book of the Satish Chandra, you will get a very clear hint in this book that the first Mongol invasion had not taken place during the time of the Iltutmish, because this was a looming threat and it was avoided by the diplomacy of the Iltutmish. So it is not correct that the first Mongol invasion had taken place during the time of the Iltutmish. Rather, the first Mongol invasion had taken place during the time of the Bahram Shah under the Tair Bahadur. That is the only important thing in regard to the Bahram Shah, right? Bahram Shah. So Bahram Shah, right, sirs and madams? What is important? The first Mongol remembered for Bahram Shah is important to remember for the first Mongol invasion of India occurred in 1241, led by the Tair Bahadur. That is the only thing, not Iltutmish. From my side, this is not the Iltutmish. That is the only important thing. Now coming to the next Sultan, Nasruddin Mahmud. It is said that Nasruddin Mahmud came to the throne with the support of an active member of Turkish Chehilgani, that is called the Balban. Balban was a member of the Turkish Chehilgani, right? And Balban had helped Nasruddin Mahmud to become the Sultan. But Nasruddin Mahmud was a very pious man. All the time he was copying the ayats of the Quran, right? So just because of copying the ayats of the Quran, his writing became very cursive and beautiful. So he became expert calligraphist. This is the one thing important about Nasruddin Mahmud. Second important thing is that for his survival, he used to stitch the caps. जो Islamic cap होता है, just to offer the namaz, right? He used to weave it all the time, right? And he used to get them sold. जो उससे पैसे आते थे, whatever he was earning from the selling of those caps, it was used for his survival, for his livelihood. So these are two important things. So he was very much ignorant towards the administration of the Delhi Sultanate. So obviously what will happen? The power was actually in the hands of the Balban. But at the same time, there was a group of the nobility who was against the Balban, who whispered poison into the ears of Nasruddin Mahmud that, sir, Balban is raising into his ambition, and he may be a threat for your existence. So Nasruddin Mahmud had given an order to Balban to leave the court for 1 year. So he was outside the court for 1 year. But during this period of 1 year, he had further consolidated his power in his hand and become more powerful. But during this period, Nasruddin Mahmud had realized that without Balban, he won't be able to run an efficient administration. That's why he had invited his father-in-law Balban. Balban was also the father-in-law of Nasruddin Mahmud, his father-in-law, to come back into the court. But when the Balban came the court this time, he was with more power, with more authority in his hand. But after some time, Nasruddin Mahmud died. After the death of the Nasruddin Mahmud, some of the historians of medieval times of this time believe that it was the conspiracy which was hatched by Balban to kill Nasruddin Mahmud to get the power. But it is not the complete truth, right? The more investigation and more references are needed to get a conclusion, right? But this is one of the thought that it was the Balban who had conspired, who has a conspiracy against the Nasruddin Mahmud to capture the throne. So this was the story behind, right? So this is one story, right, Sir Madam? So what is important here? Nasruddin Mahmud, he was an expert calligraphist. He was expert calligraphist, beautiful writing, expert calligraphist. He was expert calligraphist, right? One, he sold the handwritten copies and used the money for his expenses. No servants to carry out his tasks. Mahmud died in 1265, and according to some historians, such as Ibn Battuta and Isami, Balban poisoned his master Nasruddin and ascended the throne. That's it. And he used to stitch cap. He also used to stitch cap to sell and earn for his survival. Is it okay? So this is the story, right, sirs and madams? Now, coming to the Balban. Balban. He was one of the main architects of Delhi Sultanate, particularly of its former government institutions. Now see, so Balban was a member of, now listen me carefully, Balban was a member of Turkish-Yelgani. So he was knowing the ambitions of the Turkish-Yelgani. He was very much aware of the ambitions of Turkish-Yelgani. And this Turkish-Yelgani could be a direct threat to the Sultan of Balban, because other members of Turkish-Yelgani will also be in the ambition to become the Sultan like the Balban became, right? So the other members of the Turkish-Yelgani will challenge his authority. So obviously what Balban will do, he will end it or disband. He will disband the Turkish-Yelgani. This is the one thing that we have already discussed during the time of Iltutmish. So Balban did one thing, that he had discontinued the Turkish-Yelgani. This is the one thing. Second thing, there were too many challenges before the Balban, and Balban had seen all those challenges. The first thing was that the position of the Sultan was not dignified. Anyone could aspire and become the Sultan. So he had to dignify the position of the Sultan, right? And to dignify the position of the Sultan, he had established his relationship with a mythical hero, a mythical ruler of Persia, that is called Afrasiab or Afrasiab dynasty. And he had also started some Persian practices in his court, like Sizda, Parbos, and a festival Nowroz in Delhi Sultanate. And he had also established a separate department of the army that is known as Diwan-e-Arsh to meet out the challenges of internal conflicts, Mewatis, and of course the Mongols, right? So he had established a new department that is called Department of Army, that is called Diwan-e-Arsh. And the third important thing, that he had pursued a policy of that is called carrot and stick to suppress the Mewatis, right? Now see here. So now see, are you getting me? So Balban was one of the main architects of the Delhi Sultanate, particularly of its form the government. He asserted and enhanced the power of the monarchy. You could understand, because the position of monarchy was at threat. It's okay. He had established an unwavering fear of the governing power. which he considered the fundamental basis of the effective rule. He ensured unconditional loyalty to the crown, and he implemented an efficient espionage system as well, right, to keep himself informed. Now his policy towards dignifying the office of the Sultan. What were his policies, right? He proclaimed that Sultan is the God shadow on earth, that is Jille Ilahi. He is a divine grace, that is called the Niyabate Khudai. If Sultan is saying something, it simply means that it is said by the God, right? He disbanded the Turkish Chehelgani, right? He started Persian practices like Sizda, that is called prostration. Tere Sizde mein sar jhukta hai, you must have heard about it. Paibosh, that is called kissing of the feet of the Sultan. You can understand. If anybody who is coming in his court and doing the Sizda, it means that whosoever, it hardly matters to the Sultan, your position is to bow down before the Sultan. This much not only, you have to come before the Sultan, and with all respect, you have to hold the feet of the Sultan to kiss his feet. It means that your position is in the feet of the Sultan, right? So that's why he had introduced these two Persian practices, Sizda and the Paibos. Just to glorify the position of the Sultan, Balban maintained a magnificent court and also introduced the Persian festival of Nowruz, right? He was a deeply racist and excluded non-Turks from the administration. To deal with these elements, Balban adopted stern policy. He organized a strong centralized army both to deal with the internal disturbances and established a separate department for army that is called Divane Wizarat, Divane Arj, separated Divane Wizarat and established Divane Arj. So he had established a new department out of Divane Wizarat, established Divane Arj, that military department. And he also followed the policy of blood and iron. In the northwest, the Mongol reappeared and Balban sent his son, Prince Muhammad, against him. But the Prince Khanesai was killed in the battle, and his death was a smashing blow to the Balban, and Balban died after a shock in 1287. So this was his story, right, Sasaman? So this is the thing. It's okay. So it was against the Mewatis. This policy was brought against the Mewatis. Right? Done. Now, coming to the last two sultans of the slave dynasty, that is your Kekubad and the Qumars. Kekubads and the Qumars. Grands of Balban, who raised the throne by nobles after Balban's death. He was soon replaced by his son Qumars, who remained on the throne for a little over 3 months. In 1290, Firoz, the Arize Mimalik, Minister of War, who later took the title of Alauddin Khilji and took a bold step by murdering the Kamurs and seized the throne and established Khilji dynasty. Right? So Kamurs, that is called Kamurs, that is also on Qumars, or it is also written as Kamurs. Either way it is written. Kamurs or Qumars, right? Kekubad and then Kamurs. This is okay? It's fine. So this is the story behind the Kekubad and the Qumars. This is how we came to the end of the slave dynasty, the very first dynasty. Now coming to the second dynasty, that is your Khilji dynasty. Is that okay? Khilji dynasty. Shortest lived dynasty, Khilji dynasty. So now this is the map of the Khilji dynasty. You can see here the founder of this dynasty was Alauddin Khilji. What is important here? He came to the throne at the age of 70 years, right? He fought many successful battles against the Mongols and repelled the attack of the Mongols under Abdullah and allowed Mongols to settle near Delhi, and it's called New Musalmans. Now see. So Mongol was a big threat for the Delhi Sultanate. Mongols were keep on invading India, right? To the times of the different sultans, right? During the time of the Alauddin Khilji, Mongols also attacked on India and attacked India under the Abdullah. Although this invasion was successfully retaliated by the Alauddin Khilji, then the Mongols requested to the Alauddin Khilji to allow them to settle in Delhi, which was permitted as the new Musalman. So in New Delhi, these Mongols are living as new Musalmans. This was not liked by his nephew Alauddin Khilji, because he thought that they are enemies, or enemies can never be docile or decent to you, right? So they can, anytime they could be a threat to the existence of the Sultanate. So he had not liked the permission given by the Alauddin Khilji to the Mongols to settle in Delhi. That is also today, this is a colony in Delhi that is known as the Mongolpuri. So as the new Musalmans. So who were the new Musalmans? They were the Mongols. New Musalmans. They settled in Delhi by the permission of Alauddin Khilji, but it was not liked by his nephew, one of his nephews, that is called Alauddin Khilji, right? This is one thing. Then another important thing, sir, madam, he was the first Sultan of Delhi Sultanate, to have a benevolent attitude towards Hindus. And he said state should be based on the willing support of the government. He said this, willing support of the government. It simply means that it is not possible to convert India as a Darul Islam, because it is a Hindu majority state, right? So he also avoided harsh punishments. His leniency was misunderstood as weakened by many people, including his supporters. During his reign in 1294, Devgiri was invaded by his nephew Alauddin Khilji or Ali Gur Shah without his permission. Right? Without his permission. Is it okay? Now there is a little story behind it, sirs and madams. Actually, what was the case here? Actually, case was this, sirs and madams. Alauddin Khilji, who was a young man, chap, he had no belief in the acts of his uncle and father-in-law, Jalaluddin Khilji. So Alauddin Khilji had a plan to usurp the power and became the next Sultan by replacing Jalaluddin Khilji. So he decided to accumulate the wealth in his hand first. So without taking the permission of Jalaluddin Khilji, he had led the expedition of Devgiri, which was a very prosperous province of Sultanate from the South India, right? So without seeking the permission of Jalaluddin Khilji, he led the expedition and made a huge money out of this expedition, right? And then he started a conspiracy and approached to the Jalaluddin Khilji that it was my bhari mistake, मेरे से बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई, right? It is my mistake that I have committed. I should have taken your permission before this expedition, but I could not do so. So whatever the war booty I have collected from this expedition, I would like to give you, sir, that is your Jalaluddin Khilji. So please, I'm feeling very bad. So you should come alone to me, okay, and please forgive me, right? Don't come with anyone. And then take this money, whatever I have taken in the war booty, right? And please forgive me. When this message was given to the Jalaluddin Khilji, the confidence of Jalaluddin Khilji had warned him not to go alone to the Alauddin Khilji, because Alauddin Khilji had it is Tughlaq's dynasty after Khilji's, right, sirs and madams? Okay? Is it okay? Is it fine? So he was warned not to go alone before the Alauddin Khilji, but he said, "Koi baat nahi beta, umar hi meri ho gayi hai 70 saal ki. So I am 70 years old grand man. कब्र में पाँव ऐसे ही अटके हुए हैं. What he will do to me, right? मार्क्स में मार डालेगा, मर जाऊंगा, कोई बात नहीं है." Jalaluddin Khilji went to meet with Alauddin Khilji at Kara near Allahabad, right? Where, as per the plan, Alauddin Khilji had killed Jalaluddin Khilji and overpowered the and had and became the next Sultan of Delhi Sultanate. So this is the story over here, right, sister ma'am? It's okay now. So this is your Alauddin Khilji. Now coming to the Alauddin Khilji. This is the Alauddin Khilji. Alauddin Khilji has precariously murdered his father-in-law Alauddin Khilji near Kara and usurped the throne of Delhi. He proclaimed himself Sultan by winning over the nobles and soldiers to his side by lavish use of the gold accumulated from the Devagiri. So whatever he had accumulated the wealth, he had used this money. He had used this money in his favor. He used this money for consolidating his position in Delhi Sultanate. It's okay. It's fine. Now, it's a time of Alauddin Khilji that is very much important. He was very ambitious Sultan, right? His policies, first of all, he will reverse the policies of Alauddin Khilji. Alauddin's policy of tolerance was reversed by Alauddin. Awarded drastic punishment to all those who dare to oppose him. He revived the ruthless policies of the Balban. Slaughtered new Muslims, Mongols, right? He curbed the powers of the nobles and interference in the ulemas in the matters of the state. He said to control the nobles, he passed 4 ordinances. What was these 4 ordinances? He confiscated the properties of the nobles. See, actually, noble was a big threat to the Sultanate, right? These nobles were very rich people. They were the holders of the land and they had no work at all just to earn the money from these lands. They are iktas and they are just to wear the malmal clothes of the malmal. That was a very expensive cloth at that time. And then using the Arabi horse to ride, right? And they were also chewing the pan, right? Actually, this is the reference. And it is said that these nobles were very ambitious. They were chewing the pan all the time. And they were now wearing the malmal clothes. They were riding on the Arabi horse. So this was actually the elaboration of their lifestyle. That was the luxurious lifestyle, right? So Alauddin Khilji planned to confiscate all their privileges. And that's why he came up with the 4 ordinances to weaken their position so that a threat of the Sultanate can be controlled, right? So he confiscated the properties of the nobles so that they become poor. The intelligence system was reorganized and all the secret activities of the nobles were immediately reported to the sultans. The use of liquor and intoxicants was prohibited because ab jante ho, वो एक मूवी का गाना था, there was a song in the movie, ये फिर मत ये कहना कि माइकल दारू पी के दंगा करता. This was a song, line of the song, right? You must have listened that, right? So he was very much aware that after taking the liquors, they become very ambitious and they are outboasting. They become the big hot balloons, right? Are you getting me? So he had prohibited the use of liquors and the intoxicants, right? He also controlled their social gatherings and festivities without the permission of the Sultan were forbidden. Marriage alliances between families of the nobles men were also permitted only with the consent of the Sultan. आप शादी भी नहीं कर सकते without my permission. Even you cannot marry. So these were the things to control the what I say, the ambition of the nobility. Now the second threat before the Alauddin Khilji was of the Mongols. So Mongol invasion and his Mongol policy. So just for this, he had made his army permanent. He was the first ruler of the Sultan to have the permanent regular army or the standing army, right? To satisfy his ambition of conquest and to protect the country from the Mongol invasions. Alauddin Khilji sent his army 6 times against the Mongols. The first 2 were successful, but the third Mongol invader, Khwaza, came up to Delhi. However, he was prevented from entering into the capital city. The next 3 Mongol invasions were also dealt with severity. So that is an again important point. During whose reign Mongols reached up to Delhi? This was a question asked in your prelims. Again, are you getting me? Mama. Is it okay? So now, so what I was talking about, it is a question that may again come in your examination. The third Mongol invasion under the Khwaja, they came up to the Delhi. So that is the one important aspect, right, Sir Samams? Now coming to the reforms under the Alauddin Khilji, he is also known for his reforms. Military reforms. He was the first Sultan to have a permanent standing army. He was the first Sultan to pay his soldiers in cash, introduced the Dag system to short the best breed of the horses, Arabi horses. Dag system, he had started the Dag system, branding of the horses, and keeping chehra, that is called descriptive role of the soldiers. Insistence on a regular muster of the army and abolition of the ikta of the royal troopers. So these are the initiatives that he had taken. Is it okay? So military reforms. The first, to have the permanent army. Second, to pay in the cash. Third, he had introduced the Dag and Chehra system. Now, market reforms. If we talk about the market reforms, it is in order to keep his army satisfied with their salary. So the market reforms by some of the historians is related to his army military reforms, because since he had started giving the cash salary to his soldiers, now he had also to make sure that whatever the salary he is giving, that would be sufficient for the survival of his soldiers, right? So this was the one thing, Sir Madam, right? So now for this purpose, he had a plan to regulate the market, and that's why he came up with the market reforms, right? And market reforms where the strict price control measures were taken, right? Strict price control measures were taken. Now he established four separate markets for what I say, that is your ये कैसे हो गया? Okay. Okay. So four separate markets, right? So one is the market for the grains, other for the clothes and the groceries, third horse and cattle and the slaves, then miscellaneous commodity market. He had also Sahana, that is called market controller, the Barids, the intelligent officials, and the Munya, Sultan's secret spies or agents, to keep him informed about the activities of the market, and submitted their independent reports on these markets to the Sultan. A separate department called Diwane Riyasalat was also created to regulate and supervise these markets. So this was his market reforms, right? Now coming to the other aspect, land reforms. He was the first Sultan of Delhi who ordered for the measurement of the land. The state officials measured the cultivable land and fixed the land revenue accordingly. First ruler to fix the land revenue in cash, right? Alauddin collected land tax directly from the cultivators, collected directly. Biswa was the standard unit for the measurement of the land. He reorganized the revenue department and created the office of Mustafraz for all these things. The state demanded 1/5 of the produce as the land revenue and confiscated religious endowments and free lands given to anyone, right, sister madams? So these are the land reforms he had done just to make sure that he will have a regular source of income on a fixed basis, right? So land revenue. Now coming to the theory of the kingship, right? His theory of kingship was secular. To some extent it was secular, not completely secular, to some extent it was secular. And he proclaimed, kingship knows no kinship. And I do not know if this is lawful or unlawful. I do whatever I think to be good for the state. And this is how we can say that the arrival of the Khiljis in the Sultanate was a beginning of what I say, the separation of the politics and the religion. Beginning of the separation of the politics from the religion from the politics, right? He refused the suzerainty of the caliph, and did not allow any power independent of the state to guide his policies. Is that okay? So these are the things, sirs and madams. Now, cultural approach. He had patronized a poet whose name was Amira Khushru. Then another one was Mir Hasan Dehlavi. He also built a famous gateway known as Alai Darwaza, Hauz Khas, and then Alai Minar, and new capital in Delhi that is known as Siri. Alauddin adopted the title of Sikandre Azam, and gave Amir Khusro the title of Tutiye Hind. Why he is called Sikandre Azam? Because he had the same dream as Alexander had to conquer the world. So he wanted to conquer the world, but just because of the advices given by some of the officials of the Delhi itself, one of the Kotwal of the Delhi had advised him not to have this dream. It's better to consolidate your power in India itself. He had left the plan. Otherwise, and that's why he had taken the title of Sikandre Azam, right? And he had given the title of Tutiye Hind, Parrot of India, to the Amir Khusro, right? He also included non-Turks in his service, against the policy of the Balban, right? Non-Turks in his service. Now, coming to the contribution of the Amir Khusro, he had seen the reign of 8 sultans of Delhi. He was Persian by origin. He was a Sufi musician. He was a poet. He was a scholar, right? It is said that a very light kind of the music is Qawwali. He said that Amir Khusro is the father of Qawwali. He was a disciple of a Sufi saint, Nizamuddin Auliya. We have already talked about it in the art and culture also. Brought into circulation 2 specific musical genres, Tarana and the Khayal. Khayal is very flowery that I have already discussed in art and culture. Composed poetry in Urdu, okay? And he had certain books on his credit, Nu Se Peher, Tughlaq Nama, Khazain ul Futuh, and it is also said that he had introduced a new musical instrument that is called tabla. Tabla is introduced by him. Is that okay? It's fine. It's done. Now his expeditions. Now we have to look into his expedition. He had made 2 expeditions again. Let me tell you. His expeditions can be divided into 2 parts. One is for the North India, another is for South India, right? North India and the South India. Right? So this is your North India. This is your North India. And this is your South India. Is it okay? In North India, he has the policy of direct annexation, followed the policy of direct annexation. For South India, he pursued policy of indirect annexation. By developing tributary states. Right? Tributary states. What do you mean by tributary states? He came to South India. He had conquered the South Indian states and again reinstated their position back, and made them obliged to pay him regular tributes from the South India. So that is called tributary states, right? So he had pursued the policy of indirect annexation in the South India, right? And his South India expedition was done by a transgender whose name was Malik Kafur. Malik Kafur led his South Indian expeditions. expeditions, South Indian expeditions, right? South Indian expeditions. It's okay. Malik Kafur. It's done. Sirs and madams. South Indian expeditions by Malik Kafur. It's okay. Now, if we talk about the North India, right? He had led the expedition against the Gujarat, against the Ranthambore in Chittor in this order, 1299, 1301 and 1303. When the king of Gujarat was Raza Karan. When the king of the Ranthambore was Raja Hamir Dev, and the ruler of Chittor was Rana Ratan Singh, right, sirs and madams? Hamir Dev. In Ranthambore, Amir Khusro was with him. Amir Khusro was with him. And he had recorded Jauhar. Jauhar is commonly dying, self-immolation by the Rajput princes and the queens. Is it okay? Rajput princes or the queens. So, Jauhar. This was during the Ranthambore expedition. That was during this Ranthambore expedition. This is called Jauhar. So, this is related to your Ranthambore. It's okay. Chittor is related to Rani Padmini. Rani Padmini, right? Who had committed suicide not to go in the hands of the Alauddin Khilji, right? Now, conquest of, these are the things, sirs and madams, that is already discussed. Now, in South India, if we talk about the South Indian expeditions, so he led the expedition of Devagiri, Kakatiyas of Warangal and Devagiri. So, Devagiri, he had made two expeditions, right? Kakatiyas of Warangal, there was Pratap Rudra Deva. Devagiri, Raja Ramchandra Deva was there. Defeated ruler of the Gujarat had Raja Rai Karan Deva with his daughter Deval Rani was in his shelter. Wife Kamla Devi was given to the Alauddin Khilji, and who became the chief queen of Alauddin Khilji, right? Hoysala ruler at this time was Veer Ballal III, and Pandyan ruler at this time was Veer Pandya. They were also existing during the expedition, South Indian expedition of Alauddin Khilji. It's okay. Alauddin Khilji, sirs and madams. Now, so this was his expeditions. Now, Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah. So, Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah. What is important about the Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah? Actually, Khaljis are known for separating the religion from the politics. In this series, we can understand also the reign of the Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah. Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah was the first Sultan of Delhi Sultan who had declared himself that I myself is the Caliph. I don't know any Caliph. I myself is Caliph, right? So, Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah had declared himself the Caliph and took the title of Al-Basiq Billah, one who places unwavering trust in Allah and he does not know anyone, right? So, this is what is important about the Mubarak Shah Khilji. Is it okay? So, that is another aspect. Now, coming to Nasruddin Khusro Shah. He did not last long on the throne as some dissatisfied officers led by Ghazi Malik, the governor of the Dipalpur, killed Khusro Shah and ascended the throne of Delhi under the title of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq in 1320 and leading the foundation of Tughlaq dynasty. Second important thing, Nasruddin Khusro Shah was the only Hindu convert to sit on the throne of Delhi. Khusro Khan, originally a Hindu who was captured as a slave, later converted to Islam and rose into the ranks of the Delhi Sultanate, right? He became a favorite of Sultan. That's it. Mubarak Shah Khilji. So what is important about the Nasruddin Khilji Shah? So now we need to talk about the Tughlaq dynasty. Right? This dynasty was established by Ghazi Malik, who was the governor of the Dipalpur, taken the title of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, and he was Nasruddin Khusro Shah. He had killed his master Nasruddin Khusro Shah, who was a Hindu convert to sit on the throne of Delhi. That's it. Nothing more than that. right? He became a favorite of Sultan Khuzrau Mubarak's son, last ruler of Khilji dynasty. Now, Tughlaq dynasty. Tughlaq dynasty. If we come to the Tughlaq dynasty, this dynasty was founded by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, right? He was the first sultan to take the title of Ghazi. And what is the meaning of this Ghazi? Ghazi means he is the slayer of the infidels. That is called kafir, or who had, distracted from the path of the religion or righteousness. That is called infidels. He was the first sultan to start irrigation in Delhi Sultanate. He built a strong fort called Tughlaqabad near Delhi. And he had a troublesome relationship with a Sufi saint, Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia. What was the relationship, sirs and madams? Actually, in Sufi silsila, there is a tradition of fana, sama and fana. That is called sama. Sama is called musical gathering, right? He was a musical gathering, right? And Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq was a Sunni, that was an Orthodox Muslim. He had no liking for the music, as music is prohibited in Islam, right? And in Sufi silsilas, music was going on. In some of the Sufi silsilas, that is called the sama. So he was against this kind of the practices, and he had not good relationship with, just because it was one of the reasons that he had not good relation with the Sufi saint of Nizamuddin Aulia, right? So before Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, Sufi saint Nizamuddin Aulia had got some of the wazifa or money from the Khushro Shah. Once Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq was outside the state for the Bengal expedition. When he was returning from the Bengal expedition, a successful expedition of the Bengal campaign, he asked the money from the Nizamuddin Aulia to return. Nizamuddin Aulia said that, "Beta, I don't have the money. Whatever I had, the wazifa, that is all given or distributed among the needy ones." Then Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq said that, "No, you will have to return that money." Then Nizamuddin Aulia said, "Beta, abhi Delhi dur hai. Delhi is far away," right? So this is the one part of the story. Now, second part of the story is, when he was returning from the campaign of the Bengal, he was welcomed by his son Jana Khan in the outer skirts of the Delhi, when he had constructed a wooden palace to welcome his father Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. But unfortunately, when Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq entered into the city, into the wooden palace which was constructed by his son Jana Khan, one of the wooden pavilion fell on his head and he died. On his death, there is a different story woven around, and one of the story was that it was the curse of Nizamuddin Aulia that he said that Delhi beta bhi dur hai. It means that it was inferred as you cannot race to Delhi. When you will come to Delhi, then you will come to me, right? So this is the curse of the Nizamuddin Aulia. So this is how he had the troublesome relationship with the Sufis and Nizamuddin Aulia. At the same time, there are certain medieval historians like Ibn Battuta who said that it was a conspiracy of the Jana Khan to capture the throne. Is it okay? So, capture of the throne. So he died due to the collapse of a wooden structure. Some scholars like Ibn Battuta believe that his death was an act of sabotage orchestrated by his son Jana Khan. The story is described in detail by Ishami and Ibn Battuta. But whatever the things, it doesn't seem true, because actually Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq had the troop of the elephants also. When that elephants will move together in good number, that is in the number of 400-500, the earth will shake, and just because of that shake, that kind of the seismic activity, because of the movement of these elephants, the loose end of the wooden palace fell on the earth on the head of the Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, and Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq died. So this is the story behind it, right? But it was not the conspiracy that was hatched by the Jana Khan, that is on Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? So now coming to the next Sultan of Delhi Sultanate, whose name is Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, popularly known as Jana Khan. His original name is Jana Khan. He is known as ill-fated idealist because of his failures of his ambitious schemes. He is known as the Mad Sultan of Delhi Sultanate just because of his experiments. Ziauddin Burni had mentioned his 5 experiments that stands him in the category of a Mad Sultan, right? What are those experiments? Actually, he had, in my eyes, he was a very intelligent person, but he was a fickle-minded. He was fickle-minded, intelligent. He was thinking far ahead of the time, but he was very much fickle-minded. What is the reason, sirs and madams? See, actually, Muhammad bin Tughlaq had created the largest empire in the Delhi Sultanate. Largest empire in the Delhi Sultanate. Largest empire in the Delhi Sultanate, right? Largest empire in the Delhi Sultanate, right? So now from Delhi, it was very difficult to establish efficient control, to maintain efficient control in all the parts of the Delhi Sultanate. So he decided to transfer his capital to a place from where he could, from where he could keep the keep an effective control on all the parts of his sultanate, right? And therefore decided to transfer his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad, 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 right? That was in the center of his empire, right? So it was decided, right? So he transferred his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. But when he decided to Delhi to Daulatabad, he had also given order to his people or the residents of the Delhi to move along with him. Although it was initially opposed, but it was the order of the Sultan, so they all moved to the Daulatabad, right? When he reached to Daulatabad, during the travel to Daulatabad, many of the Delhites or the people of the Delhi were killed. Killed just because of harsh climatic conditions and other factors, right? Now, when he came to Daulatabad, there was a rumor that Sultan died. This message also reached to the Sultan, and Sultan was very much scared that there's a possibility that I may die in this hostile climatic conditions. So he decided to get back to Delhi, and he came among the people and said that now we have to go back to Delhi. People said, "Pagla kahin ka." Are you getting me? So this is bade pyar se I'm just telling you that is a very it doesn't mean that he was a pagla kahin ka. I'm telling he was a kind of what I say, that is called, he was a fickle minded. That when we told you that if you have to move your capital from Delhi to Daulatabad, that you should go with your administrative structure. Why you have given the order to your people to move from Delhi to Daulatabad? Ab tum ye keh rahe ho, now you are saying that you should again go back to Delhi. That is not correct one. So this was his failed plan. Although it was very with noble intent, but it was a failed plan. Now what will happen, sirs and madams? He will also increase the tax in the Doab region. Doab is the region between the two rivers. This is called the Doab regions. Doab region, right? Doab region, right? So he decided to increase the tax in the Doab region, and that was a good move. If you are earning good, then you should also give good taxes, right? There's no problem into that, and it was a very good move. But he increased the tax rate in Doab region when there was a famine. There was a drought. In fact, there was a drought. People now burnt their the farms, their crops. So it was backfired again, right? And again, he was criticized because of his policies. The third initiative that he had taken, he had issued issued token currency of copper. Actually, in international market at this time, there was a crisis of silver, which is the base metal for making or developing the coins, right? For the coins, right? So what will happen? So he issued token currency of the copper to sustain the economy. But he had committed a mistake again. He had not taken any safety measures from the forgery. So obviously, when he had issued this coin, in the households of the Delhi, the people were engaged, round the day they were engaged himself in making the forged fake currency or the fake currencies, right? Forging the fake currencies, right? Fake currencies. It was a thing, sirs and madams, right? So now he had to take his decision back, and he had to take all the fake currency, and in place of that, he had to give the silver coins what was in his treasure. in the treasure. So this was again a financial burden on the treasure of the Delhi Sultanate. Then he also planned to go for Khurasan expedition in the northwest region, right? For which he had given 1 year advance payment. But later on, he had decided not to go on this expedition. So his money was again wasted, right? And then finally, he went into the Karachal expedition in the Himachal Pradesh, in the icy hilly regions, where he had to compromise his many soldiers. So all of his expeditions failed one after the another, although they were with the well intentions, but they could not produce the good result, as he was very much fickle-minded. He had not given any of his experiments the time to produce good results. Is that okay? Is it okay? So these are the experiments that he had done, Jiyauddin Barni's, right? One after another, all his expedition was failed. Now his cultural outlook. He was the only Sultan of Delhi Sultanate who had received comprehensive literary, religious, and philosophical education. He knew Arabic, Persian, expert in philosophy, astronomy, logic, and mathematics, and was also good in calligraphy. He was very tolerant in religious matters. He was good relations with both Bhakti and the Sufi saints and the Bhakti saints, right? Now, diplomatic relations. During his reign, the famous traveler Ibn Battuta, who had written a book that is called Rehla, that is a travelogue, came to India in 1333 from Morocco and acted as a Qazi at Delhi for 8 years. Ibn Battuta was a Moroccan traveler, explorer and Islamic scholar from the Tangier of North America. Began his journey in 1325 at the age of 21 years and initially for the pilgrimage to the Mecca. He had visited more than 40 countries, and in this series he also came to India. During the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? And he stayed in India for 8 years, and he was also in the capacity of the chief Qazi. Now, Barni provides information. ये सारी बातें तो हमने कर ली हैं. Barni provides information. Sultan, the farmers set fire to their grains, barns, and abandoned their fields when Sultan increased tax by 50% in the Doab region after famine, subsequent plague. So Sultan realized that adequate relief measures is needed for the promotion of agriculture and the welfare of the farmers. For the promotion of the agriculture, he started giving advanced Takavi loans. This was called agricultural loan. It was called advanced agricultural loan. Takavi loan was agricultural loan given by the Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? He also established a new department that is called Department of Agriculture, Diwane-Kohi. He formulated a famine code to provide relief to famine affected people. So these are the initiatives taken by the Muhammad bin Tughlaq for the upliftment of the agriculture and the welfare of the cultivator. He had constructed Adilabad and the city of Jahanpana in Delhi. Decline of Sultanate. During his last days, the whole of the South India became independent, and 3 major states were Vijayanagar. It was established by Harsha and Bukka, the 2 brothers. Then Bahmani kingdom was also established in 1347 by Hassan Gangu, and the Sultanate of Madurai was also established. Rebellion of Hassan Gangu resulted in the establishment of Madurai state also. So this is how the Delhi Sultanate started crumbling during the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? So Vijayanagar, Bahmani and Sultanate of Madurai was declined. Right, sirs and ma'ams? Muhammad bin Tughlaq died in 1351 at Sindh, Thatta. According to Badawini, on his death, Badawini says, the Sultan was freed from his people and the people from the Sultan, right? From the Sultan. So these are the things, sirs and madams, actually just because of his experiments, his people were, in distress. Now, so the people people are free from the Muhammad bin Tughlaq, from his ruler, and the ruler is also, Sultan is also free from his people, right? Actually, Aravind, I have given all the PPD. There must be some issue, and definitely I will raise this issue before the concerned team to upload all the issues, all the PDF, all the PPTs and the PDF, whatever. So I have already given it. So this is not in my hand. I will have to look into it. That must be missing. I will inform them. That's okay. I will inform them. Arvind. Now, so we have done with the with this question. Now, so see here, there are some questions. With reference to the Indian history, consider the following statements that was asked in 2022 prelims. The first Mongol invasion India happened during the reign of Alauddin Khilji. That is wrong, because the first Mongol invasion had taken place during the time of Bahram Shah. During the reign of Alauddin Khilji, one Mongol assault marched up to Delhi and besieged the city. It was not besieged the city. It not besieged the city, but marched up to Delhi. That is correct one. And besieged the city, right? Muhammad bin Tughlaq temporarily lost portion of northwest of India of kingdom to the Mongols. That is not correct one. So answer would be what? That is called 2 only, B. That's okay. So this is the question asked in your prelims 2022 on the Mongols. Now coming to the Firoz Shah Tughlaq, right? Firoz Shah Tughlaq, right, sirs and madams? So Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So see Firoz Shah Tughlaq. His policy was to appease the nobility, because nobility was against the state now, just because of Balban, Alauddin Khilji, Muhammad bin Tughlaq and all. The army was also against, and the theologians also, right? They were just because of the Khiljis. Because Khiljis had taken a secular policy and separated the religion from the politics, right? So all of them were now disappointed. So now for Firoz Shah Tughlaq, to maintain, to consolidate his position, he had to follow the policy of appeasement towards nobility, towards the army, and towards the theologians as well, right? Is that okay? Now he had taken certain campaigns also. He had taken a campaign of Jajnagar, that is modern Orissa. He returned with rich booty acquired from the temples such as Puri Jagannath temple. He marched against the Nagarkot and made its ruler pay him tributes. During this campaign, the Nagarkot campaign, right? Sultan collected 1300 Sanskrit manuscripts from the Jwalamukhi temple library, right? Jwalamukhi temple library, right, sirs and madams? Library. And got them translated into the Persian by Arizuddin Khan under the title of Dalale Firozai. That is again very much important. This book is very much important, right? It's okay. It's done. So this is the book, Dalale Firozai. What is Dalale Firozai? That is the Persian translation of some of the books collected from the Jwalamukhi temple, right? Sanskrit manuscripts. Now his policy. He strictly followed the policy or advice of the ulemas in running the administration, just to appease the ulemas, right? Appease the ulemas. As per the Islamic law, he levied the taxes. Jizya was strictly imposed on the non-Muslims. He treated Hindus as the second-grade citizens and adopted a very harsh attitude towards them. For instance, a Brahmin was burnt publicly for questioning the Quran. So this was the policy of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. He also prohibited Muslims women from going to the worship at the grave of the saint, that is called the Mazar. He not only revived the Iqtidari system, but also made it hereditary. That can be a question again. That is also important. Who made the Iqtidari system hereditary? That is again very much important. Iqtidari, hereditary. He was the first Sultan to impose Shab, that is called irrigation taxes. But at the same time, he built number of canals and also set up separate department for public works. That is again important. Important, right? Important. During his reign, there were about 1200 fruit gardens and around this one. He introduced 2 new coins, that is your Adha and then is your Bikha. He established some new departments like Divane Bandagan, that is for the Department of Slaves. Diwane-Khara, Department for Charity. Department for Charity. He established a free hospital that is called Darul Sifa or Darul Safa, and also established marriage bureau for poor Muslims. Other facts: Ashokan pillars were transferred from Topra and Meerut to Delhi by him, right? These are the things, sirs and ma'ams. Now, he himself written the book Futuhat-e Firozshahi. When Firozshah Tughlaq died in 1388, the struggle for power between the Sultan and the nobles started once again, right? So he had written his book that called Futuhat-e Firozshahi. Now, one important thing is here, Firozshah Tughlaq, FST, that is called Firozshah Tughlaq. Firozshah Tughlaq had removed all the taxes, abolished all the taxes, abolished all the taxes, except four taxes approved by Sharia, approved by Sharia. That is called Islamic law. That is called Islamic law. Islamic law, right? Islamic law. This was your jizya, it was non-religious tax, collected from non-Muslims. Non-Muslims, right? Then the second one is your zakat. This was your religious tax. Taken from Muslims. Generally 2% of their income. Kharaj. Next one is your kharaj. That is called war booty. Yeah, land revenue, you can say. Land revenue. And the fourth one was your khams. That was war booty. In this booty, 1/5 was the share of Sultan, and 4/5 the share of soldiers. So these are the important things for some. It's okay. It's done. Is it lunch time? Or you are feeling confident in Delhi Sultanate? What is? It's a lunch time, or you're feeling confident about the Delhi Sultanate? Anyways, you don't worry. We will take a break after the Delhi Sultanate, right? So I would like all the serious aspirants should stay. We will take a lunch break together, right? It's not my exam, it's your exam. I'm trying to give you the best. Okay. So what is your doubt, Aryan? We can continue. Obviously, we can continue. We will continue. So after finishing this Delhi Sultanate, we will take a break. I was planning to take a break after the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani, but we will take a break after Delhi Sultanate, right? Thank you, Muhammad Imran. Right? Chalo. My name is Aryan Kumar. So we will take a break after 10 to 15 minutes. Okay? 10 to 15 minutes. It's your exam. Sometime I think that this is my exam. Current affairs. What do you mean by current affairs? I didn't get current affairs. Okay, sure. So now we are going to finish it off soon. Right, sirs and madams? Chalo. Now coming to the next Sultan from the Tughlaq dynasty, that's called Nasruddin Mahmud. Nasruddin Mahmud. It's okay? Nasruddin Mahmud. Nasruddin Mahmud. So there is only one thing is important during the time of the Nasruddin Mahmud. During his time, Temur Lung invaded India in 1398. This is one important thing. Lung means that it's called lame because of his permanent injury to his leg. He was invaded from the Central Asia, right? When the masses of the arrival of the Temur came to the Sultan Nasruddin Muhammad, he fled from Delhi. Okay? So on hearing the news of arrival of Temur, Sultan Nasruddin Muhammad fled from Delhi. Temur also took the Indian artisans. When he had invaded India, Temur Lung had took the Indian artisans like masons, stone cutters, carpenters, whom he engaged for raising buildings in his capital Samarkand. He was the last ruler after whom Khilji Khan founded the Sayyid dynasty in 1414. Right, sirs and madams? So Sayyid dynasty. Let me talk about the Sayyid dynasty. There are two dynasties that is very much important, very short dynasty. Sayyid dynasty. See, about the Sayyid dynasty, there is one important thing. Sayyid dynasties are known as Kulah Daran. What is called Kulah Daran? Actually, it is a respected group of the respected people who claimed themselves that they are the descendant of Prophet Muhammad Sahib, and they used to wear a distinctive pointed cap called Kulah. Dan, Dastar, Bandan, that is called turban wearer. So they used to wear a pointed cap that is called Kulah Daran. Kulah Daran, right? Kulah Daran. Now, important kings of this dynasty. Khilji Khan. He was the first ruler of the Sayyid dynasty, ruling Delhi as Taimur's vassal from 1414 to 1421, and he did not call himself Sultan, but Rayate-Ala, chief of among the nobles, because he was ruling in Delhi just because of the support of the Temur Lung. Temur Lung had appointed him as his deputy. So he had not taken the title of Sultan, rather he had taken the title of Rayate-Ala, that is called chief of among the nobles. Coins were also struck in the name of, and the khutbas were also read in the name of the Temur Lung, not on his name, because generally the sultans used to struck the coins on his name and read the khutbah on his name. But these coins were struck and khutbas were read in the name of the Temur Lung, who was his master, and after his death in the name of his son and successor Sarok. Alauddin Ahmad Shah, Alam Shah, he was the last ruler of Sayyid dynasty. In 1451, Alauddin Alam Shah abdicated the throne voluntarily, chhod diya, khud se, voluntarily, and retired to Badayunu, where he spent the rest of his life in religious devotion. And he was the only sultan who voluntarily abdicated the throne in Delhi Sultanate. After his abdication, Bahlol Lodi, the governor of Punjab, seized the power in Delhi. Is that okay? Seized the power in Delhi. It's okay. Now, coming to the Lodi dynasty. So this is your Lodi dynasty, the last dynasty of Delhi Sultanate. Now see, this dynasty was established by Bahlol Lodi, and it was the first Afghan dynasty that is already discussed. And he has taken the charge of army and became the Bahlol Lodi took the charge of army and became the Sultan later on. he had introduced two coins that is called Bahloli copper coins. Bahloli copper coins, right? Now see, what is the thing so important here, sirs and madams? He was an Afghan. He was an Afghan. He was an Afghan, right? Afghan, first Afghan dynasty. And he had, when he came to the throne, he had invited the Afghans nobility to come to settle in Delhi because of the employment opportunity, because of the livelihood, and then the food available in Delhi, right? So when he had given a call to the Afghans nobility, they came in the swarm of the locust in India. Badi sankhya mein they came to in India. So now there is a one thing, sir, madam. So when he had given a call, now the Afghans entered into India, into India, and they migrated, they settled into the different parts of the country, right? So one of the branch was settled in the Gujarat, Wala part, and the rest of the Afghans went into the east till the Bengal. So they came to Delhi, UP, Bihar, and Bengal. Later on, these Afghans were collectively known as collectively known as Western Afghans. Sorry, not Western Afghans. That is called Eastern Afghans. Eastern Afghans, where an important leader was Sher Shah. Sher Shah, right? Sher Shah. And there was a branch of the Afghans in Gujarat region that is called the Western Afghans. An important leader was Bahadur Shah. Right? Bahadur Shah. This is one thing. So, madam. Then Bahlol Lodi also considered his Afghan nobility with equality. And considering himself one among the equals. Right? One among the equals. Is it okay? One among the equals. What does it mean? Actually, when before the Afghan nobles, he did not used to sit on the throne. जब अफगान नॉबल्स होते थे उनके सामने वो गद्दी पे नहीं बैठा था. Rather, he used to make them feel equal and he used to sit with them on the mat. Right? So, a principle of equality was being pursued by the Bahlol Lodi. And that's why he was commanding good respect among the Afghan nobility. But this policy was later on left by his son and the grandson, that is called Sikandar Lodi and the Ibrahim Lodi. So obviously, the Afghans nobility will feel offended and they will go against Ibrahim Lodi. And they will in fact they have invited Babur against the Ibrahim Lodi, the last ruler of the Delhi Sultanate. Right? So this was the case. That's why it is important that his successors left the policy principle of equality towards the Afghans. Is it okay? So Bahlol Lodi. So this is the one important aspect, right, sirs and madams? Now Sikandar Lodi. What is important about the Sikandar Lodi? Sikandar, he was the greatest and the noblest of the three Lodi rulers. His mother was a Hindu, and introduced a new measurement yardsticks that is called Gaz-e Sikandari. For the measurement of the land, he had introduced a new yardstick that is called Gaz-e Sikandari, right? And a system of auditing of the accounts. Now, he was also a bigot. He was a bigot. Religiously, he was intolerant. Showed little intolerance towards the non-Muslims. And he destroyed many Hindu temples. he had founded the city of Agra and wrote Persian verses under the pen name of Gulruki. He used to write poems under the pen name of Gulruki. Gulruki के नाम से कविताएं लिखता था, right? And he shifted the capital from Delhi to Agra in 1504. Now coming to the last ruler of Delhi Sultanate, whose name is Ibrahim Lodi. Ibrahim Lodi. Is it okay? Ibrahim Lodi. Ibrahim Lodi. See, if I talk about the Ibrahim Lodi had many challenges. Ibrahim Lodi had many challenges. Ibrahim Lodi. When the Lodis was here, Lodi in Delhi, one was your Ibrahim Lodi. Ibrahim Lodi had many challenges. Many challenges. One of the challenges was from the Rajputana. Rajputana. Putana. Rajputana. Then there was a challenge from the Afghans also. Afghans also. And later on, there will challenge from the Mughals also. Mughals also. Mughal. That is called the Babur. That will be a challenge. Right? Is it okay? So there will be a challenge again. Right, sirs and madams? So Ibrahim Lodi and Rajputana. So obviously there was the Rajput leader whose name was Rana Sanga. Rana Sanga. Rana Sanga of Mewar fought a battle with Ibrahim Lodi and defeated him in the Battle of Khatali in 1517. 1517. Right? But at the same time, now as I told you that he will leave the policy. He will leave the policy. He openly insulted and humiliated his Afghan nobles in the court and put to those nobles who revolted against him. Babur marched against Delhi and defeated and killed Ibrahim Lodi in the first battle of the Panipat in 1526. And he was the first Sultan of Delhi who was killed in the battlefield, right? And it is said that, but his uncle Alam Khan and the Afghan noble, who was the governor of Punjab also, had invited Babur against the Ibrahim Lodi, that we will discuss in detail during the time of the Babur, right? So this is how we came to the end of your Delhi Sultanate, Ibrahim Lodi. So we have done with the Ibrahim Lodi now. It is your Ibrahim Lodi. Is it okay? Ibrahim Lodi, right? Sirs and madams. Now, there are something important that we should talk about the Ibrahim Lodi. There are some terms used in the Delhi Sultanate like Majlis-e Khalwat, Amir-e Chelgani, Diwan-e Wizarat, Mustafi, Amam Malik, Khazain, Baire Khas. So these are the terms that you should go through. So this may come in your exam also, right? And this is the thing, sirs and ma'am. So now we are going to take a break, right? These are the taxation, that is Chungi Galla and Hakim Masala, and these all things, these are terms that you should look into this, right? So now here I'm going to give a break to this class, right? Is it okay, sirs and ma'am? So now we resume the class after half an hour, and that will be somewhere around 2:50. I had a plan to finish Vijayanagar and Bahmani, but I think now you people are feeling hungry to go for the lunch, right? So you people are now planning for your lunch, I believe. So your strength right now is the indication for the lunch break. So we should take the lunch break. But I had not planned for the lunch before the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani Empire. But if you want, we can take a break. And can we continue, and we should take a break? Break or we should continue with the class? Yes, sir. ये समझ में नहीं आया. So we can continue with the continue. Okay. Okay, let's continue with the Vijayanagar Empire, Vijayanagar and Bahmani. So let me finish that. So see. So here I'm going to start with the Vijayanagar Empire, right, sirs and madams? So see here, Vijayanagar and the Bahmani. So see, Vijayanagar and Bahmani. Let me start with this Vijayanagar Bahmani. Vijayanagar and Bahmani. And Bahmani. Bahmani, right? So see. There's a ruler in Delhi Sultan that is called Muhammad bin Tughlaq, you are aware of, right? During his time, two states we are talking, in fact, there are many states, Madurai was also there. Bahmani and Vijayanagar proclaimed their independence. This was in 1347 and it was in 1336, right? 1336. It's okay. Bahmani Empire was established by Hasan Gangu, taking a title of Alauddin Bahman Shah. Bahman Shah, right? And Vijayanagar Empire was established by two brothers, Harihara and Bukka. Right? Harihara and Bukka. Right, sirs and madams? So there are two, Harihara and Bukka. So Bahmani Empire was established by Hasan Gangu, who had taken the title of Alauddin Bahman Shah, and this is your Vijayanagar Empire, two brothers, Harihara and Bukka, right? So first we will talk about the Vijayanagar Empire. And then we will talk about the Bahmani Empire. So see here, sirs and madams. So see here. In Vijayanagar Empire, there are the four dynasties that is in the succession. The four dynasty, Sangam dynasty, then is your Saluva dynasty, then it was your Tuluva dynasty, and then is your Arivadu dynasty. Sangam dynasty, Saluva dynasty, and Tuluva dynasty, and then your Arivadu dynasty, right? So actually, the two brothers, Harihara and Bukka established, Harihara and Bukka had established Sangam dynasty after the name of their father. Father Sangam, right? Father. With the support of a guru, Vidyaranya. But before that, there's a little story that let me narrate that story, right? See. So see here, this is the map. I'm going to show you in the map. See, this is the Vijayanagar Empire. Before the Vijayanagar Empire, let me tell you one thing, that these two brothers, Harihara and Bukka, were in the service of the Kakatiya dynasty, whose capital was Uragulu or the Warangal, right? They were into the service of the Kakatiyas, right? When Muhammad bin Tughlaq had led the expedition of the South India, Muhammad bin Tughlaq had led the expedition of South India, right? So he attacked on Kakatiya's kingdom. So the two brothers fled and now settled into the state of Kampili, that is called Kampili, and they became ministers over there, right? When there was a attack of the Muhammad bin Tughlaq. After Kakatiyas, they came into the service of Kampili, right? Where they became the ministers. But later on, again, Muhammad bin Tughlaq attacked on the Kampili, right? And these two brothers, Kampili, two brothers, Harihara and Bukka, were imprisoned, brought to Delhi, and converted to Islam. and converted to Islam. Right? So they were brought to Delhi and converted to Islam. This is the story, right, sisters and madams? So now they were converted to Islam. When they were into Delhi, right? So after that, the Muhammad bin Tughlaq has sent both the brothers to the South India to consolidate the power of the Muhammad bin Tughlaq or Sultanate in Delhi Sultanate, right? So now they will come back. To the South India again, right? So come back to Delhi. So brought to Delhi. Now they were sent to South India. When they came to South India again, they met with their guru, Vidyaranya, their guru Vidyaranya, Vidyaranya, and this Vidyaranya had reconverted him to Hinduism. Reconverted them into the Hindu fold, right? Hindu fold. It's okay. Reconverted them into the Hindu fold. It's okay. Reconverted them into the Hindu fold, right? Now, Vidyaranya also helped them to establish Vijayanagar Empire, Vijayanagar Empire, right? Vijayanagar Empire. Is it okay? Vijayanagar Empire. So this is the story. Vijayanagar Empire was established by the two brothers Harihar and Bukka. Okay, and there are the four dynasties in the Vijayanagar Empire: Sangam, Sulava, Tuluva, and Arivadu dynasty. The first dynasty was Sangam, which was started by these two brothers. Is it okay? These two brothers. It's okay, sirs and ma'ams. So now here I'm going to the Sangam dynasty, right? Sangam dynasty, right? But before coming to the Sangam dynasty, let me talk about the Kakatiyas also, because they were into the service of the Kakatiyas. So Kakatiyas can make a question for your prelims. So see, Kakatiya dynasty was ruling from 12th to 14th century and primarily in the Telangana, Andhra Pradesh region. Andhra, Telangana region. Right, sirs and madams? Their capital was Orugolu, that is in Warangal. A famous ruler of this dynasty was Rudrama Devi. She was a skilled female ruler known for administrative skills. Warangal was a trade center also attracting merchants and travelers, including Indian explorer Marco Polo. Motupalli was the chief port of Kakatiya. So these are the important information of the Kakatiyas, right? Motupallu, Oragallu, Rudramadevi, known for administrative skills. Marco Polo visited the Kakatiyas, and the premium port of the Kakatiyas were the Motupalli. So these are the information. That is the important one. Motupalli, right, sirs and ma'ams? Now coming back to the Sangam dynasty. The first dynasty, that is called Sangam dynasty. Right? Sangam dynasty. The first ruler is your Harihar and Bukka. So out of the two brothers, Harihar and Bukka, Harihara became the first ruler of Vijayanagar Empire, right? Vijayanagar Empire. Now, during his reign, the one important thing is that he had defeated a neighboring state of Hoysala. At this time, the Bir Ballal III was the ruler of Hoysala dynasty, right? His initial capital was Anaigude. And this Anaigude is located on the bank of river Tungabhadra in Karnataka state. Later on, the capital was shifted to Hampi, then to Penugonda, then Chandragiri. So these are the different capitals of the Vijayanagar Empire. But the most popular dynasty capital was Hampi. That is called the most popular one was Hampi. Now coming back to the Anaigundi. The old name of Anaigundi is called Kiskindha. And this is the same Kiskindha where the monkey king Bali was ruling. So Kiskinda is identified with the Anaigundi, kingdom of Bali, the monkey king, right? Now, you must have heard about Lord Hanumana, right? The birthplace of the Lord Hanumana is on Anjanadri Hills in Anaigundi. Anjanadri Hills, that is in Karnataka, that is in Anaigudi, right? So, Harihara and Bukka mein, that is called Harihar. Now coming to the Bukka. So what is important here? During the time of the Bukka, Vijayanagar and Bahmani conflict has started. Because in 1347, after the Vijayanagar Empire, Bahmani Empire came into the existence, 1347, right? So with the arrival of the Bahmani, or the establishment of the Bahmani, Vijayanagar-Bahmani conflict started. Vijayanagar-Bahmani conflict started, right? Conflict started. Now, and the reason of the conflict was Krishna Tungabhadra Doab region, Krishna Godavari Delta region, and the Marathwada, for the economic importance of the Marathwada, just because of what I say, that is called the premium ports on the western coast, right? So this was the reason of the conflict between the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani started, right? Bukka had a son whose name was Kumarakampan. Son was Kumarakampan. He had defeated Madura and conquered Madura. So after his victory over the Madura, the wife of Kumarakampan, whose name is Ganga Devi, had written a book that is called Madura Vijayam in the praise of her husband, right? So that can be asked, who had authored the book Madura Vijayam, that is by Ganga Devi, and she was the wife of Kumarakampan, right? Now, sirs and madams, now second important thing. Vijayanagar-Bahmani conflict started during the time of the Bukka first, not during the time of Harihara, right? So Vijayanagar and Bahmani conflict started just because of the economic importance of Krishna Tungabhadra Doab region, Krishna Godavari Delta region, and the Marathwada region. Just because of this conflict, an important battle was fought, that is called the battle on the Mughal fort, or the Mughal fort war. What is important about this Mughal fort war? During this battle, Bahmani had used gunpowder against the Vijayanagar, and it was the first reference of the use of the gunpowder in India, then by the Babur, right? So Mughal fort war. In this war, use of gunpowder, okay, Bahmani used against Vijayanagar. This was the first reference of the use of gunpowder in India. It's okay. Now coming to the other aspects. It is the first recorded use of gunpowder in the Deccan region by the Bahman Sultan against the Vijayanagar. Now, so these are things, sirs and madams. Now coming to the other important kings of the Sangam dynasty. The Devraya first. When Devraya first was, what is important about Devraya? When Devraya first was the ruler of the Vijayanagar, his contemporary Bahmani ruler was Firoz Shah, and they were at the conflict. Bahmani ruler Firoz Shah and Vijayanagar ruler Devraya first, both of them fought the 3 battles. In the first 2 battles, Devraya was defeated. In the last battle against the Bahmani, Devraya was defeated. Devraya had defeated Firoz Shah. But in the first 2 battles, Firoz Shah, the ruler of the Bahmani, had defeated Vijayanagar ruler Devraya first, right? Now see, there's some other important things. Let me tell you. Devraya is known for the irrigation works in his kingdom. He had built many dams across river Tungabhadra to supply water into the Vijayanagar city of Vijayanagar. That is important. That was asked in your exam. He had built another dam on the river Tungabhadra, Haridra, for irrigation purposes. Initially defeated by Bahmani ruler Firoz Shah, later defeated him, right? Initially defeated by the Bahmani ruler Firoz Shah, later defeated him. Actually, he has fought 3 battles. What is important? These are very, very important, and that will come in your examination. Frequently, the questions are coming from the Vijayanagar and Bahmani Empire, right? See, when he was defeated by the Firoz Shah, then Devraya first tried to understand what was the reason of his failures. Then he realized that his army is lacking archers, Turkish archers, Turkish archers, Turkish archers, because they were very much sure shot. They were the sure shots in the battlefield, right? So he decided to introduce the Turkish archers even also in his army, in his army, right? They were into the service of the Bahmani, but he also now employed them into his services, right? So it was the Devraya first who had for the first time employed Turkish archers in the Vijayanagar army, right? This is the question that was asked in UPSC also. First Turkish archer in the Vijayanagar army introduced. First time Turkish archer in the Vijayanagar army introduced by him. During his time, Italian traveler Niccolo Conti visited Vijayanagar Empire in 1420, right? So, Saman, these are the very important facts. Now coming C, 2023 questions. Who among the following rulers of Vijayanagar Empire constructed large dam across the river Tungabhadra and canal aqueduct several kilometers long from the river to the capital city? This was your Devraya first. Answer is your Devraya first. Is that okay? This is your Devraya first. It's okay. So that was the question that was asked in your exam. Now coming to the observation of Niccolo Conti. The observation of the foreigners of the Vijayanagar or Bahmani Empire is very much important. Niccolo Conti mentions about Ramanavami, celebrated with great enthusiasm in the Vijayanagar. So this is the observation of the Niccolo Conti. He writes about the festival of Mahanavami. That's called Ramanavami or Mahanavami. Now coming to the Devraya second. Devraya second. He had taken the title of Gazbaidgara, the hunter of the elephants. The title explains that he was addiction to hunt elephants. He was also a man of letters and he had written a book Mahasudhanuti Natak in Sanskrit. During his reign, Persian traveler Abdur Razak came to India. Abdur Razak, an Iranian ambassador who visited the Indian subcontinent, came to his court, right? Came to his court during the reign of Devraya II. Noted that the Vijayanagar Empire, three types of coins were prominently used. One was your vara, then was your dinar, and then was your fanam. This fanam was also asked in your prelims. Vara, dinar, and the fanam, right? These different types of the coins were used. Fanam was the most widely used. The chief gold coin of the Vijayanagar Empire was the vara or pagoda. This was silver coin, while the jital was a copper coin. Tar was also a coin. Tar was a silver coin. At this time, jital was a copper coin. So these were the different types of the coins used during the Vijayanagar Empire, right? Reported by Abdur Razak, Persian traveler Abdur Razak. Now, Abdur Razak has also mentioned in his book, Indian Mission, in his book titled called Matla ul Sadain wa ul Bahrain. So Abdur Razak had authored a book that is called Matla ul Sadain wa Mazmul Bahrain. He considers Vijayanagar to be one of the most splendid cities anywhere in the world, right? In the world. It's okay. So, Samam, anywhere in the world. Now, in medieval India, the term fanam referred to 2022 question. That is called a coin. That is called your coin. So, answer is your coin, Sir Samam. This was also asked in your exam. Now, coming to Virupaksha, he was the last ruler of Sangam dynasty. Right? Now coming to this Sulava dynasty. Nothing important about this Sulava dynasty. This dynasty was established by Saluva Narasimha, right? And the last ruler was Imadi Narasimha. Founder was Sulava dynasty, Sulava Narasimha, and last was Imadi Narasimha. Right? So, madam, that's it. Nothing more than that. Now coming to after the death of Narsanayak, in 1505, Veer Narasimha deposed Imadi Narasimha and established Tulva dynasty. So Tulva dynasty was established by Veer Narasimha. Right? Veer Narasimha. Now, Tulva dynasty. So this is your Tulva dynasty. Tulva dynasty. Right? The most important king of this dynasty was Krishna Deva Raya. Krishnadev Raya. Krishnadev Raya. He was he was he was the greatest king of this dynasty. Greatest king of this dynasty, right? He had taken the title like Avinav Ghosh, Andhra Pitama, and Andhra Bhoj, as he was a great patron of literature and the art, right? So, madam, is it okay? So, Krishnadev Raya was the greatest king of the dynasty, also known as the Avinav Ghosh, Andhra Pitama, Andhra Bhoj, and he was a great patron of the literature and the art. Great patron of literature and the art, right, sir, ma'ams? Now, about the Krishnadev Raya, he had good relations with the Portuguese. What is important here? Good relations with the Portuguese. Actually, Portuguese wanted to have a port from the Vijayanagar Empire, that is called the Bhatkal Fort, right? And Vijayanagar had not good relationship with the Bijapur. So he had promised Bhatkal Fort to the Portuguese if Portuguese would confiscate their premium port of Goa from the Bijapur, right? It was one of the political mistakes on the part of the Krishnadev Raya, because in 1510 Goa was confiscated by the Portuguese from the Bijapur, that continued in their hands till 1961. Okay, are you getting my points? So what is the main reason here? The Portuguese traveler, he maintained friendly relations with the Portuguese, and the Portuguese king sent his ambassador to the court of Krishnadev Raya, right? Portuguese travelers, one of the travelers is Domingo Paes, and the other one is your Barbosa, came to India during his reign, right? Came to his reign. Second, 8 eminent Telugu scholars known as Diggaja were in his court, including Alasani Peddana, Tenali Ramakrishna, and Pingali Surna, among the others, right? So these are the list of the names. The important one is Tenali Ramakrishna. Tenali Ramakrishna is one, is your Tenali Ramakrishna. So these are certain names that you should go and look into this. Alasani Peddana, he is considered as the Andhra Pitama also, and he has written book Manu Charitam and Hari Katha Sarnamu, right? This is the one thing. Then this is Nandi Thimman, who had written book Parizat Harmu. So these are the important books that you can look into, right? So please look into this. Now coming to the Krishnadev Raya. Krishnadev Raya himself was an accomplished author, right? He had written 3 books, Amukta Malyada, Zambati Kalyanam, and Usa Parinyam, right? So Amukta Malyada is written in your Telugu, and Zambati Kalyanam and Usha Parinyam are written in Sanskrit. He built some fine stone temples such as Vitthal Swami and Hazara Swami temples in Hampi, right? So these are in Hampi. So that is in Hampi, right, Sasamam? In Hampi. So these are the important temples. Now coming to, he also founded a suburban township near Vijayanagar called Naglapuram in the memory of his mother, Nagla Devi. After his death, Krishnadev Raya, there was a struggle for succession among his relatives, because all of his sons were minors. Who would be the next king? So that was a big issue in the Vijayanagar Empire, because his sons were minors. His younger brother, Achyutadev Raya, became the next king. But after some times, during the time of Achyutadev Raya, a Portuguese traveler, Fernão Nunes, came to India during his reign. So what are the observations of the Nunes? Nunes noted the presence of a woman soothsayers, astrologers, and wrestlers in the Vijayanagar Empire. That is very much important. That was also asked in your examination. So Nunes had noted the women were soothsayers, astrologers, and wrestlers in Vijayanagar Empire. A common practice noted among the rich people was polygamy, right? Polygamy was also prevalent in Vijayanagar Empire. Then child marriage was also common. Big dowries were also practiced. Brahmins were honest and good at accountancy, and sati was also a common practice. That was all the observation of the Nunes. Now, after Krishnadev Raya, one of the sons of Krishnadev Raya, Sadasiv Raya, became the next king, but he was still a minor. So he was under the regency of his son-in-law, brother-in-law, whose name is Ram Raya. So Sadasiv Raya was the king, but under the under the regency of the Ram Raya. Sadasiv Raya was the last ruler of Tuluva dynasty, and during his reign, last ruler of Tuluva dynasty, and during his reign, Battle of Talikota was, or say that is also called Rakshas Thangdi or Banihati, took place in 1565. See, what was the case? Actually, Ram Raya, who was the regent of the Sadasiv Raya, was a mastermind. He was thinking of himself that he was a great diplomat. So he had established his individual relationship with the Dakkani states, right? Dakkani states, with all the Dakkani states, with Vizapur, Ahmednagar, Golconda, Berar and the Bidar. These are the breakaway parts of the Bahmani Empire. So Bahmani Empire was there, and when Bahmani Empire broke away, it was into Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bijapur, Berar and the Bidar. So these were the states, right? So he had established his individual relations by saying that I'm your friend, please not let others know that I'm your friend, right? And this kind of the promise was made to everyone that I'm your good friend, right? Till this was a hidden secret, that was a fine. But when it became an open secret, then it was a great suspicion in the minds of all the Dakkani states. So they have developed an alliance against the Vijayanagar Empire to teach him a lesson, right? So Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bijapur and the Bidar, they came together except Berar against the Vijayanagar Empire, and they fought the battle of Talikota, also known as Rakshas Thangdi or also known as the Banihati. In this battle, Ram Raya was defeated, he was killed, and then Sadasiv Raya was deposed, and after him the brother of the Ram Raya became the next ruler of the Vijayanagar Empire, who had established the Arivadu dynasty. Is it okay? So that is the story, Sir Madam. So what is important here, after the breakaway of the Bahmani Empire, the 5 states came: Vijayanagar, Ahmednagar, Golconda, Berar and Bidar. But the alliance that was developed against the Vijayanagar Empire, in this, Berar was not Bekarar. Berar was not the participant. Right, sir, Samams? Ye important hai. That is important. So what is important, sir? The Dakkani states, Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Golconda and Bidar, excluding Berar, formed the confederacy against the Vijayanagar Empire, and Vijayanagar Empire was defeated in this battle. Okay, was defeated. After this battle, Ram Raya was captured and executed. The city of Vijayanagar was destroyed. The battle is generally considered as the end of the Vijayanagar Empire, though the kingdom lingered for the nearly next 100 years, but in a very weakened state. Arivadu dynasty, it was established by Tirumala, that is Tirumala II. Arivadu dynasty was established by Tirumala II, the brother of Ram Raya. He has shifted his capital from Hampi to Penugonda. Sriranga was the last ruler of the Vijayanagar Empire. That's it. Now, important points here. Administration of the Vijayanagar Empire. The Vijayanagar Empire was divided into the Mandalam. Empire was divided into Mandalam, and it was governed by Mahamandaleshwara or Nayaka. Then Mandalam was into the Nadus. Nadus were into the Asthals. Asthal was into the Grams. And the Gram was ruled by village headman known as Gauda. Gauda was the village headman. Is that okay? It's okay. Now, but the Chola tradition of the village self-government were considered weakened under the Vijayanagar rulers. They have also the self-government, but not like the Cholas. Cholas had an efficient local self-government, but not with the Vijayanagar Empire. There was a local self-government that was being continued, but the rights given to these local government was not equal to the rights given to the local government of the Chola Empire. Right, sirs and madams? Now, administration. So if I talk about the administration, the kingdom was divided. Yet that we discussed, right? That is already discussed. Now, another thing. There's a Amar Naika system or the Nankara system in the Vijayanagar administration. Actually, it was the top graded officers of the army known as Naikas and the Polyguards. And these officers were granted land. That is, land is known as Amram. in lieu of their services, in lieu of their services. And these Naikas were independent in their areas and they were non-transferable. Naikas were responsible for expanding agriculture also, activities in their land, Amram land. They collected taxes in this area with the income maintained for maintaining their army, and ports of the land revenue collected was remitted to the central authority as well. So it was a kind of military system under the Vijayanagar Empire, and the head of the Samar Naikam was known as the Naikas. Now coming in 17th century, several of these Naikas, such as those of Tanjore and Madurai, became independent and established separate state when the kingdom became weak. So Vijayanagar Empire, after the weakening of the Vijayanagar Empire, after the disintegration of the Vijayanagar Empire, these Naikas proclaimed their independence, and they were very rich and the powerful states. In fact, it is the Naikas of the Madurai who had constructed the Meenakshi temple of Madurai. Now you can imagine the wealth if you have seen the Madurai temple with them. Now Iyengar system. This Iyengar system was related to the village administration. It was related to village administration, right? There were the 12 functionaries collectively known as the Iyengars were appointed by the government in each villages, and once allotted, the office became hereditary. Their office became hereditary. It's okay, hereditary. The Iyengars could sell or mortgage their offices also. They had the right. They had the tax-free land that is known as the Manya lands were granted to them for their maintenance, for perpetuity, for forever. This system declined due to the Nayak dominance and hereditary office. So these are the two systems attached to the Vijayanagar Empire, right? Now, coming to the cultural aspects, Lipakchi mural painting that developed during this time, right? Birbhadra temple, Lipakchi bears this kind of the mural painting. Bomlatta developed during this time. There's a dance of the leather puppet. Then is Yakshaniya style. This was a new style of dance come music known as the Yakshaniya style during the Vijayanagar Empire, right? During this society, Sati was there, Devdasi system was there, polygamy was there. Is it okay? Niccolo Conti refers to the slavery system also. It is also said that prostitution was there and a state used to tax prostitutes, right? Artisans were known as Veer Panchals. Professional taxes were imposed on different professions, be it your barber, be it your prostitutes. So all were paying the professional taxes. It's okay? It's okay? Chalo. Now done. There are some miscellaneous facts about the Vijayanagar Empire. There are certain coins like cruzados. That is a Portuguese coin. Dinar, this was a Persian coin. Florin and ducats were the Venetian coins or Italian coins. Temples were rich and participating in the external and internal trades. Land revenue was 1/3 to 1/6 of production. Brahmins were paying 1/20. Temple were paying also 1/30. What is important here? That may be asked. Temples were paying taxes during the Vijayanagar Empire. Yes or no? Yes, they were paying. Brahmins were also paying. Yes or no? And there was a differential rate of the taxation for everyone. In general, this was 1/3 to 1/6, but temples were giving a relaxation. They were paying only 1/30 of the production. Brahmins were also given some kind of relaxation. They were paying 1/20 of the production, right? Is that okay? Now, done, sirs and madams. So these are certain terms, sirs and madams. So yeah, Pradhani, that is called the Prime Minister, Raisana, Karnikam, Kadimalai, Irai, Varai, these are the different kinds of taxes, Athavane, Land Revenue Department, etc. So these are terms that you should go through. Now coming to the Bahmani Empire. See, as I told you, this Bahmani Empire was established by Hasan Gangu and taking the title of Alauddin Bahman Shah during the time of the Muhammad bin Tughlaq, right? Important rulers were Alauddin Bahman Shah. Ahmad Shah, he was the founder. That's it, and nothing more than that, right? That is important. Now, if I come to the Firoz Shah, that you know that Firoz Shah, he was the contemporary of Dev Raya first. We have already discussed. What is important about this Dev Raya, Firoz Shah, that he was He was a great scholar. He was a polyglot and he was also a calligraphist, right? He was well acquainted with the different religious sciences, right? He had great interest in the natural sciences as well, right? And he was a good calligraphist and a poet. According to Farista once write that he was well versed not only in one language but too many languages: Telugu, Kannada, Marathi, Persian, Arabic, and Turkish. Because of that, he was able to speak in different languages from his different wives from the different origin, right? He had too many wives from the different races, from the different origins, right? So he learned too many languages to talk to them in their own languages, right? So he was a polyglot as well, right? He was also interested in the astronomy, so he had built an observatory at Daulatabad. Now Ahmad Shah, that is the next important king. He had a close relationship with a Sufi saint whose name was Gesu Daraz, and that's why he is known as Wali. Wali. So he is known as Wali. Ahmad Shah first is called saint, that is called Wali, just because of his association with a famous Sufi saint Gesu Daraz. And he had shifted the capital from Gulbarga to Bidar. Right? Ahmad Shah Wali, right, sirs and madams? Now, coming to the other aspect, Humayun Shah. Humayun Shah was a military genius, and he had appointed a Persian merchant into his service whose name is Mahmud Gawa, and given him the title of the Malikul Tuzar, right? Malikul Tuzar. And this Mahmud Gawa is going to be a very important personality for the Bahmani Empire, right? He was the chief of the merchants given by the title Humayun Shah, right? After the death of Humayun's death, Gawa became the guardian of his minor sons, Nizam Shah and then Muhammad Shah. After the death of Muhammad Shah, Nizam Shah became the Sultan, who died in 1463, and his brother Muhammad Shah III became the next Sultan, right? Muhammad Sultan. During his time, Bahmani Empire rose into eminence, rose to its peak just because of the able administration of the Mahmud Gawa, right? The power of Bahmani kingdom reached its peak under the rule of Muhammad Shah III just because of the Mahmud Gawa. But just because of the conspiracy of his court, Mahmud Gawa was executed by Humayun Shah, Muhammad Shah. So all due to his advice and services by Muhammad Gawa, right? Now what will happen? The Bahmani kingdom is reached. Envy of his position, nobles plotted against the Gawa and he was executed in 1482. And after his execution, Bahmani Empire started declining. It's okay. Started declining. So after 1518, the Sultanate broke away into the 5 states. And these states are Bijapur. The Bahmani Sultanate was divided into this called Nizam Shahi of Ahmednagar, Adil Shahi of Bijapur, Qutub Shahi of Golconda, Imad Shahi of Barar, and Barid Shahi of Bidar. And they were collectively known as Dakhni Sultanate. It's okay. So Nizam Shahi, Adil Shahi, Qutub Shahi, Imad Shahi, and the Barid Shahi. Now you will get a question like this. Which dynasty was in which state? They say Adil Shahi was in Bijapur, Qutub Shahi in the Golconda, Imad Shahi was in Barar, Nizam Shahi was in that is your Ahmednagar, Barid Shahi in the Bidar, right? So this is how you will have to, you can get a question to mix and match, right? Bahmani kingdoms. So this is the detail. Nizam Shahi, Ahmednagar. It was founded by Ahmad Shah, and this Ahmednagar was annexed by Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan in the Mughal court, right? Adil Shahi of Bijapur. It was established by Yusuf Adil Shah. And Muhammad Adil Shah had built Gol Gumbaz Dome of the Bijapur. That is an important thing. Gol Gumbaz Dome of the Bijapur, right? Then Imad Shahi of Barar. Imad Shahi of Berar. It was founded by Fatullah Khan Imadul Mulk, right? Later conquered by Nizam Shahi, ruler of Ahmednagar. Then is your Qutub Shahi of Golconda. It was founded by Kuli Qutub Shah, who built the famous Golconda fort. Built the famous Golconda fort. Muhammad Kuli Qutub Shah, greatest of all Qutub Shah, who built the city of Hyderabad and Charminar. Right? Kingdom was annexed by the Aurangzeb. Right? See, out of the 5 Dakhini states, the first one, Ahmednagar, was annexed by Shah Jahan. Then Bijapur and Golconda was annexed by your Aurangzeb, right, sirs and madams? So see, actually, so this is your Dakhini states, Dakhini states. When there will be the Mughals, so Mughal will what? They will try to capture the Dakhini states. There was Ahmednagar, there was Bijapur, and there was Golconda only, because Berar was already annexed by the Ahmednagar. So Ahmednagar was annexed by Shah Jahan. This was the question asked in your prelims. Bijapur and Golconda will be annexed by Aurangzeb, right? Aurangzeb. And this was Ahmednagar was annexed by Shah Jahan. So yeah, that is important. This one 1686 Bijapur, 1687 that was your Golconda. Bijapur was in 1686 and Golconda was annexed in 1687 by Aurangzeb, right? So samams. Now coming to the other aspect, Barid Shahi. This dynasty was established by Ali Barid, right? It was annexed by the Bijapur, right? So Bijapur was annexed now. So the 5 states were now became the 3 states, because Bidar was annexed by Bijapur and Berar was annexed by the Ahmednagar. So now only the 3 states were there, right? So these are the locations: Ahmednagar, Berar, Bidar, Golconda, and the Ahmednagar, Berar, Bidar, Golconda, and the Bijapur, right? So Ahmednagar had annexed Berar, Bijapur had annexed this one Bidar. So only the 3 Dakhini states were there. One was your Ahmednagar, which was annexed by Shah Jahan. Golconda annexed by Aurangzeb. Bijapur was annexed by your again Aurangzeb, right? So it was annexed by Berar was annexed by Ahmednagar, and Bijapur had annexed this Bidar, right? So this is the end of your Vijayanagar and Bahmani. Now we will take a break of half an hour, and again we will be back for the last topic of the Mughals by 3:35. 3:35. Is it okay? Is it fine? So we will be meeting at now 3:35. Meeting at 3:35. It's okay? That's fine. Hi guys, welcome back. Hello everyone. So here we are going to restart the session. So restart the session now. Hi. So see, Mughal Empire. So after the Battle of the Panipat, first Battle of the Panipat, Mughal Empire was established by Babur. So it was established by the Babur. Established by the Babur. Established by the Babur. By the Babur. Established by the Babur. Right? So let me talk about the Babur first. It's about the Babur. We need to talk about the Babur first. About Babur, we will talk about Babur, his early life, and his expeditions in India. Expeditions towards India, and then the foundation of Mughal Empire. Foundation of Mughal Empire. We need to talk about, right? So we need to talk about the Mughal Empire. It's okay. So established by the Babur, about then early life of the Babur, then his expeditions and foundation of the Mughal Empire, right? So sometimes, so see, if I talk about the Babur here, so see, this is just look into the map. There are certain maps here that will give you a fair idea about some certain things. So this is the empire of the Timurid Empire. This is the extension of the Timurid Empire, which was established by Temurlang. Why I'm talking about the Temurlang right now? If I talk about the Babur was a mixed blood. He was a mixed blood. He was a mixed blood. He was a mixed blood of Tamur and Mongols. From the father's side, he was a Tamur. He was a descendant of Umar Sheikh was the descendant of the Temurlang. Umar Sheikh was a descendant of Temurlang. And Mongol from the mother side, Kutlug Nigar Khan. Mother was the descendant of the Genghis Khan. So he was a mixed blood of the Tamur and the Mongols, Genghis Khan and the Temurlang. So he was a Temurlang. And Temurlang had created an empire that is called the Timurid Empire. Temur had created the Timurid dynasty. Timurid dynasty. Timurid dynasty. Is it okay? So he had established the Timurid dynasty in this region. Is it okay? So this is your Timurid dynasty. It's okay. So ma'am, Timurid dynasty. Now, this dynasty was, what is my intention to let you know, that it was extended till Punjab. This was extended till Punjab. Just have this understanding, because it is going to be important for us when we will discuss about the Babur's political life. Is it okay? So this is your Timurid dynasty. Timur extended till your Punjab. Right? So this is one of the map that you should understand. Now coming to the other map. Sirs and madams. So see, this is your Mughal, the pink region, this is the Mughal Empire that you can see here. Then this is your Safavid Empire, that is called your Safavid Empire, and this is the purple region that is called your Ottoman Empire, right? So this is your Safavid region. This is your Safavid. For us, this is important, right? Safavid is important, right? Safavid. Uzbek and the Safavids, they came together and they built an empire. That's the Uzbek Safavid Empire. Uzbek and Safavid Empire. Right? Right, sirs and madams? So see here. Here I am coming to this reason. So see here. This is your Samarkand. This is your Uzbekistan. This is your Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. And here only you can see this is your Samarkand. That is called Samarkand. When this Samarkand, there was a state, tiny state that is called the Fargana. That is called Fargana. So within this, there was a tiny state that is called Fargana. Babur got birth in Fargana. His father was the headman of the Fargana. So he got birth Fargana. But at the Babur got birth here. Babur was from Fargana, Samarkand, right? Fargana, Samarkand. At the early age of his life, in 13, when he was only 12 or 13 years, his father died. His father died. Is it okay? His father died. His father died. So at the early age of 12 or 13 years, he came to the throne of the Fargana. He came to the throne at the early age of 12 years only, right? 12 years, right? At the early age, when he was only 12 years, his father died. When he was 12 years of old, his father Umar Sheikh died. Is it okay? Umar Sheikh died. It's okay. Umar Sheikh died when he was just 12 years old. When he was just 12 years old, his father died. His father Umar Sheikh died. It's okay. So his father died, right? After his death, when he became the ruler of the Fargana, he became the ruler of Fargana. Babur became the ruler of Fargana. When he became the ruler of the Fargana, his position was not peaceful. He was not at the peace. Right? Ruler of Fargana, right? So there was the he became the ruler of the Fargana. Nice, his authority was challenged. Babur's authority was challenged. Babur's authority was challenged. Babur's authority was challenged. Right? Challenged. Even by his uncle. Right? Actually, his uncle had his own ambition to become the ruler of the Fargana, right? So Babur was defeated his uncle, but after some time his uncle had taken the assistance of the Safavid ruler Saibani Khan. Okay? His uncle invited Saibani Khan, the Safavid ruler against Babur. Right? Are you getting me? Against Babur. So when his uncle had invited Saibani Khan had forced Babur to leave Fargana, right? To leave Fargana. So now what will happen, sirs and madams? Babur will leave just because of this factor. Babur left Fargana and settled in and came to Kabul in 1504 AD. In 1504 AD. Came to Kabul in 1504 AD, right? So came to Kabul in 1504 AD, right? From here, 1504 to 1518, for 14 years, almost 15 years. So during this period, Babur continuously tried to get back Fargana. But it was all his unsuccessful attempts. He could not succeed to get back that is called the Fargana. He could not get back the Fargana, right? So for 14 years, he kept on trying to get back the Fargana. to get back the Fargana, right? So Fargana, he kept on trying to get back the Fargana, but he could not so. But his position at the Kabul was very precarious, became very precarious because Kabul was a place where there was very low, very less income. There was very less income, right? Less income. There was also the threat of, threat of Saibani Khan in Kabul, Saibani Khan in Kabul also, Khan in Kabul. So it became very, it was very, difficult for him to survive in the Kabul without a regular source of the income, without a source of income, right? The Kabul has a very meager source of the income. And the second was that Saibani Khan was also a threat for Babur in the Kabul, right? Now, in this situation, he was now looking towards east, looking toward the east, right? And you know that we have written here, so madam. So he, from the father's side, he was a Timurid. He was the descendant of the Tamur, and Tamur had established his empire till Punjab. So he was thinking to conquer the Punjab because he was considering that he is the legal claimant of the Punjab just because of Timurid dynasty. His father was the descendant of the Timurid dynasty, and Tamurlang had established his empire in Punjab also, right? So he wanted to conquer, and he wanted to control the Punjab. Initially, Babur had no intention to conquer the entire India. Rather, he wanted to conquer the Punjab only, right? He was not willing to look towards to conquer India. Rather, he was willing to conquer Punjab only. He was looking for Punjab only, right? So this is why we have discussed here the things, sir, madam. So now initially, now what will happen, sir, ma'ams? Now Babur will look towards Punjab, Punjab, considering himself the legal descendant of Tamur, right? So he was looking towards the Punjab. So his initial intention was not to conquer the entire India. Rather, he wanted to conquer the Punjab only, right? So now we need to understand his expeditions. So now we need to understand the expeditions of Babur towards India. Is that okay? Now, so it can be divided into two equal parts, so ma'ams, that can be divided into the two equal parts. One would be battle to conquer Punjab, battle to conquer Punjab. This is the one part, conquer Punjab, right? That will be from 1518 to 1524. Okay. Then battle in India, right? That will be from 1526 to 1530. In fact, that is 29 itself, 26, 27, 28, 29. That is 29. Or you can write the 1530 because in 1530 he died, right? So we need to understand his battles in these two broad categories. Okay? It's okay. Right? So battle to conquer Punjab. It's okay, Punjab. And battle in India. So these are the two battles that we need to understand, right? So we will start talking about the Babur's expedition in India towards Punjab, sir, madams, towards Punjab, right, sir, ma'am? So in 1518, Babur will fought the first battle, that is called Bazar. Then he will come to the Bhera, and then he'll come to the Sialkot, and then to the Lahore, right? So Bazar, Bhera, and the Sialkot. Is it okay? Bazar, Bhera, and the Sialkot. Now, what is important here, sir, madam? So what is important here? See, Battle of Bazaar, that is in 1518. It is the beginning of the Baburs' attempt to establish control over Punjab and eventually India. And Battle of Veera is important. Why this is important? Because this was fought on the on the bank of River Jhelum, and this battle is notable for the first instance of Babur employing artillery and gunpowder in the northern India. So this is why the Veera is important in towards India or in India. That is called Veera. So during the Battle of the Veera, he had used for the first time the artillery and the gunpowder in the North India. Is it okay? So Battle of Veera. So Battle of Bazaar, Battle of Veera. Now coming towards India. Then he fought the Battle of Sialkot. He conquered the Sialkot, and then in 1524 in the Lahore, right? When he was in the Lahore, when he conquered the Lahore, when Babur was in the Lahore, right? Was in the Lahore, was Lahore. When he was in the Lahore, right? He was in Lahore. When he was in Lahore, it's okay. Lahore. In 1524, he was in Lahore. When he was in Lahore, Babur was in Lahore. It is said that he was met by some of the disappointed nobilities of Ibrahim Lodi, right? So Babur here met, he was approached by Alam Khan, Daulat Khan, and a messenger of Rana Sanga. It is said that Rana Sanga, right? Now, why they met with the Babur, right? Why they met with the Babur? So here we can see, actually, invitation to the Babur to invade India when he was in the Lahore, right? What is this thing, Sir Salman? Actually, Daulat Khan Lodi. So why Daulat Khan Lodi had invited Babur against the Ibrahim Lodi? I told you that when the Bahlol Lodi was there, Ibrahim Lodi, when he was the Ibrahim Lodi was the ruler of the Lodi, the last ruler of the Lodi dynasty. Then he started humiliating his Afghan nobility, right? Afghan nobility. So when the Afghan nobility was humiliated by the Ibrahim Lodi, now they felt offended and decided to remove or replace the Ibrahim Lodi. And that's why they met with the Babur against the Ibrahim Lodi. And one such name was the Daulat Khan Lodi, who was the governor of the Punjab. Is it okay? Who was the governor of Punjab? It's okay. Governor of Punjab. It's okay. Now, second is Alam Khan Lodi. Alam Khan Lodi was the uncle of Ibrahim Lodi, and he himself wanted to become the emperor, became the ruler or the Sultan of the Delhi Sultanate. But Ibrahim Lodi was there, so he has his own political ambitions to become the ruler of Delhi, right? So Alam Khan was also dissatisfied. And then even Rana, it is said that one of the messengers of Rana Sanga had also met with the Babur against the Ibrahim Lodi, and they all have invited Babur to attack on Ibrahim Lodi, right? So attack on Ibrahim Lodi, right? Ibrahim Lodi. Is it okay, sirs and madams? But this is not very much true. But in books, it is written that even the messenger of the Rana Sanga also met with the Babur against Ibrahim Lodi, right? Now, Ibrahim Lodi was invited by all these people. Babur was invited by all these people. Finally, the first battle of Panipat took place on 21st April 1526. Daulat Khan Lodi, the governor of the Punjab, invited Babur to invade India so that Ibrahim Lodi could be challenged, right? Right. Other Indian chiefs, Alam Khan Lodi, uncle of Ibrahim Lodi, and Rana Sanga of Mewar, also dissatisfied with the Ibrahim Lodi, so they have just invited the Babur, right? During the first battle of the Panipat, that is important, Babur had used certain military tactics, and that is very much important. Use certain military tactics. One is called Tulugma system. Tulugma system. What is this Tulugma system? This was the army divided into the three parts, right? So in the Tulugma system, and this is called the Rumi method. I just let you know what is called Tulugma system and the Rumi method See, in this system, Tulugma system, there is the army of the enemy, right? So this is the enemy's army, right? And this was the army of the Babur army. So Babur army, right? Babur. So what Babur was doing, Babur was actually developing his army, organize his army in this way. Here was a troop, that is the Babur and his Babur's army. And then on the flank, this is the flank 1, this is the flank 2. This was also the Babur's army, Babur's army, right? Army. Now the enemy will have a sight of this army only. He won't be aware of this flanked army of the Babur, right? That is called the Tulugnuma, right? So when this army will see that there is only this much of the army, then they will feel confident and they will come towards the Babur army without being aware of that there was a flanked army also to support the Babur in the battlefield, right? So when they will get inside, now they will be covered or attacked from behind by these armies. So now they will be confused and they will be defeated. So this is called the Tulugnuma. Under the Rumi method, what was there, Sasa Madam? The arrangement was like this. There used to be a bullock carts, and in between the bullock carts, there used to be the cannons or the artillery, right? So from a distance, it appears that this is only the bullocks that is coming towards them, towards the enemy only, right? So they will be confused that they are coming to fight with us through the bullock carts. They won't be aware of the artillery that was in between the two bullock carts, right? So this is called Rumi method, right? So when they were coming close, then these artilleries will fire on them. So now they will be confused. So this was the tactics by which Babur was able to claim his victory in the first battle of the Panipat in 1526. That is called your this is your Tulugnuma and the Rumi warfare methods. Now, again, there is something important that is important for you. Babur has given credit of his victory in the first battle of the Panipat to his archers and two of his chief gunners to his archers. That credit was given to the archer. That is the important one. And then he also praised his two of his chief gunners, that is Mustafa and Ustad Ali. In fact, he had given the credit of his victory in the first battle of the Panipat to his archers, and then he also appreciated his two gunners whose name was Mustafa and Ustad Ali. Both these questions have been asked in the UPSC in the different formats, right? After this battle, Babur had declared himself the Badshah or Emperor of the Hindustan, right? Now, after coming to the throne, after establishing the Mughal Empire, now he will fight the other battles, right? So in India, he will fight what? This is called Battle of the Panipat, then the Battle of Khanwa, then Battle of Chanderi, and then finally the Battle of Ghaggar, right? Battle of Ghaggar. Is it okay? So Battle of Ghaggar. Is it okay, sirs and ma'ams? Battle of Ghaggar. It's okay? Battle of Ghaggar. So Panipat, Khanwa and Chanderi, and then is Ghaggar. So you may get in your examination all these battles in a sequence, just arrange them in a sequence, right? Now, so Panipat is done. Now coming to the Battle of the Khanwa. Okay? During the Battle of the Khanwa, this declared the Battle of Khanwa in 1527, a holy war that is called jihad against the Rana Sangha. See, it is said that Rana Sangha has invited Babur. Rana Sangha had invited Babur against the Ibrahim Lodi. But later on, the understanding between the Rana Sangha and Babur was disturbed, right? And that's why Babur had attacked on Rana Sangha also in the Battle of the Khanwa. And during this battle, he had given the the slogan of jihad, that is called the sacred war, that's called the holy war, right? And also taking the title of the Ghazi, that means the slayer of the infidels. He had taken the text and took the took the took the took the took the title of Ghazi, took the title of Ghazi. Is it okay? Title of Ghazi, which refers to a warrior for the Islam, right? Now, what is important here, during this battle, Rana Sanga had developed an alliance of Rajput states and some Muslim states as well, right? In this battle, Battle of the Khanba, Rana Sanga had developed the alliance of the 5 Rajput states and 2 Muslims also. One was Hasan Khan Mewati and other is Mahmud Lodi of Bengal. So these 2 important Muslim leaders are important for your exam also. In the Battle of the Khanba, who were the 2 Muslims who had supported Rana Sanga against the Babur? This was your Hasan Khan Mewati and the Mahmud Lodi of Bengal. Although again in this battle, Babur proclaimed his victory and the Rana Sanga was defeated. Right? So this was the thing. Now, Battle of Chanderi in 1528. Why the Battle of Chanderi took place? Actually, when Rana Sanga had developed an alliance of the 5 Rajput states and 2 Muslim leaders, Hasan Khan Mewati and Mahmud Lodi, one of the Rajput states was the Medni Rai, who was the ruler of Chanderi, right? So just to take the revenge from the Medni Rai, Babur had decided to go for the Battle of Chanderi against the Medni Rai, right? Medni Rai, to teach him a lesson. That's why the Battle of Chanderi took place, in which again Babur had proclaimed his victory, right, sirs and madams? During this Battle of the Chanderi, incident of Jauhar had taken place. This battle is especially remembered for the Jauhar. That is called collective self-immolation performed by Rajput women to protect their honor. Is it okay? To protect their honor. That is the thing, so incident of the Jauhar also took place during the Battle of the Chanderi, right? And finally, he fought a battle of Ghaghar. Right? As I told you, sirs and ma'ams, so there were the 2 Afghans, you can recall. I told you that is the 2 Afghans. One was your Eastern Afghans, and there was your Western Afghans. One was your Western Afghan, right? So after the demise of Ibrahim Lodi, or after the first battle of the Panipat, now Afghans are planning to control the Delhi. They wanted to replace the Mughals. They did not want to have Mughals ruling in Delhi, because these Afghans were considering themselves that they are the legitimate ones to rule from the Delhi, because Lodis were also the Afghans and Eastern Afghans were also the Afghans, right? So they wanted to replace the Babur, and that's why the Afghans were creating problem for the Babur also, right? So obviously Babur will move towards east to fight with these Eastern Afghans. He came to the east till the Bengal, where he had defeated the Eastern Afghans, but not eliminated the Eastern Afghans, because Eastern Afghans will not be eliminated so easily, and these Eastern Afghans will be a big bane for his son Humayun. Although he came towards the east, he had defeated these Eastern Afghans in the Battle of Ghaghar in 1529, but they were not eliminated. Is it okay? Not eliminated. So this battle was fought between the Babur and the Eastern Afghans, and this confederacy was led by Nusrat Shah, the ruler of Bengal, and his son-in-law Ibrahim Lodi, who was later on Mahmud Lodi also joined the Afghans in this battle. This Mahmud Lodi was the same person who had assisted Rana Sanga in the Battle of Khanwa against the Babur. Is it okay? Against the Babur. So Nusrat Shah and Mahmud Lodi had jointly led a battle against the Babur in the Battle of Ghaghar in 1529. Is it okay? So this was your battle, right? So Battle of the Ghaghar. And when Babur was returning from Bengal, he died at Agra. Although it is in some of the books that is written Lahore, Babur died at Lahore, but in fact Babur died at Agra, and initially he was buried in Agra, and later on his tomb was shifted to Kabul, shifted to Kabul, by his wife Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. It's okay. Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. That was done, sir, madam. Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. Shifted to Kabul. Right? So Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. So that is the name is also here that you can see here. Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. Right? So this was the name here. So buried at Khan, Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. Right? Shifted to Mubaraka Yusuf Zai. Now, so this is the thing, sir, madam. So Babur died in 1530, right? Now, contribution of the Babur, that is very much important, and from here we can also expect the question, right, sir, ma'ams? So Babur had authored his autobiography that is called Tuzuk-e Babri, and that was written in Chagatai Turkish language. That is in the Chagatai Turk. The official language of Babur, language of Delhi Sultanate and Mughals both, was Persian. That is important. But the autobiography written by Babur, this was Chagatai Turk. That was a Chagatai Turk, right? So this was your Chagatai Turk. Later, it was translated into the Persian language by Abdul Rahim Khane Khana. It's okay. So it was translated into the Persian language by Abdul Rahim Khane Khana, and that was in the Persian language. And this book was known as Baburnama. That was known as Baburnama. Is it okay? So this was known as Baburnama. So Baburnama is in Persian language, but his original autobiography is in the Turkish language and titled as Tuzuk-e Babri, right? He had also written some of the books like Diwan, Masnavi, etc. Masnavi is the collection of his collection of the Sufi works. Masnavi. It is also written by Babur. Masnavi is also written by Babur. That is the collection of the Sufi works by Babur, right? Now, he was also a follower of Naqshbandi Silsila or Naqshbandiya Sufi Silsila, right? Sufi Silsila. And he was the murid of, or the disciple of, Khwaja Ubaidullah Ahrar. Khwaja Ubaidullah Ahrar was a Naqshbandiya Sufi saint, right? Now, what is important here, sirs and madams? So, what is important here? He had written Mubayya. Mubayya is the collection of the Muslim law, Islamic law by the Babur, Islamic law, Mubayya. He had also written the Diwan, that was the collection of the poems, right? He had also introduced Charbagh style in Mughal architecture, It's okay. He had also constructed some of the mosques like Panipat and the Rohilkhand mosque, right? So these are the important things, sir, here and now. Now, if I talk about the Tuzuk-e Babri. So this book maintains the records from his childhood, from his birth till his death. That is called 1529, right? So that is also important. That was also asked in the examination. What is the time period of the Tuzuk-e Babri? So he had given the information since the time of his birth till 1529 in his autobiography that is called Tuzuk-e Babri. It's okay. Then his style of writing is very simple and clear without hypocrisy of the writing. It is not ornated. He recorded historical events exactly as they had occurred. Babur linked the climate of India, especially of rainy season. That is also an important information for your exam. Babur liked the rainy season of India. He gives vivid description of the Johar performance by the royal ladies of Medni Ride, that is called Chanderi. He mentions about the 5 Muslim rulers and 2 Hindu rulers in his autobiography. The two Hindu rulers were Krishnadev Raya of Vijayanagar Empire and the Rana Sanga of the Mewar. But he considered Krishnadev Raya as the most powerful Hindu ruler of India, most powerful Hindu ruler of India. So they were Krishnadev Raya and your Rana Sanga, and considered Krishnadev Raya, considered him the most powerful, considered him the most powerful Hindu ruler of India, right? So Krishnadev Raya was considered as the most powerful Hindu ruler of India by Babur in his autobiography that is called Tuzuke Babri, right? Babur has also mentioned about Tas Gharial, that was water clock, in his book. That's it. Then so Tas Gharial was water clock. That is again important one. What is Tas Gharial? This is called the water clock. Is it okay? Right? Chalo. Now this is done. Now coming to the Humayun. So we talked about the Babur. Now coming to the Humayun. Let me talk about Humayun, right? See, sirs and ma'ams, let me talk about the Humayun. See, Humayun. If we talk about the Humayun, the literal meaning of this Humayun is fortunate. The literal meaning is fortunate. Literal meaning of Humayun is fortunate, was fortunate, right? This is called fortunate. This is called fortunate, right? But on his death, Lanepool, this is a British scholar, Lanepool, had commented. On his death, Lanepool commented, Humayun was toddling. Throughout his life, and toddled out of life. It means in Hindi that he was such an unfortunate that वो जीवन भर लड़खड़ाता रहा और जीवन लड़खड़ा करके उसकी मृत्यु हो गई. Now the question is why Lanepool has commented this way, that he was toddling throughout his life and toddled out of his life. Why he had commented like this, right? What was the reason for this, right? Actually, when we will going to analyze this quotation of the Lanepool, then we need to understand the challenges of Humayun, challenges before the Humayun. If we talk about the challenges of Humayun, one of the biggest challenge before him was one of the Timurid tradition. What was this Timurid tradition? Under this tradition, if we talk about this tradition, so under this tradition, Humayun had to divide his empire among his brothers. Under this tradition, Humayun had to divide his empire among his brothers to rule. So what will happen? Because of this tradition, multiple seat of the power will emerge. Emerged. and that will weaken the empire. That will weaken the empire. This multiple center of the powers will further weaken the empire. Further weaken the empire. Is it okay? Is it done? So this is a Timurid tradition. So under this tradition, Humayun had to divide the empire among his brothers to rule, and that's why that led to the multiple centers of the powers emerged, right? Or emergence. Now the second thing was there was a big challenge from the side of the Afghans, be it your Eastern Afghan, especially Eastern Afghans, led by Sher Shah. This was also a big problem. Then there was also the Rajputs. This was also a big problem. Fourth, he was not commanding the respect like his father among his nobility. His father Babur was well respected among his nobility, but not the Humayun. Humayun is not considered as a able commander like his father among his nobility, right? So he had to face this challenge. It was a big challenge. So in this condition, we need to understand the position of the Humayun, right? So now, just to suppress his challenge, just to counter his challenges and to consolidate his position, throughout his life he was in the battlefield. Throughout his life he was toddling. From Delhi to Jaunpur to Chunar to Jaunpur to Bihar to Bengal, then coming back to Gujarat to Agra to Delhi, and then he was again in towards the east, and again then he was going towards the west, and finally he had to leave India. He was forced to leave India by Sher Shah for 15 years. In 1540, after the Battle of the Kannauj, he left India for 15 years, and he was into exile towards the Iran. Is it okay? So this was the story behind. So throughout his life he was toddling. He was not stable in his imperial seat, right? Throughout his life he was toddling. So in this context, we need to understand the challenges before him, the battles he had fought, and there are certain other issues that took place during his reign. So we need to understand all these things, maps, right? Now, so here is the things, maps. So the major challenges that we can understand before father's legacy. Then disrespectful attitude of the nobles, that is called Umra. Umra is called your Umra. Umra is a term that can be asked in what is called Umra. So Umra is the high Mughal nobility, right? High Mughal nobility. It's done. Now coming to the other aspects, ma'am. Then the financial crisis was a big issue. That is not, of course, Babur had established the Mughal Empire, but he could not have the time to consolidate the Mughal Empire financially or politically. Division of the power as per the Timurid traditions, right? So his brothers were Kamran, Hindal, and Asgari. Kamran was ruling from Kabul and Kandahar. Hindal had Alwar and Malwa, and Asgari had Sambal. And Delhi and Lahore was under the control of the Humayun. So this was the thing, sirs and ma'ams. Now coming to the other aspects. Now hostility of the Eastern Afghans, that was another issue before the Humayun. So that we have already discussed. Now coming to how he had mitigate these challenges. Now, sirs and madams. So now challenges from the Afghans, that is also here. Now, just to mitigate these challenges, to counter these challenges, he had to fight many battles. One of the battles is here, Battle of Dora or Doharia. Now, you should be very much, you should memorize the important dates, Battle of Dora and Battle of Doharia, right? So in this battle, if we talk about Afghan forces under Mahmud Lodi, you can recognize, had occupied Bihar and Jaunpur, right? Which were the Mughal territory, and it was brought under the Mughal territory by the Babur himself, right? So he occupied, Mahmud Lodi had occupied the Mughal territory of Bihar and the Jaunpur, right? So now Humayun will have to accept this challenge and fought against the Afghans in 1532, that is called Battle of Doharia. In this battle, Humayun was successful and re-established the Mughal control in these regions, that is called Bihar and the your Bihar and Jaunpur, right? So now Bihar and Jaunpur. So Afghan was a big problem. So just because of this challenge, he had to fight the Battle of the Doharia with the Mahmud Lodi in 1532, right? In which the Humayun was successful. Now, although the Battle of Doharia resulted in the defeat of the Afghans, it did not completely eliminate their power. Various Afghan chiefs under the leadership of Sher Shah Suri were very much active. Now, there was an important fort that is called the Fort of the Chunar. This Fort of the Chunar's location was very strategic, and it is considered as the eastern gateway of India. Now, what will happen when the Eastern Afghans were consolidating their power under the leadership of Sher Shah? So Sher Shah had established its control over the Chunar fort, which was strategically located, right? And this Chunar fort was under the Mughal territory, right, on the border of the Bihar and the Bengal, right? So Fort of Chunar was great strategic importance as it served as the gateway to the gateway of Eastern India. At that time, Sher Khan had already emerged as a powerful governor of Bihar and held control of the Chunar, right? So now what will happen? So in 1532, after the Battle of Doharia, Humayun will lay siege of the Chunar fort. Take the seizure of the Chunar fort. It's okay, Chunar fort, right? And now he had cut the supply line of the Chunar fort. See, what is the case, sir, madam? So this is your Chunar fort. Is it okay? This is your Chunar fort, right? And inside this, there was Sher Shah. And there was all around, there was the Mughal army. This was your Mughal army. And now Mughal army had did one thing, right? So if you are inside the fort, this is your Chunar fort. If you are inside the Chunar fort, then you need to have a regular supply to sustain inside the fort, right? So there used to be the secret supply line. This supply line was identified by Humayun, and it was now cut. Now, when the supply line was cut, then there was the crisis of the food and water inside the fort. Now, Sher Shah would be forced to come out of the fort. Now, this was the situation. The day came when Sher Shah came out of this fort just because of the crisis of the essentials inside the fort, because this supply line was choked by the Mughals, by the Humayun. He came out. But unfortunately, when Sher Shah came out, Humayun's position was challenged in west by the Western Afghans led by Bahadur Shah. So when he was in the east, his position was challenged in the west by the Western Afghans, Bahadur Shah. Then in this situation, Humayun had to compromise on the terms of the Sher Shah. So Sher Shah was a great diplomat. Sher Shah just bowed down before the Humayun and said that, please let me have the control of this fort, Chunar fort, and I will be loyal to you forever. Whenever you will come to east, I will be providing you the support against any of the potential threats or any of the potential enemy, right? So this was the fake promise. Made by the Sher Shah to get the control of the Chunar fort. Now Humayun had no option to pay heed to the demands of the Sher Shah, because he had to secure his position in the west. He has to protect his imperial seat in Delhi. So he had to move. He had to rush, in fact, towards the west, and he had left the control of the Chunar fort under the control of the Sher Shah. And it is considered as one of the political blunders on the part of the Humayun, because after getting the control of this Chunar fort, Sher Shah had consolidated his position in east, that is in Bihar, eastern UP and Bengal, and now he could be in a position to challenge the authority of the Humayun from the east. Is it okay? From the east, right? So that's why it is considered as a political mistake on the part of the Humayun, but Humayun had no other options, right? So now he had left the control of the Chunar fort under the under the control of the Sher Shah and moved towards the west, right? So now he was moved towards the west as there was Bahadur Shah. Bahadur Shah. Are you getting me? Bahadur Shah was there. Bahadur Shah was there. Now what will happen, sirs and ma'ams? When Humayun was moving towards the west, he got a letter. He got a letter from the widow of the Sangha from Mewar. Mewar. There was Mewar, right? Mewar. Bahadur Shah had planned to attack on Mewar, the Rajput state, which was under the control of Karnavati. She was a widow of the Sangha. Karnavati. So Karnavati had sent a letter with her Rakhi to Humayun. With a letter to Humayun. Is that okay? She has sent a letter with her Rakhi to Humayun against just requesting that Humayun should help her against the Bahadur Shah. Although Humayun was delayed to provide support to the Karnavati, But what will happen after this delayed approach? Humayun will now come towards the Bahadur Shah, and Bahadur Shah was forced to move to an island. And Gujarat was now under the control of the Humayun, right? So now Gujarat was under the control of Humayun, right? So this region was under the control of the Humayun. Now there were two things. There were two developments. Bahadur Shah will take the support of the Portuguese against Mughals. Took the help of Portuguese against Mughals. And there was a compromise, and the compromise was Diu. Diu was a place which was under the control of the Bahadur Shah. He had promised Diu and some other reasons to the Portuguese to secure their help against the Humayun, right? Portuguese had given support, but in the meanwhile, the threat of the Humayun was now withdrawn from the Gujarat, right? Are you getting me? Because now Humayun was busy in Delhi, and now he was looking towards east again, because Sher Shah had consolidated his position in the east and challenging the authority of the Humayun, right? It's okay. So now what will happen, sirs and madam, when the threat of the Humayun was withdrawn, now Bahadur Shah will try to get back this due that infuriated the Portuguese. And the Portuguese governor, Nino de Cunha, Portuguese governor Nino de Cunha had killed Bahadur Shah, and this is how the western threat was now eliminated for the Humayun. But Humayun was towards the east now his position was being challenged by the Sher Shah, who had grown his power after getting the control of the Chunar, right? So now what will happen, sirs and madams? Humayun will be in the east. Humayun was in the east. There was Sher Shah, and there was Humayun. Now Humayun will come towards east. Now there will be some plan of the Sher Shah against the Humayun to defeat the Humayun, right? Now when Humayun came towards east, that is in Bengal, came to Bengal. And when he was returning towards Agra and Delhi, then Sher Shah had drawn a plan on the border of Bihar and UP, at the border of the Bihar and UP and Bihar border. Today's Bihar and UP, and this is your river Ganga, and this is your river Ganga. This is river Ganga, right? And in the low-lying areas of the river Ganga, this is a low-lying area of the Ganga. This is called the plain of Chausa plain. Chausa Plain, Chausa Plain, Chausa Plain. It was a low-lying area, right? Are you getting me? This was your low-lying area. Chausa Plain was there. In this Chausa Plain, he kept engaged the Humayun, engaged Humayun, and waited for the monsoon because he had some plan against the Humayun here, against the Humayun. And what was that plan? Actually, he was waiting for the monsoon. If the monsoon pour will be there, then this low-lying area would be inundated. That would be flooded. Right? And with this kind of the strategy, this kind of the planning, Humayun was unaware of the Sher Shah, right? So all of a sudden, what will happen? There will be the heavy downpour. So now this Ganga river, the water of the Ganga will spill over both the sides of the river Ganga, and it would be inundated. It would be inundated, so some hands. It would be inundated. This is the one thing. And the second, just because of the heavy downpour, right? Heavy downpour, this water is further inundated. Now the Mughal army was confused. Mughal army was confused. Mughal army was confused. Was confused. Was confused. Was confused. Right? Mughal army was confused. It's okay. Mughal army was now confused. So now Mughal army was completely confused what to do, what not to do in this situation. Sher Shah attacked on this Mughal army, and Humayun had to jump into the river to save his life. But Humayun was not knowing the swimming. So swimming pata hi nahi thi. He was not knowing the swimming. Then his life was saved by Bhakti Nizam. Then Humayun's life was saved by Bhakti Nizam. Humayun's life was saved by Humayun's life was saved by Bhakti Nizam. Bhakti Nizam. Bhakti Nizam. Bhakti Nizam. Now this Bhakti Nizam, right? Now what will happen? After the Battle of the Chausa in 1539, so this was the Battle of the Chausa. Battle of Chausa. Battle of Chausa. Battle of Chausa in 1539. That was between Humayun and Sher Khan, right? That is called Sher Shah also. After the defeat of the Humayun, after proclaiming the victory of Sher Khan had proclaimed himself, had taken the title of Sher Shah, right? So he had taken the title of Sher Shah. So after the battle of the Chausa, Sher Khan actually became the Sher Shah. Before that, he was Sher Khan, and before that, he was Farid. So Farid was the original name of the childhood name of the Sher Shah. Then he became Sher Khan when he was into the service of Bahar Khan Lohani, who had given him the title of the Sher Khan, when Sher Khan had saved the life of Bahar Khan Lohani by killing a tiger in one strike, right? Is that okay? So this was the thing. And then third, he had taken the title of the Sher Shah after proclaiming his victory in the Battle of the Chausa in 1539. So Battle of the Chausa, right? So after this battle, Sher Khan had taken the title of Sher Shah. Sher Shah became Sher Shah. Sher Khan became Sher Khan. Sher Khan took the title of Sher Shah. Sher Shah. Is that okay? Took the title of Sher Shah. On the other hand, now the other story, Humayun was obliged. Humayun took the Bhakti Nizam to Agra. Nizam to Agra. Right? To Agra and Delhi. To Delhi, right? To Agra. To Delhi. Right? Is it okay? So Bhakti Nizam to Delhi. It's okay. To Delhi. It's done. Humayun, Bhakti Nizam to Delhi. And just under the obligation, this Bhakti Nizam was declared emperor for half a day. Emperor for half a day. Okay. and this Vasti Nizam became the emperor, he had issued a leather coin. Leather coin. That is the single instance of issuing the leather coin in the Mughal history. That is also important. That is also again important. Is it okay, sirs and ma'ams? Is it fine? It's okay. It's okay, sirs and ma'ams? Is it okay? Done? Other hand, after the Battle of the Chausa, Battle of Chausa, Battle of Chausa, Chausa in 1539, 1539, right? 1539. In 1539, right? Now Humayun was chased. Sher Shah chased Humayun. Humayun, right? Now, Battle of Kannauj took place in 1540. Battle of Kannauj took place in 1540. In this battle, Humayun was Sher Shah again defeated. Sher Shah again defeated Humayun. Again defeated Humayun. Right? And he was forced to leave India. Forced to leave India. Is it okay? Forced to leave India. Second, Sher Shah established Second Afghan dynasty in Delhi. Afghan dynasty in Delhi. Second Afghan dynasty in Delhi under the title of Sur dynasty. Title of Sur dynasty. It's okay. So now Humayun was forced to leave India. Is it okay? So Battle of Chausa, Battle of Kannauj, 1540, and now there will be Sur dynasty ruling in Delhi from 1540 to 1555. 1555, and Humayun was in exile. Humayun was sent into exile. Humayun was in exile. Right? So this is the story, right, sirs, mums? So this is the story right over here. It's okay now. So this is the entire story that I have discussed with you. So this is done. So Humayun, now what will happen, sirs and madam? So Battle of Kannauj, that is also known as the Battle of Bilgrami, also called the Battle of Bilgrami. So this is the entire thing that we have discussed with you. Now, sirs and madam, Humayun 1530 to 40 and 1555 to 1556. 1555 to 1556. So this is the situation. So after the Battle of the Kannauj, he was in the exile for next 15 years. But in exile, when he was moving to exile, Humayun married to Hamida Bano Begum, the daughter of Hindal's teacher Mir Ali Akbar, right? So in 1541, Battle of Kannauj in 1540. In 1541, he married to Hamida Bano Begum. In 1542, Hamida Bano Begum gave birth to the child of Humayun, Akbar, at Amarkot, right, sirs and madam? under the protection of the Rana Birsal. In 1544, right? 1544, Humayun had developed an understanding with the ruler of the Iran, Iran to secure some military support to regain his lost territory, secure the military support against the Surs and the Shershah, right? So in 1544. But so these are the important developments, sirs and madams. Now, what will happen in 1544? This understanding was disturbed because Shah had not much interested towards the India or in the India, right? So now, after 1554, now Humayun was into the exile in between the Iran and the northwest of India. He was moving in here and there, and he was constantly trying to get back his lost territory, right? Finally, he got the opportunity in June 1555 when he had defeated the Sikandars, when he had defeated the Afghan governors of the Punjab, Sikandar Shah Suri, in the battle of the Machiwara, that is located in Ludhiana. And after that, in June, he had also defeated the Afghan governors in Punjab in the battle of Sirhind. So after the battle of Machiwara and Sirhind, Machiwara in the month of May in 1555, and in June 1555, he had defeated the Afghan governors. Is it okay? So defeated the Afghan governors in the battle of the Sirhind. So after the battle of Machiwara and Sirhind, he was able to get back by the end of 1555 his lost territory of Delhi, right? But unfortunately, in January 1556, Humayun died after failing from the stairs of his library that is called Ser Mandal. Is it okay? Ser Mandal. So he died. So after his death, that's why Linful had commented on his death that he was not fortunate, rather he was unfortunate, was toddling throughout his life and toddled out of his life. So finally got the Delhi at the end of 1555. But in 24th January 1556, Humayun died by falling from the steps of his library, Din Pana, right? Din Pana. Is it okay? So this was the story, and this is how his life came to an end. Humayun's. So in between there are certain things, sirs and madams. After the death of his, Humayun, his son Akbar was coronated at Kalanur at the age of 13 years and 4 months. On the other hand, Humayun's tomb is located in Delhi, and it was built by his widow Hazi Begum, right? His sister Gulbadan Begum had written his biography under the title of Humayunama. And Mughal painting started with the Humayun, and his court painters were Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdus Samad. They were the painters, right, sirs and ma'ams? So this is how we can come to the end of the Humayun. But before coming to the Akbar, we need to talk about the Sur dynasty, right? Sur dynasty. So Sur dynasty was established by Shershah Suri. In fact, he was his Zagirdar. His father was his Zagirdar of Sarsharam, and he served under the Afghan governor of Bihar, Bahar Khan Lohani, as I told you, Bahar Khan Lohani, who gave him the title of Sher Khan, right? As I told you, because Farid had saved the life of Bahar Khan Lohani from a lion by killing in one single strike to a lion. So that's why he had given the title. He had taken the title of Sher Khan, right? So this is the one thing. Now there are some important battles that was fought by the Shershah. The two battles that we have already talked about, Battle of Chausa and Battle of Kannauj, that was against the Humayun. But before these two battles, Shershah also had fought a battle that is called Battle of Surajgarh to consolidate his position in East, right? So Battle of Surajgarh was found in 1533, in which Shershah had defeated Sultan Mahmud Shah of Bengal to consolidate his position in eastern India, right? So in this battle, he had defeated Sultan Mahmud Shah of Bengal. It's okay. Now, in the battle of Chausa, in the battle of Kannauj, 1539 and 1540, he had defeated what I say that is called your Humayun. Now, after becoming the ruler of Delhi, he had formidable challenges. He had formidable challenges from the side of the Rajputs, right? Rajputs. So one of the battle was Battle of Simil in 1544, in which Sher Shah Suri defeated the Rao Maldev, right? Rao Maldev defeated Rao Maldev in this battle, right? Maldev. And in 1545, when he was conquered the Marwar, Rao Maldev of Marwar, right? Also, now when he was during the conquest of the Kalinjar, and this Kalinjar was under the ruler of this Kalinjar was Kirat Singh. Sher Shah died when there was a fire accident. Actually, when he was in the battlefield, he was seized the that is called the fort of the Kalinjar. When there was a fireball which was throwing towards the fort of the Kalinjar, that misfired, and there was a heap of the gunpowder kept besides the Sher Shah that caught fire, and Sher Shah caught fire, and just he burned to death, right? So this is how the Sher Shah came to a tragic end in 1545 during the conquest of the Kalinjar. After his death, his son Islam Shah Sur became the next ruler of Delhi, who remained in the office till 1553. So after his death, his son Islam Shah Sur became the next ruler, 1545 to 1553. Islam Shah was succeeded by Firoz Shah and then by Adil Shah, Adil Shah Sur, right? Adil Shah Sur was defeated by Humayun to regain the Delhi. So this is the story, sirs and ma'ams. Now let me talk about the contribution of the Sher Shah. Sher Shah was a pious Muslim. He had tolerant attitude. He was the patron of art and architecture and built a new city on the bank of the river Yamuna. He built the Purana Kila, that is old fort. He built a library, Sair Mandal, an octagonal building inside the Purana Kila complex, and later served as the library of Humayun and his own mausoleum at the Sasara. He had constructed these things, sirs and ma'ams. He had also constructed Rohtas Fort in Bihar. Then he had also patronized learned men like Malik Muhammad Jaisi. He had written Padmavat, in which he had mentioned the story about Alauddin Khilji and Rani Padmini of Chittor, right? Abbas Khan Sherwani was the official historian who had written Tarikh Sher Shahi during his reign. So these are the contributions of the Sher Shah, right? In administration, he has divided his empire in the 42 sarkars, and sarkar was divided into several parganas, right? Several parganas. During his reign, the Sikhdar was the military officials, Amil was the land revenue official, Pottedar was the treasurer, Kargun was the accountant in charge of the administration of each pargana. Mauza was the lowest unit, that is called the village of administration. There were also many administrative units called iktas. The government was highly centralized and consisted of several departments. Revenue officials called amils. Revenue officials were amils. Kanungos were the officials in charge of maintaining revenue records. He introduced a schedule of crop that is called Ray. That is important again. What is called Ray? This is a schedule of the crop rates, right? Called Ray. He had improved the land revenue system by adopting Zabtiye Har Saal, that's land assessment every year, and classified all the cultivable lands into 3 heads: good, middle, and the bad category. Land was measured using secondary guz, which was developed by Sikandar Lodi, right, Sasaman? Now, the state's share in the revenue was 1/3 of the average produce and paid in cash or the kind both, right? Sher Shah also revived Alauddin's Chehra and the Dag system for his military reforms. He had mentioned his personal royal forces, that is known as Khas Khel. That Khas Khel is very much important. What is called Khas Khel? That is called the personal royal force. He set up the cantonments in different parts of the empire, and a strong garrison was also posted in each of them. Is it okay? Right? He had also issued certain coins. Sher Shah introduced new copper coins, new copper coins or silver coins given different name. Dam. He was also the first ruler to introduce the silver rupiah, and gold coin asarfi. So this was the coins that was introduced by Sher Shah. Now coming to the infrastructure, he had improved the communication. He built roads called the arteries of this empire. He led 4 important highways, and they were: Sher Shah restored old imperial road called the Grand Trunk Road, from the river Indus in the west to the Sonargaon in Bengal, and several other roads he had also constructed. The Grand Trunk Road, actually, there's the history of this was Uttarapath in Mauryan times. It was further developed by Sher Shah Suri as Sher Shah Suri Marg by Sher Shah, and renamed as GT Road, that is called Grand Trunk Road, GT Road by Viceroy or Lord Auckland. It's okay. So this is the additional information that you should keep with yourself, right? So this is the thing, sirs and madam. So this is called infrastructure. It's okay. Now coming to the Akbar. Now it is the important one that we need to discuss. So we have done with the Sher Shah, right, sirs and madams? Done with the Sher Shah. Now we need to talk about the Akbar and Jahangir, right, sirs and madams? Now see, when Akbar some basic information. Born on 15th October 1542 at Amarkot in Sindh, Pakistan, and died on 25th October 1605 at Agra in India. Akbar was at the age of 13 years, met the governor of Punjab. Bairam Khan was Humayun's favorite officer and confidant, who served Akbar's tutor as well as regent. Okay? Regent of the kingdom with the title of Khanam, remaining the helm of this one. But Akbar was illiterate Badshah. What is the story, sirs and madams, right here? Just try and understand. See, actually, Humayun had no time to rear his child up, right? So Humayun had given the charge of Akbar to his confidant Bairam Khan. Right? Bairam Khan could not give him the formal education. So Akbar remained illiterate. After the death of Humayun, it was the Bairam Khan who had helped the Akbar to become the emperor, right? So when we talk about the Akbar, we can see the 2 phases in his life before he could flourish himself as a full-fledged king. There's a first phase that is called 1556 to 1560. He was the protege of Bairam Khan, right? Protege of Bairam Khan. And when in 1560, Bairam Khan was killed. killed by an Afghan, by an Afghan, by an Afghan, by an Afghan, right? What is the story here? Story here. Actually, when 1556 to 1560, Akbar was under the guardianship of the Baram Khan. Baram Khan. Baram Khan was treating him like his son. So in all the matters, he was giving advice and interfering in the matters of the Akbar. It was not liked by the Akbar now because he was a growing child. Now he thought that he should come out of the influence or the guardianship of the Baram Khan. That's why he forced him to go to to take a retirement and go to Hajj to Makkah, right? So when when Baram Khan was moving towards Babul Makkah, Babul Makkah, Babul Makkah, Babul Makkah, right? That is called Port of Surat, Port of Surat, Surat. So while moving to the Babul Makkah, while moving to Babul Makkah, Makkah, Baram Khan was killed by an Afghan, He could not even race to the port of Surat, that is called Babul Makkah, right? Could not race to Babul Makkah, right? Babul Makkah. Could not reach to Babul Makkah. Right, sir, madam? So Babul Makkah. Could not reach to Babul Makkah. Right, sir, madam? So even it would be here. Babul Makkah. I hope that is be here. No, that is not here. Not an issue. Babul Makkah. So he was going to Babul Makkah, right? And 1560 to 62, he was under the influence of petticoat government, under the petticoat government of Mehamanga, petticoat government of Mehamanga, right? Mehamanga, right? Petticoat government of Mehamanga. Actually, Mehamanga was the foster mother of Akbar, and Akbar had a huge respect for the Mehamanga. But Mehamanga had a son whose name was Adham Khan. Once Akbar had sent Adham Khan on the expedition of Malwa, right, against the Malwa. And the ruler of the Malwa was Baz Bahadur, and his queen was Roopmati, right? Both of them were expert singers. They were expert singers, right? Malwa king Baz Bahadur. Now, what was the story? When Adham Khan had led the expedition of the Malwa and had defeated Baz Bahadur, he had plundered huge money from Malwa. But he had shared very little to the Akbar, and that infuriated the Akbar. So out of anger, he had thrown the Adham Khan from the fort of his fort, and Adham Khan died. So after the death of Adham Khan, Mehamanga also died, and after the death of the Mehamanga, now Akbar was free, right? So this is the story. So before coming to his full-fledged personality, he was under the influence of the Baram Khan. Then he was under the influence of the Mehamanga. Mehamanga came to an end after the death of her son Adham Khan. Why his son was killed? Because Adham Khan was sent by the Akbar to the Malwa against the Baz Bahadur and Queen Roopmati, right? Both of them were the expert singers, Adham Khan had plundered huge money from the Malwa, but he had shared very little war booty to the Akbar, which was repeatedly asked by the Akbar. But when he denied with the war booty, then Akbar had killed this Baz Bahadur, this Adham Khan. And after the killing of the Adham Khan, his mother Mahamanga also died, and now Akbar was free. Now one more thing is there. There is one more dimension. When Akbar was in Kalanur, he was coronated. Kalanur, he was coronation of Akbar took place. Coronation of Akbar, right, in 1556. 1556, right, Sister Madam, after the death of Humayun. Now, Sister Madam, just try and understand here. Threat of the Afghan was still over there. This was your Delhi, and this was your Punjab. This is your Delhi. This is your Delhi. This is your Punjab. Akbar was here. Delhi was now free. And there was a Hemu, that whose name is Hemchandra. Hemu. He was converted Muslim, right? And he was the Wazir of Adil Shah. So when Humayun died, Humayun captured the Delhi, right? Then what will happen? Humayun captured Delhi, right? Captured Delhi. Then Baram Khan as Mughal military commander of Akbar, moved against Hemu, leading to Second Battle of Panipat. In 1556. Hemu was defeated. Then Akbar came to Delhi and sat on the throne, right? So this is the story, Sir Madam. So this is a little story right over here, right? So now you can see here. So we can see Akbar was coronated at Kalanur at the age of 13 years and 4 months on 14th February 1556. When Humayun died in 1566, he was bravely established his authority, empire, right, was there. Within a few months of his death, Mughal Emperor lost several important places, including Delhi itself, to Hemchandra Vikramaditya, Hindu Wazir of Muhammad Shah Adil of Bengal. What I have written? Adil Shah? Yes, Adil Shah of Bengal, right? That's great. Muhammad Adil Shah of Bengal claimed the throne for himself, right? In fact, after Islam Shah Suri's death, the Sur Empire broke into the factions. Hemu was an able administrator and military commander, took charge of the Afghans' cause, right? So on November 1556, Humayun's Mughal force led by Baram Khan defeated Hemu at the Second Battle of the Panipat, which commanded the route to Delhi, thus ensuring Akbar's succession, right? So now it was this story. The initial year, that is already we have discussed, Protease of the Baram Khan, 1556 to 60, right? So these were the things, Sir Madam. And then is this is under the petticoat government of Mahamanga. That was also the story that we have already discussed, right? We have also discussed the victory at the Malwa and everything that we have discussed here, right? Baz Bahadur, an accomplished magician and the poet, or the singer also. Now, so these are the things, Sir Madam. So even after Baram Khan, his authority and empire were further consolidated and extended. expansion of the empire. Now see, in 1556, he led an expedition of the Gwalior during the time of Bairam Khan itself. Then 1561, Malwa by Adham Khan. 1564, Gondwana. That is also known as the Gadkatanga. Here there was Rani Durgavati ruling. She was a widow of Queen Dalpat Shah. And she was expert in tiger hunting. In 1572, he led the expedition of the Gujarat against the Muzaffar Shah just because of its economic importance. And after Gujarat expedition, he had constructed Buland Darwaza at Fatehpur Sikri to commemorate his victory, right? So this is the another thing. In Rajputana, right? In Rajputana, right? So madams, so let me tell you Rajputana, towards the Rajputana or the Rajput policy of the Akbar. Let me talk about it. See, when Akbar was free from his, the so-called father Bairam Khan and so-called mother, foster mother, that is your Mahamanga. So Akbar recognized the significance or importance of. Akbar recognized, or Akbar wanted to have a collaborator Indians, group of collaborator Indians, right? And looking towards the Rajputs, right? He had evolved a policy of negotiations with Rajputs, right? Policy of negotiation with the Rajputs, right? Right? What was the policy of negotiation? Policy of negotiation was based on accept the sovereignty of Akbar. Consider him as the sovereign power. In return, Akbar recognized their position in their homeland. It's okay, in their homeland. Then second, accepted them into imperial services. Third, established matrimonial alliances. If not accepted, the sovereignty of Akbar, they would be punished. Right? So this was the policy. Right? Is it okay? So they would be punished. Right? The first Rajput state to enter into the policy of negotiations was Amir, and the king was Raza Bharmal. It is said in the books, right? So this is the thing, sirs and madams, right? And there was a only state that was Mewar. Only state of Mewar. Only state of Mewar. Only state. Only Rajput state. Rajput state of Mewar. Mewar. Never accepted the sovereignty of Akbar. It's not Mughal, it's Akbar. So Mewar never accepted the sovereignty of the Akbar. Right, sirs and madams? Never accepted the sovereignty of them. That too can make a question for your exam also, right? That never accepted the Akbar, right? So here 1562 Amir or Amber accepted the first state. Now let me talk about the Chittor or the Mewar. Chittor is called Mewar, right? So see, since Akbar was failed to subdue the Chittor or the Mewar. So he led several campaigns against the Chittor or the Mewar, right? His first campaign was against Rana Uday Singh. The first expedition, Rana Uday Singh. He himself, right? Then he attacked on the Rana Uday Singh. Rana Uday Singh fled into the jungle, in the forest, keeping in charge of the fort under his two confidants, Jamal and the Fattah. They fought bravely, but they had to sacrifice their life before the Akbar's invasion, right? The attack of of Akbar on the Chittor is considered as the blot on the part of the Akbar because he had not considered women, child, or the old age. He brutally killed everyone. So it was a kind of the massacre Akbar had committed. So it is considered as a blot on the part of, as Satish Chandra has written in his book, that is a blot on his part, right? Blot on his part, right? But at the end of this conquest or this expedition, Akbar was very much impressed by the brevity of the Jamal and the Fattah. So he had erected the image of the statue of Jamal Fattah on the Chittor fort, right? Later on, the son of Uday Singh, Maharana Pratap became the ruler of Mewar, right? It was defeated. Mewar was defeated, but Mewar was never accepted the sovereignty of the Akbar, right? So it was a time of the Maharana Pratap, and Mewar was not subdued. So Akbar was, with his confidence, discussing about how to subdue the Mewar or the Chittor. Then Man Singh, who was the grandson of the Bharmal, said that I may take a try, because since I am the Rajput, so if I will approach to the Maharana Pratap, he may accept my proposal and subdue before you. So Man Singh went to Maharana Pratap with the offer to accept the sovereignty of the Akbar, but Maharana Pratap denied. And this denial led to the Battle of Haldighati. This denial led to Battle of Haldighati. In 1576. In this battle, Maharana Pratap was between Maharana Pratap and Akbar. And Mughal army was led by Man Singh. Akbar was victorious. Maharana Pratap was defeated in this battle. So this led to the Battle of Haldighati. So this is the initial things, sirs and madams, that we have discussed, right? Sirs and madams, right? Is it okay? Now, so let me tell you something more about the Akbar. So let me tell you about the Akbar. Just a second. This is the repetition of these slides. So this is your Battle of Haldighati that we have discussed, that took place on 18th June 1556, right? So Man Singh was there, right? Maharana Pratap was there. Maharana Pratap was there, right, sirs and madams? So now we need to discuss about the, in 1562, Akbar married to, 1562, Akbar married to Jodhabai, the daughter of Raja Bharmal. Amber, Jaipur, the first state to accept the sovereignty of the Akbar, that we have already discussed. Mewar never accepted the sovereignty of the Akbar, and Mewar remained independent throughout the Akbar's reign. Right? Now let me talk about the religious policy of Akbar. Religious policy of Akbar, right? Religious policy of the Akbar, right? Religious policy of the Akbar. That's okay. So let me talk about the religious policy of the Akbar. So see, in the initial years, Akbar was a very Sunni. He was an Orthodox Muslim. He was an Orthodox Muslim. Is that okay? Orthodox Muslim. He was Orthodox Muslim. But gradually his life was moderated by some of the personalities like Abdul Latif, Jodhabai, later on by Sheikh Mubarak and his two sons, Abul Fazl and Faizi. Abul Fazl and the Faizi. So his personality became a little bit moderated, right? And he had taken certain initiatives. In 1562, he had prohibited forceful conversion of the POWs into the Islam. In 1563, he had prohibited the pilgrim tax. In 1564, he had abolished jizya. In 1573, he met with Sheikh Mubarak and his two sons, Faizi and Abul Fazl. And Abul Fazl became his the best friend, right? Now, see, so this was his things, such man. Now, if I talk about the 1575, Ibadat Khana. So you know that Akbar was an illiterate monarch, right? Illiterate monarch. He had no idea how to read. So he was unable to read the Sariyat, Sara, Quran, Hadith, etc. Right? So obviously, what was the condition? What was the situation? The Islamic Orthodox were persuading the Akbar in their own interest, with their vested interest. They were not giving the right advice to the Akbar. So Akbar was very much confused. So now when Akbar was growing a little bit liberal in his approach, then he thought to know about the essence of the different religions. And that's why in 1575, he had established Ibadat Khana, that is called the house of the worship at Fatehpur Sikri, and invited the Dharma Gurus of the different religion to discuss about the different religion. And at the end, he realized that the religions are not conflicting with each other's, right? Rather, they are very much conciliatory in their approaches, right? In approaches. So, just to discuss the different religion, he had established the Ibadat Khana in 1575, where the theologians of the different sects, like from Hinduism, Pushottam Das was there, right? Islamic mullahs and Maulvis were also there. Christianity, Rudolf Equaviva and Father Antonio de Montserrat was there. From the Buddhism and Jainism, Hari Vijay Suri was there. Zoroastrianism, say, there are Dastur Meherji Rana, and atheists were also invited for the discussion. So they all were into the discussion. Discussion used to be on every Thursday evening. It used to be on every Thursday evening, right? So this was your Ibadat Khana. These discussions of Ibadat Khana led to the emperor to believe that there is no absolute truth and culminated in the creation of the new faith that is called Deen-e-Ilahi. Deen-e-Ilahi, that's called divine religion. Now in 1579, when he realized the essence of all the religion, he had decided to declare Mazharnama so that he could declare himself Imam-e-Adil, right? Now it means that by Mazharnama, he declared himself that he is the final authority to decide not only in the matter of the polity, but also in the matter of the religion. Because whatever he is saying in the capacity of the just ruler, that is called Imam-e-Adil, because he had knowledge of the religion, all the religion, that is called Islam also, right? So he is understanding better than any mullahs and the Maulvis in the matter of the religion. So he started giving his decree through the Mazharnama, even in the matter of the religion. And this is how he had established himself as the highest authority in the matter of religion also, right? So Mazharnama, infallible decrees. So infallible means whatever he is giving, the decree that is final, that cannot be crossed by anyone, any of the theologians, right? So in his decree, he declared himself Imam Adil, that is called the just ruler, right? And this is how he had compromised the position of the ulamas. He was thereafter proclaimed as the supreme arbiter in the matter of the legal authority in the empire, right? And 1582, he had established Tawhid-e-Ilahi or Din-e-Ilahi, which was a new social order, which was a new socialist order, which was a new socio-religious order, order not a religion, order not a new religion, order, right, sir, madam? This was a new socio-religious order, but not a religion. It's okay. Now, coming to the Din-e-Ilahi or Tawhid-e-Ilahi. If I talk about the Din-e-Ilahi, it was not a religion, but a socio-religious order, right? Or a brotherhood conceived and designed to cement diverse communities in the land under one faith, right? So these are the things, sir, madam. Nothing more than that. Now, coming to the other aspect. Din-e-Ilahi, Abul Fazl was the chief priest of this organization. There are the 4 grades of devotion to Akbar under the Din-e-Ilahi. If there is any follower who is coming to the fold of Din-e-Ilahi, he had to surrender property, life, honor, and then religion for the sake of the ruler, for the sake of the ruler. So these sacrifice of these things determine the grade of the member within the order. Only Hindu that had accepted this Din-e-Ilahi was Raja Birbal, and whose original name was Mahesh Das. His original name was Mahesh Das. His original name was Mahesh Das. Mahesh Das. Is it okay? Mahesh Das. Finally, there was a British official whose name is Vincent Arthur Smith, V.A. Smith, commented the divine faith, that is called Din-e-Ilahi. Din-e-Ilahi of Akbar was a monument of folly. Akbar's folly, not of his wisdom. But when we discuss about these things in the mains, it was in fact the monument of his wisdom, not the folly, right, sirs and madams? So this is what is the criticism of the V.A. Smith in regard to Din-e-Ilahi. So these are the things, sirs and madams, in regard to his religious policy, right? Now coming to the Naratna of the Akbar, right, sirs and madams? Navratna of the Akbar. Is it okay? So let me talk about the Navratna of the Akbar. Naratna of the Akbar. Akbar had 9 illuminaries in his court. They're called Naratna. Akbar's Naratna. Abul Fazl. Abul Fazl had written a book that is called Akbarnama and Ain-e-Akbari. In fact, Ain-e-Akbari is a part of Akbarnama, right? Akbarnama, right? He led the Mughal army in the wars of the Deccan also. He was murdered by Bir Singh Bundela on the orders of Prince Salim, that is your Jahangir, on the orders of this Salim. Jahangir, why he was killed by Bir Singh Bundela on the instance of the Prince Salim. Actually, Jahangir had very bad activities. He had bad habits. He had the habit of taking liquor, opium, etc. Right? And Abul Fazl was a very pious man. So all the time Jahangir, whose childhood name was Salim, was confused about the Abul Fazl. He was thinking that he is confident of my father Akbar, so he may whisper against me. So my father may turn hostile against me. So just because of his own insecurity, Jahangir had taken the aid of Bir Singh Bundela to murder Abul Fazl. When Akbar knew about this murder, he was shocked and he was into the dysentery and he finally died in 1605. So Abul Fazl, the story, right, Sir Saman? Now coming to the Fazi. Fazi was the brother of was the brother of Abul Fazl, and he was a Persian poet, right? He translated a book on the mathematics, Lilavati, into Persian. It was a book on mathematics under his supervision. Mahabharata was also translated into the Persian language. Then Fakir Azizuddin, he was a Sufi mystic, right? And chief religious advisor of the Akbar. Tansen, he was a great magician. And his name was Ramtanu Pandey. He was from Gwalior. His guru was Swami Haridas, right? He had served as a court musician to the king Ramchandra Bandhavgad of Gwalior, of Rewa. Tansen was the title given to him by Raja Vikramaditya. So these are things of the Gwalior, right? So these are some information about the Tansen, that is also important, right? He had served as a court musician to the king Ramchandra Bandhavgad, Rewa. Tansen was the title given to him by Raja Vikramaditya of Gwalior. Now coming to Tansen. Again, Tansen accepted Islam at the hand of great Sufi Saint Muhammad Gaudas of Gwalior. Tansen had invented many ragas like Night Raga of Darwari Kanhara, Morning Raga Miya Ke Todi, Miya Ki Sarang, and Miya Ki Malhar, right? Miya Ki Malhar. That's okay. Now, coming to the other aspect. Raja Birbal, his original name was Mahesh Das, right? To him, the title of both Raja and Birbal was given by Akbar to him, right? Akbar to him. Raja Todarmal, he was the finance minister. Raja Mansingh, he was a Mansabdar, grandson of Akbar's father-in-law and the trusted general, right, sir, madam? Now coming to Abdur Rahim Khane Khana. He was a great poet, son of the Bairam Khan. Although a Muslim by birth, he was a devotee of Lord Krishna. Translated Babarnama into Persian under the title of Babarnama. It's okay. Babarnama. It's done. Now coming to Mirza Aziz Koka. He was also known as Khane Azam or Kotlas and was one of the leading nobles and also the foster brother of Akbar. He was also served as the Subedar of the Gujarat. Is it okay? Is it fine, sirs and madams? Right? Now, Akbar died in 1685, as I told you, by dysentery. Died of dysentery and buried at Sikandra near Agra. Akbar was not liked for his political ideology by Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi. Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi belonged to Naqshbandiya Silsila of the Sufism. I told you about the different Sufi Silsilas, and one of them was the Naqshbandiya Silsila when I was discussing in the art and culture Sufism and Bhakti. So Naqshbandiya was an orthodox sect of a Silsila of the Sufism, right? So that believes in the Saras, that believe in the Sara, they were the Basharas, they were the Saras, they're believing in the Islamic laws, right? Since Akbar had taken some liberal policy, that's why he was criticized by orthodox elements like Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi. Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi, right? His teachings were not confined to the reforms of Islam. He also advocated a crusade against the Hindus that we have also discussed in the Sufism, right, sister madam? It's okay. Now, paintings. If I talk about, Akbar commissioned the illustration of the several literary and religious texts. Illustration of Persian version of Mahabharata and Ramayana were also produced in the miniature form. One of the most important paintings was Hamza Nama painting, belongs to his reign, right? His reign. The poets, if I talk about the poets, from the time of the Akbar, Hindi poets were attached to the Mughal court. The most influential Hindi poet was Tulsidas, who had wrote the Hindi version of the Ramayana, Ramcharitramanas. Surdas was a contemporary of Akbar, who had written Sursagar, Sursaravali, and Sahitya Lahiri. Is it okay? Sahitya Lahiri. Sursaravali, Sahitya Lahiri, and Sursagar. So these were the poets in his court, right, sirs and madams? Now, if I talk about talk about his administration. His empire was divided into subas. In fact, Suba was created by 12 was created by Akbar, Akbar by himself in the administrative unit, and later on three more subas were added by Akbar, right? So this was the things as matters. Then the subas were divided into sarkars. Then the sarkar were divided into the parganas and into the village, right, sirs and madams? So this is how the things were done. Now, land revenue administration. Okay, land revenue administration of Akbar was largely adopted by Akbar largely based on the Sher Shah's system of revenue. Todermal introduced the uniform system of land measurement, classification of the land, and fixation of rates. In 1580, Akbar introduced the Dasala system, under which the revenue was fixed on the average yield of the land access on the basis of past 10 years, Dasala system. And the revenue was 1/3 of the average produce was paid mostly in cash. So this is what is the revenue administration, right? 1580, Akbar introduced the Dasala system, and it was introduced with the help of, this is called Todermal. And Todermal was also in the service of the Sher Shah, right, sir? Now, after the assessment of the land and land survey, Akbar had divided the lands into the 4 different categories. Land was divided into 4 different categories, right? Different categories. One is your polage, that is called your polage. Polage is such a land that is cultivated every year. Then is your parote, that is fallow once in 2 years, right? Parti once in 2 years. Parati, land paid at the full polage rate when it was cultivated. Chachar, that was cultivated once in 3 or 4 years. And Banjar is what? That is barren land that is cultivated in 5 or more years once. So this is the different kinds of the land, right? So polage is the land that is cultivated every year. Parati is the land that is kept fallow for 1 year in between the 2 years. Then the chachar, that was cultivated in the 3 or 4 years. And the banjar was basically the barren land, or that may be cultivated in after 5 years or more than that. It's okay. Now, Akbar introduced the Mansabdari system. So let me tell you about the Mansabdari system. What exactly is the Mansabdari system, right? And the Zagirdari systems in his administration also. So let me talk about that also. Akbar introduced the Mansabdari system in his administration. But he was not the inventor of this. Not invented it. In fact, it was invented by the Changiz Khan. This Mansabdari system was based on decimal system. So the ranking would be 10, 20, 50, 100, 500 and all. So ranking would be like this. So that is why it is based on the decimal system. Under this system, every officer, Mansabdar, was assigned a rank that is called Mansab. The lowest rank was of 10 and the highest rank was of 5,000. By the end of Akbar's reign, Mansab had increased to 7,000 also. Prince of royal blood received even higher ranks, right? It was hierarchical grading system that determined ranks, pay and military responsibilities based on dual ranking system. Now see here, let me tell you some of the things in the brief. What was Mansabdari system? Mansab was a rank. Mansab was a ranking system. It was a ranking system. This ranking system was based on dual system. One was your Jat rank. Other was your Savar rank. Savar rank. Savar rank, right? Jat rank was your personal rank. Personal rank. Rank. And Savar rank was your obligation, indicating your obligation to maintain. Obligation to maintain, right? Personal rank. Suppose you are an IAS, right? In the cadre of the IAS, if you are SDM, you are district magistrate, you are the chief secretary. So these all are your personal rank in this system. So this is called your personal rank, right? An obligation that you have to fulfill certain obligations, right? You have to maintain a troop or the cavalry for the support of the king, for the support of the king. So now, on the basis of your personal rank and your obligation, your salary was fixed. Salary was fixed. Was fixed. Was fixed. Was fixed. Then your salary can be given either in the form of the cash or in the land. Cash, it can be given in cash, or it can be given in land, that is called Jagir. Jagir. If you are getting your cash salary, you are called Nagdi Jagirdar or Mansabdar. Mansabdar. If you are getting land, then you are called Zagir Mansabdar. Zagir Mansabdar. Mansabdar. Jagir Mansabdar. It's okay. Jagir Mansabdar. It's okay. Jagir Mansabdar. Zagir Mansabdar. It's okay. So, madam, Zagir Mansabdar. That is called Jagir Mansabdar. Jagir Mansabdar. It's okay. Jagir Mansabdar. So these are the things, so madam. So this is your Zagirdari system, right? Now, so again taking you to the board now. So these are things. So these are the Jat rank and the Savar rank. Jat rank and the Savar rank that you got. Akbar started the rule of the Dah-Bisti system. Dah-Bisti means what? In which the Mansabdar had to required to maintain the 20 horses for every 10 cavalrymen. So if you have one soldier, then cavalryman, then you will have to maintain 2 horses, right? The reason was that if you will have the 2 horses and you are at the time of the war, so if one of the horses would be resting, then other would be fighting in the battle, right? So again, that will take the rest and the other would be in the battlefield, right? So this was the idea behind the Dah-Bisti system. Behind the Dah-Bisti system. Mansabdari system was transferable and non-hereditary and were based on merit. All appointment and promotion was, as well as dismissal, were directly made by the emperor on the advice of the Mir Baksi. That is again important. That is also important, right? The nobility were given 2 types of Mansabdari, was Nagdi, another was your Jagir Mansabdari. That is already discussed. Now see, hierarchy of the Mansabdars, hierarchy of the Mansabdari system. Mansabdar, then there was Amir, and there was Amir-e Umda. If you are holding the rank below up to the 500, you are called Mansabdar. If you are getting the ranks from 500 to 2500, that is called Amir, and the highest was 5000. So Amir-e Azam or Amir-e Umda was a rank holder from 25,000 and above in general cases, right? So these are the hierarchy of the Mansabdars. Is that okay? Now coming to the Jagir Mansabdars. There are the 4 types of the Jagir Mansabdars. One is your Tankha Mansabdari. Land assignment given on the basis of your salary. Watan Mansabdari, that was given generally to the Rajputs in their states. And Watan Jagirs were hereditary. That is important and non-transferable. Under Jahangir, some Muslims nobles were also given Jagirs resembling the Watan Jagir called Al-Tagma Jagir. Al-Tagma Jagir. So that is important. This was only the Watan Jagir which was hereditary and non-transferable. Otherwise, the Mansabdari was non-hereditary and transferable. Then is your Masroot Jagir. That was offered under the certain conditions, like during the time of the crisis, like supplying certain duties, like during the time of war, like wartime, like during war, during like etc. Like during war, like wartime crisis, like during wartime crisis, right? Now coming to Inam Zagir. Inam Zagir involved no obligation of the service and was independent of the rank because it was not the part of the Mughal administration. Rather, it was free from that. It was free from that. It was free from that, right? So if somebody had gotten the Inam Zagir, he was not the part of the Mughal administration. Otherwise, you all are the part of the Mughal administration, right? Now, last thing that we have to discuss in the Akbar is your Zagirdari system. So let me talk about the Zagirdari system. So what was Zagirdari system? It was also a kind of, Zagirdari system was a kind of modified form of Ikta. The Zagirdari system is a system of assignment of revenue of a particular territory. It was an integral part of the Mansabdari system. Jagir did not confer any hereditary right, did not confer any hereditary rights on the holder and was also transferable. Revenue collection was their prime responsibility with a limited administrative role. So this is about the Zagirdari system. If a Mansabdar was getting his salary in the form of this Zagir, he was known as Zagir Mansabdar. That is called the Zagirdari system. And there was only one Jagir, that is called the Watan Jagir, that was non-transferable and hereditary in nature. So that is the important thing, sirs and madams. Now, coming to Jahangir. Now coming to Jahangir, right, sirs and madams? Coming to Jahangir. Coming to Jahangir. So let me talk about the Jahangir. Jahangir, right? Jahangir. Let me talk about the Jahangir. So here I'm going to talk about the Jahangir. Can you please allow me for 1 minute, 2 minutes for coughing? Please allow me for 2 minutes for coughing. So now let me talk about the of the Jahangir. See, there's some important things about the Jahangir. Let me tell you. So actually, Jahangir was the son of Akbar and Jodhabai, and actually Akbar and Jodha had not getting their child. So after the blessing of the Sheikh Salim Chishti, Salim got birth. That is called Jahangir got birth. So in the respect of the Sufi saint Sheikh Salim Chishti, both the parents, Jodha and Akbar, decided to keep the name of their son as Salim. So his childhood name was Salim. Right? Now, after the death of his father, Salim was crowned in Agra in 1605. Right? Now, there are certain important developments that had taken place during the time of the Jahangir. One is that the Britishers came into the court of the Mughal, that is the Jahangir's court. The one was the Captain Hawkins. Captain Hawkins came to the court of Jahangir as the representative of his East India Company, to get some concession or trade privileges, right? But he could not achieve anything considerable. And that's why later on, second British official, Britishers came into the court of the Jahangir as the representative of the crown. So that's why he was the envoy, and that was Sir Thomas Roe. So Captain Hawkins came to India, Captain Hawkins in 1608, and then that is the representative of the East India Company. And the second Britishers was the Sir Thomas Roe in 1615, visited the court as the British envoy and got the permission to establish his fort at Surat in 1615, right? Now, factory used to be the trading house and the warehouses, right? Jahangir had written his autobiography, that is under the title of Tuzuk-e Jahangiri in Persian. And during his reign, Abdul Hamid Lahori wrote Padshah Nama, right? There's one more thing, so madam, that is important here. One of his wife was Manbai, his wife. Once this question was asked in UPPCS, Manbai. And Manbai was the sister of Man Singh, or the niece of Jodhabai, right? So Manbai committed suicide because of the illicit activity or the bad habits of her husband Jahangir. This was the question once asked in UPPCS. So this is the one thing, so madam. In 1611, he married to a very aspirational lady whose name was Mehrunisa, popularly known as the Nur Jahan. She was actually a widow of a Zagirdar of Bengal, Sher Afghan. After Sher Afghan, right, Sister Madam? So this was the thing, Sister Madam. When Nur Jahan became the queen of Jahangir, the phase of Nur Jahan Zungta started. In Mughal court. Nur Jahan Zungta. In this Nur Jahan Zungta, there were three persons. Other than the Nur Jahan was the father of Nur Jahan. His name was Etimau-ud-Daula, and he got the title of Ghiyas Beg from Jahangir. Then his brother Asaf Khan, and then one Mughal prince was Khurram, later on known as Shah Jahan. And fourth one was Nur Jahan itself, right? So this was a very powerful group of the Nur Jahan that is known as the Nur Jahan Zungta. Is it okay? So Nur Jahan Zungta was there. This is called your Nur Jahan Zungta. So Nur Jahan Zungta, right? Nur Jahan Zungta. It included Etimad-ud-Daula or Khwaja Ghiyas Beg, Asaf Khan, his brother. He was his father, her father. This was the brother of Nur Jahan. And then there was Prince Khurram, later on known as Shah Jahan. So they were the person of these are the members of the Nur Jahan junta, and it became very, very, very powerful. This junta became very powerful and remained very active till 1620. She appointed her father Ghiyas Beg as the Wazir and brother Asaf Khan as the Khane Sama. Khane Sama. Is it okay? Khane Sama. Right, sirs and madams? Nur Jahan, Nur Jahan. Nur Jahan was a constant companion of the Jahangir. Now she was a skilled horseman also. She used to appear in the Jharokha Darshan with Badshah, right? Actually, this Jharokha Darshan was started by Jharokha Darshan was started by Akbar, and only king was appearing, only ruler king was appearing in Jharokha Darshan, Jharokha Darshan. It's okay. But during the time of Jahangir, during the time of Jahangir, Queen also appeared in Jharokha Darshan. It used to be a window in which, before going to the court, after getting ready, the king used to come in the Jharokha to wave with his people, to give his glance to the people, right? So it was a kind of a tradition that was started by the Akbar to establish a bond with his subjects, with his people, right? It's okay. The other system which was started by Akbar was Tuladan. This was also started by Akbar, Tuladan. So he was weighing his body weight in a balance, in a tula, that is called tarazu, tula or balance, to distribute the precious things among his subjects, right? Now, Nur Jahan also issued official farmans. She also struck coins on her name, and her official title was Badshah Begum, indicating on her coin. She became instrumental in appointment of all the important offices, which was full of her orders, right, sir, madam? Right? Now, these were the things, sir and madam. Now, is it okay? Now, what will happen, sirs and madams? The era of Jahangir is considered as the zenith of Mughal painting, right? He employed a number of painters like Abul Hasan, Bisandas, who was the master of the portraits, Madhu, Anant, Manohar, Govardhan, and Ustad Mansoor, who was a specialist in the animal paintings, birds and animal paintings, right? Is it okay? And under Jahangir, special progress was made in portrait painting, right? A special thing that was in portrait painting, and portrait painting was started during the time of Akbar itself, right? So these were the development that had taken place during the regime of Jahangir. Now, there is one more thing that we should notice over here: Pitradura, the practice of putting up buildings in marble and decorating the walls with the floral designs made up of the semi-precious. In fact, Pitradura is the art of inlaying of stones on the metals, precious metals in the marble. That is known as the Pitradura. It was started by Nur Jahan during the time of Jahangir, and for the first time, the art of Pitradura was used in the tomb of Etimau-Dawla by Nur Jahan. Right? First time this art was used. In the tomb of Etimau-Dawla, Agra. It's okay. So it was art of inlaying of the stones, metals in the marble. Right? Started by Nur Jahan. Jahangir. It's okay. It's done. It's okay. Now, . And one more thing was, okay, Jahangir was the first Badshah who issued coins bearing his portraits. Jahangir died in October 1627 at Sadra, Lahore, on the bank of river Ravi. And now one more thing, Ashmat Begum, mother of Nur Jahan, invented attar, that is called perfume, from the extracts of rose petals. That's okay. So this was the thing, so madam, this is about Jahangir. Now coming to Shah Jahan and then to Aurangzeb, right? So let me talk about the Shah Jahan, right? Shah Jahan. He was the fifth Mughal emperor. His original name was Khurram, and he was the third son of the Mughal Emperor Jahangir and Rajputana princess Manmati or Bhanmati, known as the Jagat Gosai. She was the daughter of Uday Singh. Crowned in Agra in February 1628, 4 months after the death of the Jahangir, and took the name of Shah Jahan, right? Shah Jahan. What are the important things, sirs and madams, about the Shah Jahan? Let me tell you. So, let me tell you political conditions. As I told you already, in 1632, Ahmednagar was finally annexed into the Mughal Empire, right? This was the one thing. He suppressed the revolt of Bir Singh Bundelas under the Jujhar Singh in 1628. Suppressed the revolts of Khane Jahan Lodi in 1629 because they were very close to the Nur Jahan junta. In 1632, Shah Jahan defeated the Portuguese also near Hooghly due to irregular abuse of the trading privileges given to them. Governor of Bengal Qasim Khan had punished Portuguese. And there was a permanent loss of Kandahar during the time of Shah Jahan. So these are certain important things that will directly make a question for you. So Ahmednagar was directly annexed into the Mughal Empire during the time of Jahangir, Shah Jahan. Then Bundala's revolt was suppressed, which was under the Jujhar Singh. Then Khane Jahan Lodi also revolted. Then Portuguese was also misusing the trade privileges, so it was suppressed by one of his governor of the Bengal, Qasim Khan, and there was a permanent loss of the Kandahar. That was the political breakaway, in fact, from the Mughals. So this was the thing, Sir Madam. Now coming to the other aspects. Now there are some important developments during his court. Actually, when the Shah Jahan was the Mughal emperor, there was a famine that took place in Deccan and the Gujarat. A famine took place in Deccan and Gujarat, popularly known as Deccan famine of 1630, during the reign of the Shah Jahan, right? And during this famine, almost 3 million people lost their life in Gujarat, and 1 million people in Deccan. This famine has been described by Peter Mundy as the Deccan famine, right? And Abdul Hamid Lahori, in his book Padshahnama, had also mentioned about this famine, and measures taken by the Shah Jahan. Abdul Hamid Lahori was the official historian in the reign of Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan was the first Mughal emperor to introduce the famine relief measures. That is the one important thing, Sir. So Peter Mundy, Padsha, and then Abdul Hamid Lahori. They were the two important personalities who had given the information about the Deccan famines that had taken place during the time of the Shah Jahan. During the time of the Shah Jahan, is it okay? In the time of the Shah Jahan, right? If I talk about the architecture during the time of the Shah Jahan, it was the climax of the Mughal architecture, Shah Jahan, and there was a shift that is already discussed in the Mughal architecture during the art and culture. Before the Shah Jahan, there was a dominance of red sandstone in the Mughal architecture, but with the Shah Jahan, the marble was the primary material for the construction. Shah Jahan's interest in the cultural affairs focused on the architecture, some of the finest creations. He had constructed two mosques, Moti Mosque, Moti Masjid, and Jami Masjid, and the famous Mausoleum of Taj Mahal in Agra. Taj Mahal. So Moti Masjid he had constructed, right? We have already discussed. He had also constructed Red Fort in Delhi, and also Jami Masjid in Delhi, one of the finest mosques of India, right? Finest mosques of India. Is it done? He had also constructed Peacock Throne of Shah Jahan, that is known as the Takht-e-Taus. Peacock Throne is known as Takht-e-Taus, famous jeweled throne that was seated of the Mughal emperor, right? It was commissioned in the early 17th century by Shah Jahan. The original throne was subsequently captured and taken as the war trophy in 1739 by Persian king Nadir Shah. Nadir Shah had attacked on India during the time of Muhammad Shah Rangila, who was a ruler of the later Mughals, right? And he had taken away the Takht-e-Taus or the Peacock Throne, which was made by Shah Jahan for his imperial seat, okay, after the Battle of Karnal in 1739. So this was the history of the Takht-e-Taus. Is it okay, sirs and madams? During his reign, Battle of Succession was fought among his sons. Just a second. So see, during the last stage of Shah Jahan, war of succession started among his sons. There are the four important battles, war of succession, that was fought among his sons. One was your Battle of Dharmat. Okay? He had four sons. When Shah Jahan was fell sick in 1658 at Agra. War of succession started. succession started among his four sons, four sons. Dara Siko, Tambaksh, Aurangzeb, and then was Murad. Aurangzeb was the third son, Murad was the youngest son, and then Dara Siko was the eldest son, right? Dara Siko, when he fell sick, Dara Siko was since he was the eldest son, and he was with his father at Agra. And Aurangzeb, he was in the Deccan. So he was very much confused that Dara Siko may capture the throne, what he was aspiring for. I mean, Aurangzeb was aspiring to become the next Mughal emperor after his father Shah Jahan. So he was very suspicious that Dara Siko may capture the throne after the death of his father. So he rushed from the Deccan towards the Agra, and just because of his rushing towards the Agra, the war of succession had taken place among his four brothers. I mean, all his four brothers, Dara Siko, Kambaksh, Aurangzeb, and the Murad. In this sequence, the first battle is important. That is called, this is your Battle of Dharmat. That is the first battle that you can say, Dharmat. In this battle, that was in April 1658, that is an important one. This battle was between Aurangzeb and Murad, Aurangzeb and Dara Siko, In this battle, Murad had supported Aurangzeb, and Dara had sent an army under a Rajput confident Jaswant Singh of Jodhpur to fight, but the army faced defeat. So Battle of Dharmat was between Aurangzeb. This was between Aurangzeb, and this was between the Dara Siko. So this was between Dara Siko, in which Dara Siko was represented by Jaswant Singh. Now coming to the Battle of Samugad. In this battle, Dara, without waiting for his victorious troop, who had defeated Suja. Now see, this battle was between Dara Siko and Aurangzeb. Dara Siko and Aurangzeb, right? So Dara Siko had defeated one of his brothers, Suja, advanced Dara Siko. So Dara had defeated Suja, and advanced towards Samugad at a place distance of about 30 km from Agra. Initially, Dara had an upper hand, but he committed a blunder mistake. He got down from his elephant and mounted a horse, seeing his missing commotions and the disorder confused his army. Dara fled from the battlefield, and Battle of Samugad proved decisive, right? So this was also between Dara and Aurangzeb, in which Dara was defeated. And then after this defeat, Aurangzeb came to the Agra, and then he had imprisoned his sick father in the Agra fort, right? So Aurangzeb, after this consequence of the battlefield, besieged of Agra. The combined force of Aurangzeb and Murad reached the Agra and besieged the fort. The royal army opposed them. After a few days of struggle, their army was surrendered, right? Then after the battle of consequences of this Battle of Samugad, he had imprisoned his father Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan was imprisoned and died there in a pathetic situation after 6 years, that is in January 1606. Now see, when Aurangzeb had imprisoned his father Shah Jahan, then one of his daughters, daughter of Shah Jahan, whose name was Zahara Begum, requested Aurangzeb to nurse her father in the imprisonment. and Aurangzeb had permitted. So during his imprisonment, Jahan Ara Begum was with Shah Jahan, nursed by her daughter Jahan Ara Begum. So that is an important fact again. Jahan Ara Begum was there in the imprisonment for his service. Is it okay? Now, end of the Murad and Shah Shujas. Now, Battle of Khazwa defeated Shah Shuja. Shah Shuja had to run away from the Indian, died out in somewhere. So, the Battle of Khazwa was the third battle that was between Shah Shuja and Aurangzeb. That was between the Aurangzeb and the Shah Shuja, right? In all the battle, Aurangzeb was successful. Finally, Battle of Devrai was taken place in March 1659. Before that, after Samugad, there's one more thing that happened here. First coronation of Aurangzeb took place. Took place in Agra. And then he chased now again Dara Shikoh, and finally he had defeated Dara Shikoh in the Battle of Devrai. His defeat in the Battle of Samugad, Dara wandered from place to place and different parts of India, but was hotly chased and ultimately fell into the Aurangzeb's hand. Right? So Dara. So this was between the Dara Shikoh and Aurangzeb again. Aurangzeb's hand after the Battle of the Devrai. He was paraded in the dirty clothes in the city of Delhi and awarded death punishment and buried in the tomb of the Humayun. Right? So after this battle of succession, Aurangzeb became the next Mughal emperor. It's okay? It's Mughal emperor, right? It's done. So this is the Battle of Devrai. So this is how we came to the conclusion of your about the Shah Jahan. But let me talk about little bit about the Dara Shikoh, right? About the Dara Shikoh, right, sir, madam? Dara Shikoh. Dara Shikoh was the most learned Mughal prince. Dara Shikoh. He was the eldest son of the Khurram, that is called the Shah Jahan. Dara's eyes were not focused on the thrones. He led his first military campaign against to the Kandahar. That was another thing, right, sir, madam? So what is important here? He surely alienated to the ulemas. That is not then Islamic. Acha. There is a Venetian traveler whose name is Niccolo Manucci, who served as artilleryman in the army of the Dara Shikoh. Wrote that this was his one failing. So he was Manucci. Manucci was in the service of Dara Shikoh. He was an artilleryman of Dara Shikoh. That is an important thing, right? Important thing. One thing. And then the next one is Dara was a cultured person. Now it is important here. He was a poet. He was a prolific writer. He was an architect, philosopher, a scholar, and artist, right? He was influenced by Mia Mir, a Sindhi Sufi saint from Qadri order. Is it okay? Dara translated the Bhagavad Gita and 52 Upanishads from Sanskrit to Persian. That is called Sir-e-Akbar, right? So Sir-e-Akbar is the translation of, that is Sir-e-Akbar is the translation of what I say, that is called the Upanishads, right? He had also written a book that is called Mazm-ul-Bahrain, right? Mazm-ul-Bahrain. That is on, this Mazm-ul-Bahrain is on the synthesis of the two cultures, Islamic culture and the Indian culture. Is it okay? In the Islamic culture and the Indian culture, right? So he was, the Mazm-ul-Bahrain means the confluence of the two rivers, and he is talking about the two rivers that is called Ganga and Yamuna. Yamuna is representative of the Islamic culture and Ganga is the representative of the Indian culture. So he had written this book Mazm-ul-Bahrain, right, sir, ma'am? And then he also belongs to the Sufi silsila that is called Qadri silsila, right? Qadri silsila. That's it. Now coming to the last emperor of Mughals, that is called Aurangzeb, right, sir, ma'ams? Aurangzeb. So some basic information about Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb was born on 14th October 1618 in Dahod, Gujarat. And he was the third son of Shah Jahan, married to a Persian princess Dilras Bano Begum. Dilras Bano Begum. Also, he also known as the Alamgir, as a conqueror of the world. And now there are some basic things that I should discuss with you here. See, Aurangzeb was Aurangzeb was a bigot. He was anti-Hindu. He was anti-Hindu. He was anti-Sikh, and he was anti-Shia as well. Anti-Shia as well. She was a liberal sect. Shia was a liberal sect of Islam, liberal sect of the Islam, right? And that's why, being anti-Shia, Aurangzeb had banned Muharram, banned Muharram, a Shia festival. It's okay. Anti-Hindu because he had reimposed jizya, pilgrim tax, prohibited construction and repair of temples, etc. Right, sirs and madams? But surprisingly, maximum Hindu mansabdars were in his court, right? In his court. Maximum Hindu mansabdars were in his court. He had banned music and dance in his court. But himself was an expert veena player. Is it okay? He was an expert veena player. It's done. He was an expert veena player. Right, Sir Madam? He was an expert veena player. Now, second important thing, Sir Madam, he got translated maximum Sanskrit manuscripts in Persian. Right? So this is the thing, sirs and madams. Now, coming to anti-Sikh policy, he had forced the ninth Sikh Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji to accept Islam, but he refused to accept Islam, right? So when he refused to accept Islam, he was prosecuted, he was beheaded, right? He was beheaded. And the memory of the Sikh Guru, a Gurudwara was constructed in the old Delhi and known as Sisganj Gurudwara, right? So these are some things, Sir Madam, that is important about the Aurangzeb. Let me tell you the Aurangzeb's policy, right, Sir Madams? Aurangzeb's policy. So here is the policies of the Aurangzeb. Hindu, he wanted to make Hindustan a Darul Islam, that's an Islamic state, reimposed jizya, right, led to the destruction of the several prominent Hindu temples, like Vishwanath Temple, Keshav Rai Temple of Mathura, etc. He prohibited the construction of new temples and also restricted the repairing of the old temples against Muslim, not tolerated other Muslim sects, and the celebration of Muharram was stopped. Sikh in 1665, he executed 9th Sikh Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, which resulted in the rebellion of the Sikh community against him. So this was his, that is his controversial policies, right? Again, he gave excessive power to the office of Muhtasib, the officer given the responsibility to enforce moral codes and sharias, right? Moral code and sharia, that is throughout his empire, right? There are certain prohibitions. He forbade music in Mughal court and discontinued the practice of Jharukha, Darshan and the Tuladan, which was started by Akbar. But interestingly, the largest number of Persian works on the classical Indian music was written during the Aurangzeb's reign. And Aurangzeb himself was proficient in playing veena. Forbade the use of kalma inscribing on the coins. He stopped the festival of like the Sahara. Nowruz, practiced by the Safavids, rulers of Iran, also forbade the sati system. So these are the certain controversial policies of Aurangzeb, Is it okay? Now, what are the important things, sirs and madams? So let me tell you about the Aurangzeb more. So Aurangzeb, after the war of succession, right, came to Delhi, that is in the north, that is in Delhi, right? And for almost 25 years, for almost 25 years, almost 23 years, in fact, 23 years, he stayed in North India. That's okay. Stayed in North India, right? But when he was in the North India, there were certain challenges for him. The challenges was the Rajputs. Challenges was here in Marathas under Shivaji. There was a Dakhini states that was left to be annexed. One was your Bijapur, and other was Golconda, right? Golconda. 1686, he had annexed Bijapur. 1686 and 1687, he had annexed Golconda. So this is what is sirs. Now the second important thing is, sirs and madams, once when he was in Delhi, Aurangzeb. When he was in Delhi, there was a succession dispute in Jodhpur. Succession dispute in Jodhpur. Or simply you can say the Marwar. To settle the issue, he had sent his son Akbar II. To settle the issue. But Akbar II went to Jodhpur and made his own understanding with the ruler of the Jodhpur and started annexing or conquering the territories of Mughal. That infuriated Aurangzeb, and Aurangzeb chased now Akbar II. Now Akbar II came to the south, and now Aurangzeb, following the Akbar II, came to the South India after 23 years in the South India, and now he will remain in South India till the end of his life. And almost 27 years he has spent now in the Deccan region, right? So when he came to the Deccan, he had annexed Bijapur 1686 and 86 and Golconda in 1687, right? Maratha was a big issue. Maratha was a big issue. So for the Marathas, for the Maratha to suppress the Shivaji, he had sent Shaista Khan, that was a flop, right? Then Bijapur had sent Afzal Khan. He was also killed by Shivaji. Then, then Aurangzeb sent Jai Singh against Shivaji, who had concluded the Treaty of Purandar, concluded the Treaty of Purandar with Shivaji. Purandar. Treaty of Purandar with Shivaji. By which Shivaji had surrendered 23 forts, surrendered to Mughals and came to visit Aurangzeb in Agra. Although he was not willing to meet in person the Aurangzeb, but it was the Jai Singh who was a great diplomat at this time and the great spokesman. So he had convinced the Shivaji to come and meet with the Aurangzeb at the Agra fort. But Shivaji had certain conditions to visit Aurangzeb at the Agra. He had requested to the Jai Singh that I must be treated like a king in the court of the Aurangzeb, right? What was promised by the Jai Singh, now you don't worry, he will treat you very fairly like a king in his court. But when Shivaji was there in the Mughal court to visit the Aurangzeb, Aurangzeb had treated him as a Mansabdar and offered him a seat in the rank of the 5,000 Mansabdars, right? Shivaji felt offended and he revolted against the Aurangzeb in the Mughal court itself. Then he was overpowered and was imprisoned. But very soon, Shivaji escaped from the Mughal court and came back to the Maratha. In 1674, he was coronated at Raigad. 1674, Shivaji coronated from the Raigad. But in 1680, Shivaji was died. But even after the death of the Shivaji in 1680, so 1674, coronation of Shivaji at Raigad. 1680, Shivaji died, right? But even after the death of Shivaji, Aurangzeb kept his energy drained into the Dakkani affairs. He was against now each and every houses of the Marathas, to suppress them. So suppress them, right? Different houses of the Marathas. Even the Hindus also. So he kept on chasing all the petty Hindu states in the Maratha states or the Maratha states in the South India. And he wasted his money, wasted his resources, wasted his time and energy also, and finally died in Deccan itself in 1707. Before his death, his wife Dilras Bano Begum also died in Aurangabad, and the fond memory of his wife, his son, Aurangzeb's sons, had constructed second Taj in the memory of his mother Dilras Bano Begum, right? So this is what is the story of the Aurangzeb. So that much we need to talk about the Aurangzeb, right? So madams, so this was what is the Aurangzeb, right? Now, Aurangzeb has also gave patronage to Muhammad Kazim, who had written Alamgirnama, right? Alamgirnama. Then Iswardas Nagar has also written Futuhat-e Alamgiri. And then Fatwa Alamgiri is composed by Aurangzeb himself. This is a book. This book is great book on Islamic law, right, sirs and madams? Aurangzeb in March 1707 died at the age of 18 years at Ahmednagar Fort. The tomb is located in the city of Kulalabad in the district of Aurangabad. That is 15 kilometers miles from the Aurangabad itself, right? The tomb of Dilras Bano Begum. Tomb of Dilras Bano Begum. Dilras Bano Begum. That is known as, also is in Aurangabad. Known as second Taj. But it is a poor imitation of the Taj considered by his son. So this is now we can conclude the session for you people. So that is the end of the session. It's okay. And I hope now I would request you all, right? So only 2 people are watching. It's real or it's a glitch. I don't know about this, and it should not be a matter of the discussion right over here. My job was just to give you a quick revision for your upcoming examination, for your prelims exam in 2026, and I have fulfilled my responsibility and the duty with all the honesty. Now it's your job to watch it whenever you are watching it, and also you should appear to assess yourself in the test that is given, that would be conducted on the PW app, and the link is given below in the description of this video. So I would request you all to go and register yourself for the test for the entire session, medieval history. I hope that would be sufficient whatever we have done today. We are very comprehensively done Post-Gupta, early medieval, and then Vijayanagar and Bahmani. These 3 sections are very much important for your medieval history, It's okay. So now you can do this, sirs and madams. Okay. So I will request you all to go and register yourself through the description given in this video, link description, to appear in the test so that you could assess yourself, evaluate yourself where you stand in the crowd. So wish you all the very best. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Gab, that you have given your support, unwavering support rather, I would say. Now I have done my job, I have done my fulfilled my responsibility. Now it's your turn to revise the things done well in time and then appear in the test. So all the very best. God bless you guys. See you in some other session, somewhere else, be it online or offline. So from my side, it's the end of the session. Thank you very much for your perseverance. God bless you.